maybe it didn't have the effect that the Trump campaign was thinking it would. I want to bring this up to you because you've dealt with the opioid crisis. And a lot of people could look at the Hunter Biden situation and say, I know that situation. Did it make the former vice president a sympathetic character?
No, I don't think so, because Hunter Biden had a lot of other issues as well. And it also didn't help the case that there was a lot of cover-up, it seemed like. You know, we had the whole Twitter issue. And the president has been talking about this from the beginning. There is a left mainstream media issue, and that was very, very, very evident when it came down to the Hunter Biden issue.
So you think this might have driven people to the polls then? You also are aware of what happened with Hunter and everything. And we've all been, I mean, probably everybody on this stage has been some way affected by Twitter censorship or mainstream media censorship. So how do you think that affected voters? I think that what I've seen so far is on the conservative side of things, voters have said, we are sick and tired of not being able to hear what the actual issues are. It seems as though the issues on both sides were suppressed, whether it was good or bad. We didn't ever, you were saying earlier, we never heard from the Biden campaign what they're really running on.
No, we didn't. And, you know, former Vice President Joe Biden has a huge advantage because the anti-Trump media is all on his side. They perform like a public relations agency for the Biden campaign. That's a lot of coverage. I mean, we all wish we could have that kind of coverage because you could just trip, fall, and they will not discuss it. And I think that goes to the whole issue with Hunter Biden. And, you know, the concern is obviously him, you know, with a problem. But the bigger concern is the way they had this pay-to-play scheme going on worldwide, and money from China, two boatloads of money from China. One, I think, a $1.5 billion investment into one of Hunter's investment fund. And I think there was a $5 million unsecured loan to the Biden family. And then you have Ukraine there. And then the wife of the former mayor of Moscow, she sent millions of dollars to Hunter. So, and Joe Biden, most of all, he said he didn't know anything about about what his son was doing, and that is a direct lie.
But that's what, if I watch the NBCs, the ABCs, the CNNs, they continue to push that narrative. Well, this may have happened, but his son is not him, and he did not know about his business dealings. Now, we have evidence that's come out that's, you would say that the evidence is pretty clear cut that Joe Biden was involved in these overseas operations.
Absolutely.
That's what I have heard so many times. Okay, I want to switch gears to mental health. During the 2016 campaign, all we heard was that this president is not going to be fit. If President Trump gets elected, he will not be mentally fit to actually run and carry on the office of president. But now it's been a little bit different this time around. Because we look at what's happening with Joe Biden, and it seems to be a very severe deterioration, but we didn't see much of him on the campaign trail. Just this week, he's now introduced his one granddaughter as Beau Biden, a granddaughter as Beau Biden. These seem like pretty serious mental gaffes. Would you say it goes beyond nervousness of speaking in front of people, and goes beyond a stutter like we've been told?
I think there was a reason why we haven't seen a lot of Biden out on the campaign. I mean, you see President Trump out there and he's rallying, and he just had like a whirlwind a few days, and it takes stamina, and I don't think Biden has that. And unfortunately, I mean, didn't he also think he was running against George Bush recently as well? So, I mean, yes, it is showing a clear deterioration, and it should be a concern. I mean, being a president takes a lot of stamina. It takes a lot of mental stamina as well, not just physical, and I just don't think he has it.
There have been a lot of people that said it's not actually Joe Biden running. This is actually Kamala Harris running, and that the whole idea of the 25th Amendment was to take him out eventually because they want to put Kamala Harris in. Do you think there's any truth to that?
Well, I certainly think there's forces that really want the real progressive socialist wing running the United States. And what they were hoping, I think, with former Vice President Joe Biden is he has name recognition, try to connect him to Biden, and, you know, he tries to come off as this folksy guy who's always worried about Scranton, and I'm worried about the working class, which again is another lie, because I think he was in Scranton for a few years, and he's a 47-year politician who's been on every side of every issue. and he's still trying to get away with that. And hopefully, I don't think many voters or enough voters are going to buy that.
Okay, we are early in the night, but we do have polls closed in Indiana and Kentucky. We are already hearing that mainstream media is calling Kentucky, Fox News is calling Kentucky for Trump. Now, this we somewhat anticipated that Kentucky would go for Trump, but this is a big deal. The first state of the night has been called. The first state of the night has been called. It is Kentucky. It has been called for President Trump. We'll see how the night progresses. As we get this information, we will be bringing it to you. We'll be covering all of the election details all night. So as this information is coming in, we'll be bringing it straight to you. As I said, right now, the polls have only closed in Indiana and Kentucky, but actually we have some polls closing at 7, so we have some other polls that have just closed. We will be bringing that information to our audience as soon as we have it. So as we mark off those states, we will share that with you. Now, I want to get back to our conversation. I want to talk about COVID. A lot of people think that coronavirus hurt the president, that he did not do the right thing. I want to ask you about this because when we watched those debates, we had the two debates. The first debate, a lot of people didn't like how that first debate went, so we never really heard from either of the two candidates the full issues. The second debate, there was much more conversation, much more time to talk, but I've heard from many supporters of Trump saying, why didn't he say what he's really done on coronavirus? Why didn't he talk about the medicines out there? Why didn't he push the fact that he has the vaccine? Why didn't he talk about how we never ran out of PPE, never ran out of ventilators, had the mercy and comfort? Those things didn't come up. Did that hurt him? And why was he not better prepared?
Yeah, I'm not sure why he didn't talk about that. And, that's what the Biden campaign is running on, coronavirus. I mean, they got a great little crutch right there to run on, and the fact that they don't like Trump and, they're anti-Trump. But yeah, the president's done such a great deal. And I got to see the back end of it. I got to see the struggles that we were having out of getting PPE out of China. And so Operation Airbridge, for instance, that Kushner has set up, those were great things that were done. And we had, we didn't understand the virus. It was with us, but we didn't understand how deep this virus went or what about this virus. And I think we reacted as quickly as we could. And I think it was incredible that we were able to get the PPE. And also what we saw out of the coronavirus was a lot of innovation. I think a lot of hospitals were doing ventilators where they had plugs to, have breathing apparatuses. And didn't the governors, even Cuomo, had applauded President Trump about how well he did on the coronavirus and all the support that they received. So yeah, that was a little underplayed. I wish he had spoken about it because, I think he did a great job, and I just can't imagine Biden would have done the same.
Well, especially when we think about the fact that was what Biden was running on the entire time, it was really fear that you weren't going to be taken care of because of coronavirus, that the president did not have this under control. And when we look back at all of these things, the mercy, the comfort, the Defense Production Act, where we had the car companies go in, you had the big three in Detroit go in and start making ventilators. We never ran out of equipment, but that wasn't played up. So how do the American people, how do you think they walked away from that second debate? Did they feel like they were safe, or was this Biden plan of fear driving people to the polls effective on coronavirus?
Well, Biden, like all Democrats, they always play on fear, to your point. That it's fear and emotion. They stay away from logic and reason. That's what they always do. And to them, that's why they were running this COVID, right down the field. But I think there could also be a potential backlash to COVID because of the governors. I mean, your Governor Whitmer in Michigan. I live in Connecticut, next to New York. Governor Andrew Cuomo was a disaster. He actually sent COVID positive people into nursing homes, the most vulnerable population are the elderly, and he forced them there, and it was over 6,000 deaths. So there's a lot in the COVID really to talk about. But I don't know if President Trump really wanted to emphasize all those things, the blame game. I think he wanted to be a step above and high. And again, he's an example of the medical innovation that he helped fund. With the rapid technologies coming up, warp speed, right? I mean, he got the antibody cocktail from Regeneron. He said he got it one night and he woke up ready to run out the door. So I think that's really encouraging with respect to your point, what he's actually done with medical innovation. I think the vaccine is very, very close, which would be record-breaking with respect to a vaccine. And that would be the best way to stop the virus, really in his tracks.
And even Democrats have said this is the fastest we've ever had a vaccine come to market, that they have done incredible things with this. And obviously, this is an American effort. This isn't a President Trump effort. The media tried to villainize this as a President Trump effort. So a lot of people said, hey, we are not going to take this vaccine because this is President Trump, almost as if he was mixing the vaccine in the basement himself. And people are like, what are you talking about? This is something
if Trump says it, I'm not going to take it.
Right, and that was what Kamala Harris came out and said. But the problem with that is that you honestly, she has a lot of people that believe every word that she says. So we'll see what happens with that tonight. But as we get more information on these states, we will be bringing it to you. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back here with election night coverage.
We'll be right back with more live election 2020 coverage.
Hello, I'm William Shatner, and you may not know this about me, but years ago, I was diagnosed with a sleep disorder. And like millions of others, I was prescribed sleep equipment. Did you know sleep equipment manufacturers recommend daily cleaning? That's why I use SoClean 2. It's the perfect complement to my daily routine, and it's hassle-free. SoClean 2 is fast and easy. It keeps my sleep equipment fresh every day without the need for disassembly. To keep the immune system strong, we should do everything we can to ensure a good night's sleep, including using the SoClean 2 daily to keep sleep equipment fresh. Try SoClean 2 risk-free for 30 nights. Order now and get $50 off. SoClean 2 is so fast and gives you peace of mind that your sleep equipment is fresh each time you use it. Call the number on your screen or go to SoClean2.com to take advantage of this risk-free trial and get $50 off. Call now.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm here to tell you about my new product from MyPillow, towels that actually work. Watch this absorbency test. Here's another towel that we randomly went out and bought. Here's one of my towels with the nice design. I don't know if you can see this, but you could line a swimming pool with this. I mean, this is crazy. Get rid of it. Towels that actually work. What a concept.
I really love the towels. They're really great. They're super absorbent.
Go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen right now. The new MyPillow towels are exclusively made with 100% USA combed cotton with proprietary technology and with maximum absorbency. They dry you faster and are guaranteed to work. And listen to this. Use the promo code on your screen and Mike will include a second full towel set with bath towel, hand towel, and washcloth absolutely free. That's 2 MyPillow towel sets for the price of 1 in your choice of color.
I personally guarantee they're going to be the best towels you'll ever own.
Order now.
These are our classes, our happy hours, our dates, our birthday parties, our shopping. We are learning new things.
Nice technique with that knife.
And getting in touch with things we left behind. These are our lives now. Come be a part of it online. GoDaddy is making it possible for everyone to create a website for free. Learn more at GoDaddy.com.
My son needs this drug. I hope it doesn't cost too much. I hope my insurance pays for it. Can you tell me how much this will be?
67.
Sorry.
Wait, have you heard about GoodRx? GoodRx finds free coupons to help you save up to 80% on your prescriptions.
Wow. I had no idea.
GoodRx. Stop paying too much for your prescriptions.
We now return to live election 2020 coverage.
Welcome back to Real America's Voice election night coverage. We are live in Washington, D.C. right now. And honestly, Washington, D.C. looks different than we have ever seen it. Certainly, it's never been like this on an election night. Everyone here, I'm generally out of Michigan, so all the folks here have been telling me we came to work on Wednesday morning. Totally normal day. We left on Wednesday night and everything was boarded up. But this is because there were interceptions of Antifa messages that were calling for people to go across the country and riot regardless of the outcome, but especially if President Trump was winning. So I have to ask, Merlin, does that mean that they think President Trump is winning, or do you have to be prepared either way once you see these messages?
I think they think President Trump is winning. I know he's going to win. I mean, he has a good track record right now. He's done a lot for the minority communities. I mean, I just saw Maxine Waters talking about how it's, she can't forgive if African Americans vote for him. I mean, those are the kind of messages that are getting out there. It's unfortunate. I think he's done a lot for the minority communities, and I think we're going to see that that's going to, make him win.
Do you think that if African Americans are voting for Trump, they care about Maxine Waters forgiving that? I mean, she came out and said that, and I think, what an arrogant thing to say. Because if I were in that situation, I would say, well, I don't need your forgiveness.
No, you're absolutely right. And I just don't understand, what is their basis for why they should vote for Democrats? What have they done for the African-American community? I think I read an article where somebody pointed out, the Obama, they've been in office for how long, and what have they done? Here's the president that's investing back into the minority communities, with the universities, and he's done a lot of reaching out to them, which we haven't traditionally seen.
But talk about that, because I have so many people. I like to make sure that I stay friends with, all people from both sides, and I don't give my opinion much because I want to hear what everybody has to say. But I have so many people that have said he has done nothing for the black community because it's really hard to find out. That is another thing that I will say. A lot of people criticize. He's not out there saying, this is what I've done. And when he says opportunity zones and all of these things, a lot of people don't know what that means. They hear that word, they don't know what it means. So can you get into that in a little detail, what exactly he has done for the African American community?
Well, investing back into the universities, I mean, we know in these minority communities, education is a big component. Education leads to jobs. So those kind of investing that he's done to historically under HBCUs, it's those kind of investments that he's done. And also, we're also seeing a lot of, we think about Hollywood, for instance, all about Democrats, but then you see a bunch of folks right now that are like Ice Cube and Kanye West and everybody that's supporting the president. I mean, they're not, Ice Cube, my husband and I were talking about this last night, that's a big thing. And why would they do that? And, so and also, these riots that this Antifa is calling for, look at the communities it's actually affecting. It's these minority communities out there that's getting affected. People's livelihoods are being affected right now.
So I want to get into that because you live in New York. You have seen a complete change in the city. Now, the president talked about this in the final debate. He said, New York, my city, is gone. It's nothing like it was. So if you are a Democrat and you've seen this happen, do you think that the folks on Broadway, the folks that are running restaurants, all those people, do you think that they're voting for President Trump now because their livelihood has been stripped and there's not a lot of options?
Dude, you're thinking logically. Sorry about that, but by definition, a lot of Democrats that we spoke before, it's emotional. And they get on the Trump derangement syndrome. It doesn't matter, which is really, really disappointing, if not twisted, that you can't rationally see that an elected official is actually out there doing you harm. And New York City has taken a double hit. Not only did they have the COVID, but they had the riots and everything else. So it is, people, and then look at the numbers. People are leaving high-tax cities and states like New York State and New York City. And I think they're really on a death spiral because the more tax revenue leaves, the more they're going to have to raise taxes, which is going to force more people out. And the only people left are going to be the people who can't afford to get out.
That's what I want to ask, because we had all these businesses. So we had the coronavirus shutdown. All of a sudden, business changed completely because people said, we're not going to have people in these big office buildings where there's thousands of people and contamination can occur. Everybody's going home. So you saw the big banks and everybody on Wall Street send folks back to Connecticut or wherever, and they were working out of their homes. Well, they suddenly decided, why am I paying the rent when people are working just as well at home? Or why are we paying the rent in New York City when we can have offices over here for a lot less money? Did the governor in that state effectively kill Manhattan?
Oh, absolutely. And don't forget about Mayor de Blasio.
Yes.
I mean, he's a real catalyst for destroying New York City. So, no, it's the double hit. And they were carrying on like nothing's going to change. We have this great economy thanks to President Trump, and they can tax people and everything's going well. But then all of a sudden, the black swan events happen. They had the riots. because of Mr. Floyd, and then you had the COVID, and it was a double hit. And you know what about rich people? They are rich by definition. They have the money and the ability to move, and that's exactly what they did. We have friends who happen to have some wealth. They're out in the Hamptons if they want to stay in New York, or they're just moving away to Texas and Florida. Well, people act rationally.
They're moving, but they're also being told that their taxes are going massively up if Joe Biden gets elected president. So you have to say what is going to happen with those votes. And a lot of people are going to Florida. So Florida is a key state tonight. We're very, we're in flux right now, because right now we're hearing from folks here, Florida doesn't look good. There needs to be a lot of votes that come in Florida based on mail-in voting or early voting, which typically trends Democrat, and based on the fact that these are Democrat ballots, we think that those are going to Biden. Is he going to be able to make up the difference in Florida?
I think he will. I think just the enthusiasm over there. I mean, again, I feel like, one of the things that we see is this, they have the mainstream media. You see the rallies. I've been on the campaign trails as well, and you see the rallies. President Trump has so many people, and the enthusiasm is there. And then you see Biden and even Kamala. There's just not that many people. And I just recently saw Obama out there with not a lot of people. I mean, they had to bring in him. And so, yes, I really think we're going to hold Florida, or we're going to get Florida and Pennsylvania and North Carolina.
A lot of people say that you look at what the strategy is right now of the campaign and determine what their internal polling is saying. So if you look at what the Biden campaign has done in the last week, is they've gone to Philadelphia, which is a Democrat stronghold. They've gone to Miami, which is a Democrat stronghold. They've spent a lot of time in Pennsylvania that they've told everybody they are winning. So what does that mean to you, Tom? Does that mean that they are defending that area?
Oh, absolutely. You have to watch the patterns and look what they're doing. They're running to places. Joe Biden was in Scranton, Pennsylvania, I think this morning on Election Day. What does that tell you? He shouldn't be doing that if he's got this comfortable lead. I mean, it's obviously a big fight, for Pennsylvania, but you saw those Trump rallies, what he did, like 5 in a day. And you see, in your neighborhood out in Michigan, in Grand Rapids and Traverse City, there were 30, 50,000 people. And again, those are in the districts, the outer counties where President Trump needs to drive those voters to the polls. Cities are difficult, but it's the people who have been left out, and that's the biggest advantage President Trump has. That's why he won the last time, and that's why I think he's going to win this time, is because the forgotten men and women of the United States know the president has his back. Biden, 47-year politician, he hasn't done it for 47 years. There's no reason to think he's going to do it on the 48th year.
Well, it is a very ingenious move to go to these airport hangars and have rallies, because obviously he was having rallies inside, and people actually weren't as interested, if you weren't a Trump supporter, to go to those, because there wasn't the draw of seeing him fly in on Air Force One. But I know I'm in a blue county, and he came to Muskegon, Michigan a couple weekends ago, and when he did, the internet was abuzz locally because folks were saying, my kids will never get to see this again. I think it was a somewhat ingenious move to get the blue voters out there for the experience, because at his rallies, he does a much better job of advertising his progress. Was that when you look at that, would you say that was a God thing? Because he wouldn't have done that if it hadn't been for coronavirus.
Yeah, well, Trump is a very sociable and a likable person as well, and he's a people person. You don't see that with Biden. It's, you just, I always think, I see Biden, I just feel sad. He doesn't know where he is. He's walking around in the back. He's calling his sister his wife. I mean, you kind of feel bad for him. And yet you see Trump here. He loves to rally people. He is a people person. You see that in the rallies. You see that in person as well.
And another thing I thought that President Trump did brilliantly was bringing out that big screen and using Biden's words out of Biden's mouth.
Yes.
There's nothing more. You can stand there and say, Biden said this, Biden said that, but to actually see Biden on screen talking about things like, oh, I'm not going to ban fracking, or I'm going to ban fracking, I'm going to ban, I'm definitely going to get rid of Kamala, I'm definitely going to get rid of fracking, in his own words, that's got to be powerful in Pennsylvania.
Yes, and I want to get into that next, because was the fracking comment the knife in the final nail in the coffin of Pennsylvania? We won't know. We will hopefully know later tonight. We are seeing that there is less than 1% of the vote in for Virginia, but right now that is in favor of Joe Biden, and Vermont has been called for Joe Biden. No real big surprises right now. We're still at the beginning of this election cycle, this election night. We're going to be bringing this to you all night long, so make sure you stay tuned. When we come back, I want to get into a little bit more about the Michigan lockdown. I know you have some connections to Michigan. I certainly have some connections to Michigan, and I know exactly how the people in Michigan are feeling, but it goes both ways. So we want to talk about whether or not that helped the president or helped Joe Biden. But like I said earlier, fear is a powerful thing, and it seems to be a balance of fear and hope. Which one's going to win out? We'll be bringing it to you tonight. So as these states are called, you will hear them right here on Real America's Voice. Don't go anywhere. It is election night, and this is election coverage all night long.
This is the kind of card that has America talking. With it, people with Medicare are getting all-in-one coverage for their doctor visits, hospital care, prescription drugs, and more. This kind of insurance, called Medicare Part C, may also cover dental care, eyeglasses, hearing aids, fitness programs, vitamins, even healthy meals and rides to the doctor. With this kind of coverage, you do not need a Medicare supplement insurance plan. You will access your benefits through your Medicare Part C plan for one low and oftentimes $0 monthly plan premium. You deserve to get the most from your Medicare benefits. Call now for free information that may help you get more coverage for less money. There is no obligation to enroll. Whether for yourself or someone you love, call the number on the screen now. Call now.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm here to tell you about my new product from MyPillow. Towels that actually work. Watch this absorbency test. Here's another towel that we randomly went out and bought. Here's one of my towels with the nice design. I don't know if you can see this, but you could line a swimming pool with this. I mean, this is crazy. Get rid of it. Towels that actually work. What a concept.
I really love the towels. They're really great. They're super absorbent.
Go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen right now. The new MyPillow towels are exclusively made with 100% USA combed cotton with proprietary technology and with maximum absorbency. They dry you faster and are guaranteed to work. And listen to this. Use the promo code on your screen and Mike will include a second full towel set with bath towel, hand towel, and washcloth absolutely free. That's 2 MyPillow towel sets for the price of 1 in your choice of color.
I personally guarantee they're going to be the best towels you'll ever own.
Order now.
This is Kate.
Hey.
She takes 2 prescriptions. Kate's son Jack takes 1 too. Kate works hard and thought she had good insurance. But she still pays too much. That's no good. So Kate downloaded the GoodRx app. Now she can compare prescription prices to find the best discounts. She even beats her insurance price. Good for you, Kate. Good for you. GoodRx. Stop paying too much for your prescriptions. Download the free app today.
Jim and Joanne are here to pick up the same prescription. They both know the system is not on their side. They both know drug costs are out of control. But one of them is taking back control with GoodRx.
Next.
So while he's paying that much, even with his insurance, she's paying this much just by using GoodRx. Use GoodRx to compare prices at pharmacies in your area and stop paying too much for your prescriptions. Download the free app today and take back control.
Election Night 2020.
Welcome back to Real America's Voice election night coverage. If you are just joining us, don't worry because Mark Serrano is too. Thank you for joining us. I am sitting here with Mark Merlin, Dr. Merlin Carson, and Dr. Tom Borelli. Just before you came, we were talking about shutdowns and how that affects this election night. And I am a Michigander, so obviously I know all about shutdowns, right? Because Big Gretch, which I'm not calling her that, I want to make you understand that this is the name she chose. Mentos, so we lovingly refer to her as Big Gretch. So Big Gretch has decided that all of her powers were essentially taken away by the Supreme Court. She had us in an extreme lockdown, but she's gone around that. So now we have the Department of Health and Human Services who has shut us down again. So now we're back to you can have fewer people at a gathering. We can't visit our elderly in our nursing homes. And we now have to be contact traced. So I have not heard great things about this. I'm not going to lie. A lot of people floating around Gretchen Whitmer's phone number for that contact tracing. So when you go to a restaurant, a lot of people are saying, they're not getting my number, they're getting Big Gretch's number. so I'm not suggesting that. I'm not suggesting that's a good idea. But I think it shows the attitude of the people in Michigan. You have family roots in Michigan. Have you heard anything about how people feel? Because this is a swing state, and the president's been there a lot.
And nobody likes lockdown, right? I mean, this is the problem with the Democrats. They're so about control. They want to control every aspect of your life, not understanding what the consequences are. And this is where, we didn't need to be in a controlled environment. And I think this is what we saw out of the debates where the vice president did a great job and the president did a great job. It's about the American people. People can take ownership. They can wear masks. They can sanitize. I mean, I went to a restaurant here in Maryland, and people are doing such a great job with social distancing and everything else. We don't need a governor to shut down everything and tell us how to live our lives.
Well, we don't. I agree. This generation of people, we don't want that. But you have to remember that the younger generation, this has been an indoctrination for years in our schools. So now if we go to our colleges, we have students that are being told, tattle on someone if somebody says something you don't like. If you don't like their speech and you feel offended by it, we're going to say that it's hate speech. So this is the younger generation saying, I want government to take care of me. Government is good. This brainwashing has been years in the making. So, Mark, I want to ask you, what do you think that the Trump campaign thinks about this? Was that a strategy that was working with the young people for Democrats to say, we'll shut you down, don't worry, we've got you?
Well, I think what you can do is count on them to always overreach. The left is always going to overreach. They prove it time and time again. Every time they think they've gotten Donald Trump, with their Russia collusion hoax or the Ukraine hoax that led to the impeachment,
Kavanaugh.
They think we've got him now, right? And they thought that with the pandemic as well. And so the reality is, I think there's a boomerang effect here. I think it's going to smack them right in the head. Even with young voters, I think students and young people, they're dying to go back to school. They want to be with their friends. They want to be learning with their friends. They don't want to be learning through, virtual platforms. And this is where I think, by the way, this is going to hurt them in Michigan. Take a look at where the president was just in the last, just yesterday. He was in Traverse City, Michigan.
It was today, actually.
Today.
It was this morning.
So, the president was in Traverse City, Michigan, right? It's in Upper Peninsula, right? He's in Grand Rapids, Michigan. These are heartland people. These are people who want the lockdown to shut down. They are so sick and tired of this governor and her overreach, her extreme police powers. Then she's even been rebuked by her own Supreme Court, rebuked her, and then she was manipulating using the county health departments to enforce her orders around the state Supreme Court. I'm telling you, there is palpable frustration in the state of Michigan, especially places like Traverse City and in Grand Rapids, which, by the way, where voting is still going on. People, if they haven't voted yet, go and vote. And I think there's tremendous frustration, and that will absolutely work against the Biden campaign in this thing.
There is tremendous frustration, but as I said, Tom, a lot of these people, especially in Michigan, the people that I've heard from that are on the more liberal side, they've said, thank goodness we had Gretchen Whitmer. But I have a question for you, because we see massive testing in Florida. So we see cases going up. We don't see a mortality rate going up, but we see a lot of cases in Florida. It is much more difficult to get a test in Michigan. Is there the possibility that these governors could manipulate this by not testing greatly and saying, look, our cases are lower than these other states?
Anything is possible in this world. I wouldn't hold anything back. But I think the most important thing that people really have to understand is, a case is one thing, whether you end up in the hospital or in the ICU is another. And, the doctor would know this, that the death rate has been going down significantly because doctors know how to better treat it with a number of new therapies. and we have all the equipment we need. They have that part, and then viruses on their own, they tend to change and mutate not to be as lethal over time, because what they want to do is just spread around. They don't want to kill their host. That's not their objective, because then they can't spread either. So these things are all changing. It's an evolving debate. And the amazing thing about the coronavirus is they keep saying cases. Well, it's biology. You can't control a highly contagious virus. But Democrats think they can control the environment. They can control the climate. So why can't you control a virus? It's all the same. You just turn the button. Cuomo did that in New York at one point. I'm going to slowly dial it down, he said, until I get these cases down. They think they're God on earth.
That's why I'm asking, did the Trump campaign not do a good enough job of saying, look at how we contain this quickly? Because it seemed that even at the end, the mainstream media was saying, you have no plan for coronavirus. But no one was pointing out on the other side, hey, wait a minute. All these other countries are shutting down. We had the mercy. We had the comfort. Never used.
I think part of it, because back in the day, I still do it once in a while, science communications, there's a reluctance of non-scientists to talk about science. They just are afraid and they just run away from it. And yet there are really, really interesting things that could be said. I mentioned it to Marlon before, is that, do you realize the United States has the largest population of people over 65 in the world? Who does the coronavirus preferentially harm? People over 65.
Yeah, well, and I'll tell you, look, I think the campaign has matched the president perfectly, which is talk about his tremendous success in controlling this pandemic and getting out ahead of it. We've got vaccines within weeks. Vaccines are going to be available within weeks. And the president also is speaking to moms and suburbanites around the country saying, open the schools, for Pete's sakes. It's time to open these schools now.
There's very little risk.
These police powers of governors, like Governor Wolf in Pennsylvania, like Governor Whitmer in Michigan and elsewhere, they are excessive. People are tired of living under them. And frankly, I think the president has done a magnificent job. Even in the second debate, the president did a magnificent job in demonstrating that Joe Biden has nothing on pandemic. And everything Joe Biden has talked about is exactly what the president has already been doing since February.
And there's evidence. We
have a China travel ban,
we
which
have
Biden
precisely
H1N1. We can go back and look at what Joe Biden did when he was faced with the pandemic. But the American people, a lot of people on the right said, there wasn't enough of that to get out there. Now, it is hard in this climate because we're banned on Twitter. We have no mainstream media that is pointing anything like this out. But I want to say I found something out last week in Michigan, and I just want to ask you, Dr. Carson, why aren't we hearing this? Because I think this massively helps the president. In Grand Rapids, the hospital system in Grand Rapids is now running a clinical trial of Regeneron. So exactly what the president said, hey, I'm going to take this cocktail, this antibody cocktail, and bring it to the people. It's also another hospital system in Michigan. So 2 hospital systems in Michigan. I assume many others across the country are also running these clinical trials. Is there something about a clinical trial that we don't advertise like this? Why aren't we saying this is already out there for people to get?
You know, I think we already had a lot of these drugs, and I think it's because the president, just to go back to your last question about the governors, one of the things my company does is really work around population health. And, you know, the governors kept pointing fingers back at President Trump, but they never took ownership for anything about how they dealt with the coronavirus within their states. I saw how they were crippled, and the president opened up the funding for them. FEMA was funding tests. People were, they can go and get a free test. The governors were not pulling their weight in terms of making sure everybody got tested. Had they all done what they were supposed to do, we'd be in a little bit in a different state right now. So the president has always kind of pushed that. He's been deregulating, making sure we get vaccines out there. The drugs, remdesivir, same thing. These are drugs that it's not new here. We've had it, but just because President Trump said something about it, now all of a sudden it's not
also,
right.
To be honest, President Trump wasn't helped by his medical team, because they've said everything, every different which way. So if you're relying on the science,
was there a reluctance to talk about anything after hydroxychloroquine? He got so beat up on hydroxychloroquine. Is there a reluctance to say we have drugs out there? Mark, I'll ask you that.
No, I don't think so. I think the president has demonstrated that the therapeutics really worked for him, right? He's living proof. Right. He's able to stand there and say, look at me, and my son Barron, he got over it like that because he's got a great immune system. So no, I don't think there's any reluctance at all. I think we have the solution. We have the vaccines coming. We have therapeutics. We know so much more today than we knew several months ago, and it's being employed. It's being utilized by the federal government and by this administration. And let me point something out. I want to make it very clear. There are people who are standing in line to vote right now in Pennsylvania, in the Panhandle of Florida, and elsewhere, in places in New Hampshire where polls will close at 8 p.m. Don't leave the line. Stay in line. Make sure you vote. I'm a little concerned that the Biden campaign, or some people on the left or some of the parties in the states will miscommunicate, right? They'll say it's over in that state. If people are waiting in line, they've got to stay in line. They've got to vote. This is crucially important. This happens, on election night, where the media, will signal something they shouldn't signal,
Florida,
where the parties will put out some
that
misinformation.
one, right.
The Panhandle of Florida, they've got till 8 o'clock. And you know what? If it hits 8 o'clock and they're still in line, they need to stay in line and vote.
Well, we've already seen in Philadelphia the poll watchers going into the polls and the poll workers saying, no, you're not coming in. You are not welcome here. Hey, I have this certificate right here that says that I am. We've already seen trying to get poll watchers out of there. So that is crucially important. It's something that we talked about earlier today. No matter what, if you get to the before closing time, make sure you stay. Your vote needs to count. You are meant to stay in line until they get that last vote in. So don't be scared off. You are allowed to stay in line and vote. They will stay open for you. But you, if you're watching, stay right here because we'll be right back with more election night coverage.
Hello, I'm William Shatner, and you may not know this about me, but years ago, I was diagnosed with a sleep disorder. And like millions of others, I was prescribed sleep equipment. Did you know sleep equipment manufacturers recommend daily cleaning? That's why I use SoClean 2. It's the perfect complement to my daily routine, and it's hassle-free. SoClean 2 is fast and easy. It keeps my sleep equipment fresh every day without the need for disassembly. To keep the immune system strong, we should do everything we can to ensure a good night's sleep, including using the SoClean 2 daily to keep sleep equipment fresh. Try SoClean 2 risk-free for 30 nights. Order now and get $50 off. SoClean 2 is so fast and gives you peace of mind that your sleep equipment is fresh each time you use it. Call the number on your screen or go to SoClean2.com to take advantage of this risk-free trial and get $50 off. Call now.
This is the kind of card that has America talking. With it, people with Medicare are getting all-in-one coverage for their doctor visits, hospital care, prescription drugs, and more. This kind of insurance, called Medicare Part C, may also cover dental care, eyeglasses, hearing aids, fitness programs, vitamins, even healthy meals and rides to the doctor. With this kind of coverage, you do not need a Medicare supplement insurance plan. You will access your benefits through your Medicare Part C plan for one low and oftentimes $0 monthly plan premium. You deserve to get the most from your Medicare benefits. Call now for free information that may help you get more coverage for less money. There is no obligation to enroll. Whether for yourself or someone you love, call the number on the screen now. Call now.
Our classes, our happy hours, our dates, our birthday parties, our shopping. We are learning new things.
Nice technique with that knife.
And getting in touch with things we left behind. These are our lives now. Come be a part of it online. GoDaddy is making it possible for everyone to create a website for free. Learn more at GoDaddy.com.
We now return to live election 2020 coverage.
Welcome back to Real America's Voice. This is your spot for election night coverage all night long. I'm joined tonight by Dr. Merlin Carson. I have Mark Serrano with me and Dr. Tom Borelli. We want to go right into socialism. It's a hot topic for the Democrats. This is when we talked about we don't know what their issues are. We know that. They were a little wishy-washy on it, but Kamala came out with her little video of equality and equity saying we all have to be at the same level, which is really actually, I mean, at this point, we're getting toward communism. It doesn't exactly pull well with Cubans. A lot of the minority communities that have come from communist or socialist countries. So we saw Barack Obama campaigning in Miami. We talked about this before you joined us. Seems like an odd place to go, a Democrat stronghold. Never had to worry about Miami-Dade before because those people are Democrats. Was the socialist message too much for those folks?
Yeah, well, you know, look, it shows desperation that they would send Barack Obama into Miami-Dade County. That really does show that they were in a bad spot in Miami-Dade. And frankly, I think we're seeing that play out through today, that the Democrats have underwhelming turnout, I believe, there. We'll see how it plays out statewide. But think of how ironic that is, right? Barack Obama is going to talk to Cuban Americans. Barack Obama, who normalized relations, right, with the Castros,
right,
who sat and watched a baseball game with, you know,
did the wave.
Raul Castro, right? That's the greatest irony. And the reality is, you know, Venezuelan Americans, Cuban Americans, people from South America, they had to get here, you know, the legal way, right? They came the legal way to come into America. They have great resentment for the left and the Democrats with their open borders policy, and frankly, with Barack Obama's legacy of, you know, normalizing relations with the communist state, a brutal regime in Cuba, and Donald Trump, of course, turned that around as soon as he came into office.
Dr. Carson, you immigrated to this country. You did it the right way. What is it like for someone in your position to hear Democrats saying, just let anybody in, when you went through so much to get here, and I would assume you value your citizenship?
Absolutely. And, you know, I have this conversations with my husband about this, too. As an immigrant and coming from another country, I feel like I appreciate America so much more because of everything I've gotten from it. You know, we worked hard. My parents were small business owners. They worked very hard. They put me through school. I graduated with a medical degree. I run a successful company. You know, I've been on 2 presidential campaigns. I mean, this is the American dream, and I'm fortunate to say that I've lived it. But I don't think you can't come in here just saying illegally. It's not, you know, it's a privilege. It's not just you just show up here and say this. You're going to give me everything. No, I had to work hard for it. My parents had to work hard for it, and I think that is the biggest fight here. And I want people to understand that socialism, somebody's got to pay for it. The poor are going to get poorer, the rich are going to get poorer, or they're going to move out, like you mentioned.
Well, in 2016. We all remember, of course, the president coming out and saying we're going to build a big, beautiful wall and Mexico's going to pay for it. And everybody said Mexico is not going to pay for it. And they went bananas. But this was a hot button issue for Democrats at that time. They said we are going to open borders. In December, we had debates with Democrats and they were saying, me, I will take down the wall. They were practically out there with shovels ready to do it. All of a sudden, COVID hit. Immigration kind of fell off the table. Was that because it's really hard to say we're going to bring these people in, give them all this free stuff and all of your jobs when everyone's out of work?
No, that's a good point. You know, but the thing with Democrats is, and again, their partner in the anti-Trump media, they can drive any message they want. Early in President Trump's term, it was, all right, let's play the wall game. Remember, Ocasio-Cortez went down there and something about the toilets. I mean, they had all of a sudden switch. Let's change gears to Russia collusion. Go cages, which was Obama. I mean, they have the ability just to flick their fingers and just go with any kind of message they want. And that's why I hope the American people are smart enough to watch which I know they are, over these years to see the way these issues can be manufactured. It's absolutely a manufacturing exercise that they've done on all these issues. And then they quickly change and jump to a new one. It is just amazing.
And, you know, Tudor, this shows you what's really at stake. I mean, and Donald Trump in the second debate, he really created a contrast that maybe was lacking before then. We had a contrast, but he really sharpened that contrast in that second debate. If you don't support Donald Trump, you are supporting a socialist path. If you don't support Donald Trump, you are supporting tearing down that wall. that he fought so hard for, right? And he was able to do it despite all the opposition. 410 miles. We need 800 miles of wall. We have 410 miles. We'll have 500 by the end of this calendar year. They're building 10 miles a week of wall. We're going to have a wall like he promised, and with his reelection. Look, the issues that drove voters to the polls in 2016 largely were about immigration and the wall. They were about trade and the decimation of manufacturing jobs in America. And they were also about endless wars. Look at what Donald Trump's done in this 3.5 years on these key issues. People believe now with Middle East peace, they believe with his ending the wars, they see the results, and they know he's going to continue on that legacy, and especially with immigration, like you're saying.
So let's head over to the Supreme Court. Obviously, a major issue. Democrats won't come out and say whether or not they're going to pack the court. We heard from Joe Biden. I'll make the decisions we know about Amy Coney Barrett. Well, we know now. It looks as though they would pack the court. Did this message, again, I want to go back to indoctrination of our students, because our students have not clearly learned the 3 branches of government and their purpose, because there seems to be a belief that these judges can make the law. But Amy Coney Barrett made it very clear, we don't make the law, we interpret the law. Now, we had multiple media outlets saying this is the end of gay rights, this is the end of the LGBT community, this is the end of so many things if we get this woman on the court. But they said the same thing about Gorsuch, and he ruled in favor of the LGBT community just on the Title VII Civil Rights Act. So what happens, Mark, what happens if they get in and they pack the court?
So, believe me, this commission that Joe Biden used as a cop-out, right, they're going to support packing the court. And certainly the House is going to support that if we can maybe block it in the Senate. But this is going to be their charge. The far left is going to make darn sure that one way or another they pack that court with maybe 2 more members, 3 more members, 4 more members. It's the only way that they can overcome this conservative majority that Donald Trump, and with the help of Mitch McConnell, has been able to engineer. So guaranteed, if you don't support Donald Trump today with a vote, you are supporting packing that court to shift the balance in a way that was not intended in our Constitution and has not been intended, based on precedent over the past 100 years.
It's interesting. We've had some strange Supreme Court decisions, even just this past week, on voting. Now, we're very concerned we won't know what Pennsylvania is tonight, but we have not only the presidential race, we have several races in the Senate and the House. A lot of people are wondering, do we lose the Senate and the House tonight? Does this go to Democrats or vice versa? I want to get predictions from all of you. We're right at the end of this portion of our show. Dr. Carson.
No, I think we're going to hold the Senate.
What about House?
I'm hoping we hold it.
Well, I think what we'll see, we're going to hold the Senate, right? And we could even net out with a pickup or 2, which would be unbelievable.
We could end up with Michigan.
We could end up with Michigan. John James, I think, will win in Michigan. And so we could see a net gain in the Senate, which would be incredible considering what we're up against. With the House, look, I think we can flip some seats that we lost in 2018. Like in Southern California, we're going to flip several of those seats back our way. So we'll narrow their margin in the House, we'll hold the Senate, and Donald Trump will be the president again for another 4 years.
You bring up California. We have seen, and maybe it's just the circles that we're running in these days, especially when we have Ben Bergquam out there. He is obviously a hardcore Republican. But we keep seeing folks in California that are saying, in fact, I'm watching Twitter and people are saying, hey, more people in California, more people in California. Do you think we'll see stark differences in what happens in California this year?
Well, I think we're going to see much greater turnout of Republicans this year than we had in 2016 even. I think they're going to, the greatest impact they'll have are in some of the down ballot races, but also some of these House seats. And frankly, I think it could revive the Republican Party long term there. I think Kamala Harris, will be defeated as the VP candidate. I just think we're going to revive the party. We're going to flip some of these House seats that could be very consequential, particularly with midterms in 2 years. The party needs some life there. And I think Donald Trump is the guy who's bringing life to the party in California.
Okay. All right. Tom, we need your predictions.
Well, not only does President Trump have to win, and I think he will, I think we also have to keep the Senate. Because if we lose the Senate and if the Democrats hold on to the House, That's 2 against 1. And we already saw what they did just with the House being Democrat. So again, a message to those people in line, stay in line and vote. We need a big turnout. We need that turnout really to turn into a wave. But it's not going to if people say, we have this. You have the ball, you have to drive it down the field.
So we have some major states that a lot of people are saying we just don't know. Pennsylvania, will we know Pennsylvania even tonight?
I think we could. Look, like I said, the left overreaches, and they create these narratives with the help of the media, right? And then all of a sudden that becomes the fixture. That becomes the storyline, right? I think anything is possible tonight, and especially in Pennsylvania, it could be called tonight. Now, they're going to drag it out for 3 days. They may just drag the ballot count. It's not likely that we'll know tonight, but I think anything's possible. Who knows? We could see such a tremendous surge of turnout, particularly if you take a look at the turnout of the president's rally the other day in Butler, Pennsylvania. Tens of thousands of people showed up to that rally. What do you think that's going to look like in terms of turnout today? I think we could have a big surprise there, and we could very well find out tonight.
We will be bringing it to you here, so make sure you stay tuned here tonight because we'll be bringing you all of the live coverage. Thank you, Dr. Carson. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Tom. Thank you so much for being with me tonight. Right now, we're going to head out to live from Studio 6B. They are going to continue with coverage on the election. You don't want to go away. And then remember, we'll be back here at 10 with more information on what's happening with all these states. Stay tuned to Real America's Voice all night. It is your hotspot for election coverage.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm here to tell you about my new product from MyPillow. Towels that actually work. Watch this absorbency test. Here's another towel that we randomly went out and bought. Here's one of my towels with the nice design. I don't know if you can see this, but you could line a swimming pool with this. I mean, this is crazy. Get rid of it. Towels that actually work. What a concept.
I really love the towels. They're really great. They're super absorbent.
Go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen right now. The new MyPillow towels are exclusively made with 100% USA combed cotton with proprietary technology and with maximum absorbency. They dry you faster and are guaranteed to work. And listen to this. Use the promo code on your screen and Mike will include a second full towel set with bath towel, hand towel, and washcloth absolutely free. That's 2 MyPillow towel sets for the price of 1 in your choice of color.
I personally guarantee they're going to be the best towels you'll ever own.
Order now.
Hello, I'm William Shatner, and you may not know this about me, but years ago, I was diagnosed with a sleep disorder. And like millions of others, I was prescribed sleep equipment. Did you know sleep equipment manufacturers recommend daily cleaning? That's why I use SoClean 2. It's the perfect complement to my daily routine, and it's hassle-free. SoClean 2 is fast and easy. It keeps my sleep equipment fresh every day without the need for disassembly. To keep the immune system strong, we should do everything we can to ensure a good night's sleep, including using the SoClean 2 daily to keep sleep equipment fresh. Try SoClean 2 risk-free for 30 nights. Order now and get $50 off. SoClean 2 is so fast and gives you peace of mind that your sleep equipment is fresh each time you use it. Call the number on your screen or go to SoClean2.com to take advantage of this risk-free trial and get $50 off. Call now.
WeatherTech floor liners for Mom and Dad. Oh, their pet feeding system for Scruffy. Oh, and cup phone for Aunt Barb to secure her phone in her car. Hey, how did it go?
Shopping is so tough. When are you going to start yours?
I'm all done.
Make your holiday shopping easy at WeatherTech.com.
Can I borrow that?
Work. It's what drives the economy and keeps our country humming. American workers in American factories, designing, engineering, and manufacturing high-quality products right here on our shores. At WeatherTech, we've been doing it for decades, building all our factories and providing great jobs right here at home. We're proud to say that when you look at a WeatherTech floor liner, cargo liner, or even cup phone, and ask yourself, where was it made? The answer will always be in America. WeatherTech.com.
America, the time is here.
It's time to make a choice. Do you believe that America has never lived up to its promise?
We've never lived up to it.
Or do you stand with our president and believe in the greatness of America and its people?
America is the greatest place on earth.
Will you vote for a man beholden to Wall Street? Or a president who will ensure the prosperity of all hardworking Americans? One man wants to destroy our energy independence.
Have a transition from the oil industry, yes.
While our president will fight with everything he has to protect it. Do you want socialism and tyranny?
You're considered the most liberal United States senator.
Or the promise of liberty and freedom? Do you support a party that tears down our country?
They're not going to stop, and they should not.
Or a president who will build a future for our nation greater than ever before? America. The time for choosing is here. We can save this great nation. Together.
All right, live from Studio 6B on election night. Glad you're in. Lots to do. We'll give you what we have so far. Obviously, 8 o'clock, polls just closed in a bunch of places. But let's start by saying this. If you're in Arizona, 9 p.m., Colorado, Kansas, Louisiana, Michigan, 9 o'clock. If you're online, stay online. Every vote is going to count. This is closer than in places, some places uncomfortably close in some places. Michigan, still 9 o'clock. Get out there and vote. Minnesota, Nebraska, Texas, Wisconsin, all closing at 9. Stay online if you're out there. Every vote's going to count everywhere you are. So stay online. If you're online, you can vote. So all these places that close at 9, stay online. If you're out there and you're hearing us and you're not online yet, get online. Every vote is going to count tonight. Here's what we know right now. Indiana has been called for Trump. Kentucky's been called for Trump. Mitch McConnell has also won his race for the Senate in a race that Amy McGrath spent about $100 million and put some pressure on Mitch, but Mitch pulled it out. Vermont has been called for Biden. Virginia has been called for Biden, and some people are already just wondering. I guess they do these, they kind of know where the votes are coming from. But Virginia was kind of a weird call because they called it for Biden with about 1% of the vote in. Mississippi is just gone for Trump as well. So we'll call some things here live as we get them. West Virginia also went for the president. So right now, obviously, at 8 o'clock, we just had closed. Missouri has now gone for the president. Alabama, Connecticut, Delaware, District of Columbia, Florida closed, and we're still working through Florida. Florida is tighter than I'd like to see it. Last we saw, there was a separation of about 0.5% in Florida. Maine has gone for Biden, so we'll call Maine for Biden. This is all stuff that closed at 8 o'clock. 4 electoral votes in Maine go to Biden as well. So Florida, Illinois, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Mississippi, we just called for the president. Missouri, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, Tennessee, all closed at 8. Arkansas closes at 8:30. We're taking information in from as many places tonight as we can in real time. We have people and correspondents all over for Real America's Voice tonight. We're making a call in Maine here. The Senate race, Susan Collins, this is an important race. And like I said, in any other year, wouldn't mind to see Collins go. But Gideon and Collins in Maine is a very important Senate race. Tuberville and Jones in Alabama, every Senate race is important this year. It's nice to see Mitch McConnell win by a pretty easy going because some people thought he had some pressure there.
Yeah.
So lots to do. Paul Nolan, how are you?
I'm stressed out.
Yes.
I guess this feels like the whole entire country is waiting on a An STD test result.
Rick Delgado, how are you?
Feeling pretty optimistic. I mean, I feel like
Rick.
this is a repeat of 2016. Everybody nervous, and a lot of people, mostly, if you remember, in 2016, were like, "Well, it was fun, and we all expected Hillary to win, but it didn't happen." So, you know what? I think we've got a good night ahead of us.
So we have Oklahoma called for the president, Missouri, Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia. So right now you have Biden with 91. Illinois is called for Biden. Virginia called for Biden, and a couple others. So 91 to 56 right now. Obviously, it's early. Just to let you know what's going on in Florida right now. 29 electoral votes. Trump, 4,890,000. Biden, 4,849,000. 49.78 to 49.37. That's how close it is.
Yeah, and you're not even factoring in the Panhandle, which is going to be open an hour later than the rest of the state because it's in a different time zone.
Well, I believe that just closed at 8 o'clock.
And it's heavily red.
North Carolina right now is still too early to call, so there is a lot to take in tonight. We're trying to take in all the Senate races, all the House races, obviously the presidential race. But the most important thing right now, I'll say it again, Arizona closing at 9 o'clock. If you're in line, stay in line. If you're not in line, get in line. Michigan, Minnesota. Is there going to be more Minneapolis burning down, or is there going to be law and order in Minnesota? Let's see what happens there. Texas, Wisconsin, a big one, closes at 9. Get in line. There's still time to get the vote out for the president. Florida is as close as it could be right now. And again, like Rick said, the Panhandle you would think is going to favor Trump. A couple things I've noticed that I think are positive for the president. A couple exit polls I saw. Most important issue, all we heard from all these networks was it was going to be coronavirus. Well, so far, coronavirus has come in third. You know what's coming first? The economy. 34%. Racial inequalities come in second at 21% on some of these CNN exit polls we're seeing. COVID is third at 18%. You're also seeing some exit polling that CNN couldn't believe tonight, that people are saying that the way COVID's been handled so far, they've been pretty pleased with, which was shocking to them.
Well, yeah, because all they do is pitch them the doom and gloom and tell you you're going to die.
I will tell you this for sure. It seems early on here that the president has definitely made some new coalitions here. He's doing way better than he did in 2016 with Hispanic and Cuban areas, especially in Florida. We talked about that Miami-Dade. It seems that he's doing well there. Another race to watch in Florida is that Cindy Polo, part of the Miami-Dade race. If she was to go down, that would be a huge deal as well. So we're watching that. Obviously, we're watching Florida. North Carolina, Tom Tillis needs to win that race. I mean, at this point, everything's important. Obviously, Michigan, Nebraska, Wisconsin, Arizona, Minnesota, we talked about. Tom Tillis, a lot of Senate races we need to watch as well. So we're taking in as much as we can here. And we've got people all over. Gee, do we have that map of the correspondents for America's Voice? We have them everywhere. In our D.C. studio, we've got Amanda Head in North Carolina. We have Steve Gruber in Michigan. We've got Eric Greitens in D.C. John Solomon will be coming up on the show. Ben Berkwam's out in Arizona. Miranda Khan's down in West Palm. So we have people everywhere. We're going to bring you as much information as possible in this 2 hours. And after we get off the air, Real America's Voice will pick it up at 10 o'clock with Dr. Gina Loudon heading up with everybody in our D.C. studio, John and Eric Greitens and Raheem, Steve Bannon, everybody. So there's a lot to do here tonight. And, well, we'll just see. We'll see. Florida looks very close. Georgia, there's some concerning signs in Georgia that the numbers are a little soft in Georgia. There's some concern maybe in Ohio. Warren County, Ohio. Trump in 2016 won it by 40%. Right now, it's plus 16 only. So there may be some concerns there. So, again, that's why I keep saying to the 9 o'clock places that haven't closed yet, every vote is going to count. Some of these could be razor thin.
Yeah, and it's just amazing, that you would think a place like that county, Warren County, 40%, how it could even be that close. But you start to look at some of the shenanigans that certain districts have been prone to. And you start to think, well, what's going on there? What don't we know? Or is it just is it such a low percentage that's been brought in so far that they're reporting that's why it looks the way it does? Once you get closer to, 90%, you're going to get a fuller picture of what the numbers look like.
I can tell you this, as we try to monitor as many sites as we can, some of them are having such trouble with traffic and keeping up. Real Clear Politics is down right now. I mean, it's to try to keep up with the incoming information and the traffic. You would think these places would have been prepared for this. But it seems that a lot of them are having issues. So we're going to talk to as many people from the network as we can tonight. Gio Fran holding it down. Paul's here. Everybody's here. Rick Emirati, that suit is quite something else for election night. I almost had to wear my sunglasses here.
And I got my lucky signature collection Donald Trump tie on tonight, so I'm ready to go.
What's your feelings here going into the night?
I'm hoping for a resounding red runaway tonight, Big D. That's what I'm looking for. I feel real good. Got a lot of butterflies on my stomach. Don't take anything for granted, but resounding red runaway.
Yeah, so, I think he's hoping for a slow dance, too, because he's got a corsage on.
All right, so let me update you in Florida as of right now. Now Donald Trump, 5,130,000. That's about 50%. Joe Biden, 4,986,000. 48%. So since the last time we checked into Florida, the president's opened up a little bit. And if I click on the... oh, no, it doesn't bring me to the counties, but... So again, 5,130,000 to 4,986,000 in Florida, 50.27% to Biden's 48.87%. So this could very well come down to Florida if the president wins. It could come down to the inroads he's made with African-American vote, Miami-Dade, Latino vote.
Yeah.
And what happens in the Panhandle. Yeah, right now, 50...
Big.
Go ahead, Rick.
And he's starting to stretch it out, you see. Before it was between 0.2 and 0.3%. Now he's stretching it out. It's closing in on 6 or 7%, 0.6 or 7, and that's as the time goes on, you get a fuller picture of the red wave that we've talked about, we've hoped for, and I think you're starting to see it.
Yeah, there's a lot of places that are starting to lean Florida into the very likely Trump's going to win, but we're not going to make any calls like that until we have stuff definite. But right now, we're getting early on in the evening. Glad you're in. We're going to try to give you as much as possible as we move through the night. Live from Studio 6B on election night.
Any idea how your mattress affects your body and how well you sleep? Is it too hard or too soft, causing you to wake up with sore shoulders, back, or hips? Are you uncomfortable because you're too hot or too cold? Now you can get the total body support you need and the better sleep you want with the new MyPillow mattress topper.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell. When I invented my new MyPillow mattress topper, I made it to have everything you'd ever want in a topper. My mattress topper helps give you the support you need, helps relieve your pressure points, and regulates your body temperature for you as an individual. It comes with a 10-year warranty. You can wash and dry the cover. It's made in the USA, and I back it with my 60-day money-back guarantee.
Go to MyPillow.com or call now to get your very own MyPillow mattress topper. Use the promo code and Mike will give you 30% off and 2 standard MyPillows absolutely free. Order now.
MyPillow Topper delivers on its promise
to give me a better night's sleep.
I can sleep all night through, and it's a miracle for me.
Mike's exclusive 3-layer design starts with a layer of MyPillow foam, providing you superior support and comfort. The second layer of transitional foam evenly distributes body weight and helps relieve uncomfortable pressure points for optimal comfort. Mike's ultra soft outer layer is a patented temperature-regulating cover that helps keep you at your ideal sleeping temperature all night long. Unlike other sleep systems costing thousands, the MyPillow mattress topper takes comfort to a whole new level without any wires, remotes, or moving parts. Call now or go to MyPillow.com to order your MyPillow topper. Use the promo code to save 30%. When you do, Mike will give you 2 of his standard MyPillows absolutely free. That's right, 2 standard MyPillows free and 30% off your MyPillow topper today. Order now.
I personally guarantee it's going to change your bed into the most comfortable bed you'll ever own.
For the best night's sleep in the whole wide world, visit MyPillow.com.
This is the kind of card that has America talking. With it, people with Medicare are getting all-in-one coverage for their doctor visits, hospital care, prescription drugs, and more. This kind of insurance, called Medicare Part C, may also cover dental care, eyeglasses, hearing aids, fitness programs, vitamins, even healthy meals and rides to the doctor. With this kind of coverage, you do not need a Medicare supplement insurance plan. You will access your benefits through your Medicare Part C plan for one low and oftentimes $0 monthly plan premium. You deserve to get the most from your Medicare benefits. Call now for free information that may help you get more coverage for less money. There is no obligation to enroll. Whether for yourself or someone you love, call the number on the screen now. Call now.
We're just normal people talking about the issues, the way the American people talk about them around their dinner table. I think that's why people like the show. We don't take ourselves too seriously. We give them news, opinion, sports, comedy, entertainment, music. But most of all, we try to give them love of country, faith, and family every night. We think political news is a big tent. Come on in, live from Studio 6B, 8 to 10 weeknights. You might like it. All right, live from Studio 6B, election night 2020, just getting started, getting our feet underneath us. Man, there's a lot to take in, and we're trying to give you as much stuff as possible. We're glad you're in with all the choices to watch and listen to tonight. We're glad you're here. If you're watching on Facebook, Twitter, Periscope, Real America's Voice, of course, Dish Network, Channel 219, Pluto TV, Channel 240. We've got people all over. David Zier, I believe, is in Washington. Do we have David? He's on top of, there he is, David Zier. What a nice location there, Mr. Zier, you have for election night.
Yes, I wish I lived right here. It's a really incredible view. We got the Washington Monument just to the left of me here. It's a spectacular evening here. We just passed Antifa on the way here, ready to destroy downtown Washington, D.C. if Trump wins. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, that's another part of the night that hopefully we won't have to spend too much time talking about. But so we're early in the night. Obviously, a couple of the headlines. Mitch McConnell has won. Obviously, Indiana and Kentucky. Mitch McConnell won his Senate race. The president won Kentucky. Indiana. Biden has won Vermont, Virginia. Trump's won West Virginia. A couple of the other ones that obviously, Mississippi, Oklahoma, places that you figured he would win. I guess right now the big news is Florida. Florida's very tight. 5.2 million for Trump, 5 million for Biden, 50.4% for the president, 48.8%. There are places on social media that have called Florida for the president, but no major outlet that I've seen has called it yet. Give me your thoughts early on here, what you've seen, where are your concerns, and where are you happy with what you're seeing?
Well, I'm kind of happy in a way. It looks like Biden underperformed in these blue counties like Miami-Dade. Trump was testing at like 43% approval with the Latino vote. They had a 30,000 car rally, Latinos and Cubans for Trump. They know what it's like to live under communism. So the Florida Hispanic vote, is much more conservative than the rest of the Hispanic vote in the country. It looks like the Panhandle vote's coming in, and Trump's up like 150,000 1,000 votes in Florida right now. And in Georgia, it's a dogfight, right? It's been going red, blue, red, blue, red, blue. Now it's back red to Trump again. So it's very interesting. It's an exciting night here. You know, this is global election night news coverage, brought to you by the War Room here for Real America's Voice News. We're at a spectacular rooftop location, and Steve Bannon and Raheem Kassam and Jack Maxey and the crew are over here broadcasting right now, and I think Raheem's coming on AVN in a little while. It's really a great night.
Are you concerned at all that it seems, like you said, that some of the president's numbers might be a little soft in Georgia? We also just talked about in Warren County, Ohio, where Trump won 40% back in 2016. Right now is only plus 16, with about 70% of the vote reporting. Does anything there concern you?
I'm concerned. The last I checked, Trump was down hundreds of thousands of votes in Ohio. You know, and we were on the ground at the rallies there, like in Toledo, which was traditionally blue. Trump brought back high-grade premium steel. It's the 5th biggest port city in Ohio. And 25% of the people that I spoke to online at the Toledo rally were welders and iron workers and car assembly people. And they love Trump. So I don't get it. I don't see how he loses Ohio. I am concerned. Same thing in Pennsylvania next door. You know, even the Pittsburgh Press, the Pittsburgh Review, I forgot the name of the newspaper there, but they endorsed Trump. You know, they haven't endorsed the Republicans since Nixon in '72. And Allegheny County was like the only blue county in western Pennsylvania. And all the counties right around it, like Latrobe, we were at the rally there. And then in Moon Township, 25-30% of the people on the ground were Democrats, independents, a lot of minorities, a lot of blacks who were Democrats who said they'll never vote for Hillary again. And last but not least, 50+% of the people there are women. So I don't get it. And Trump, got 1.1 million out to his rallies, and Biden got like 10,000. So the numbers don't make sense in these states to me yet.
Just an update in Ohio, according to the decision desk right now, Joe Biden, 1.468 million, 55%. The president, 1.156 million, only 43%. So he's down about 300,000 in Ohio, with an estimated somewhere between 45 to half the vote in. So he's got some ground to make up in Ohio right now, about 300,000 votes. So we'll have to dig a little deeper and see where the
Republicans ever won. Yeah,
I'm sorry?
I don't think a Republican's ever won the presidency in modern history without winning Ohio.
Okay, so the president has some work to do there. Let's talk about Pennsylvania. Obviously, it was the biggest flub of the debates. Joe Biden saying he's going to end and transition away from the oil industry. What do you think happens in Pennsylvania? What will you be looking for?
Well, Bon Jovi was out for Biden the other day, and he was playing music to 12 people and 7 pumpkins, and then in Scranton today, Trump had a rally last minute. Biden had a rally last minute because he was panicking, and like 25 people showed up. In Scranton, which is the birthplace of Joe Biden, you can only find a couple of Biden signs and like 1,000 Trump signs. Trump won most of those counties and won by 44,000 votes last time in Pennsylvania. And you would think that, Trump, won that debate, and Biden committed suicide during that debate by saying he wants to get rid of fracking by 2025. I could see them saying, okay, we want to get rid of fossil fuels by the year 2200 and let's work towards it, But to say everybody's going to be out of a job in 5 years and then Biden still wins Pennsylvania, there was a lot of fraud going on in Pennsylvania in the last election, especially with Romney and Obama. And today there were Trump watchers who were not allowed in the polls. There were people handing out Democratic literature inside the polling stations. And we know in Philly in 2012, there were 3 districts that 1 vote went for Mitt Romney. So I think there's corruption in Philly.
Oh, God, there's so much.
I'm looking online, and there's a lot of people talking about, obviously, how Florida has done such a good job of counting these votes, that we're almost 89-90% in Florida. And some of these other places look like it could be a disaster. But we'll see if Florida ends up being a bellwether for the rest of the night. You would figure if the president does well in Miami-Dade with Latinos and African Americans, it'd be hard to imagine that wouldn't carry through places like Arizona and Georgia and South Carolina and places that he's also going to need that.
Well, I agree with you. There's a different type of Hispanic vote, though, like, say, in Texas. There's a lot of Mexicans versus Cubans and Venezuelans who suffered under communist regimes. And that UFC fighter came out yesterday for Trump saying, Kamala Harris's commercial sounded like it was right out of the Communist Manifesto. So I don't think they're as conservative. I think Arizona will be a fight. Let's see what happens. I think Trump takes Texas, though. So I think he takes Pennsylvania, too. I've been to Pennsylvania 4 times in the last year, and I have not seen a Biden sign yet. So I don't know. I'm concerned, but I think he takes it.
All right, David. Well, enjoy the rest of the night. I know you're going to be busy out there for Real America's Voice. Thanks for joining us, the great David Zier, down in Washington. Thanks, David.
Thank you so much, Damon.
All right, there's David Zier, host of Breaking Point right here on Real America's Voice. So,
hey, it looks like South Carolina has been called for Trump.
Yeah.
Okay, I've seen some online places call it for him. I haven't seen any of the major media places call it yet, but I have seen that as well. That'd be another good one to put into the president's in his category. So we'll let's hit the break. Let's regather here information, and we'll see what we can come up with. And we're back right after this, live from Studio 6B on election night. Glad you're in.
I'm Mike Lindell, and as you know, my passion is to help each and every one of you get the best sleep of your life. That's why I created my new Giza Dreams bed sheets. I guarantee you they'll be the most comfortable sheets you'll ever own.
With the Giza Dream Sheets, I'm getting the best sleep of my life.
They are so soft and smooth. I never slept so good.
I fall asleep faster because I'm actually comfortable.
I started by using the world's best cotton called Giza. It's only grown in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. It's ultra soft and breathable, but extremely durable, which is why I can give you my full 10-year warranty. But I didn't stop there. My Giza sheets also include full 21-inch wide pillowcases that will fit over any pillow and deep pocket sheets that will fit over any mattress. I guarantee you the first night you sleep on my sheets, you'll never want to sleep on anything else.
Go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen right now. MyPillow Giza Dream Sheets are available in a variety of colors and will be the softest, most comfortable sheets you will ever own. Use the promo code and get 2 for 1 low price, plus free shipping. Giza Dreams are made with the finest, most sought-after cotton in the world. Giza cotton was once reserved for only the finest dress shirts, but is now available in Mike's Giza Dream Sheets. They feature a beautiful silky sateen weave that helps keep you cool and comfortable all night long.
With the Giza Dream Sheets, I'm getting the best rest of my life.
I love my Giza Dream Sheets.
Go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen right now to get your very own MyPillow Giza Dream Sheets. Use the promo code and Mike will give you a very special 2 for 1 low price and free shipping. That's right, get 2 for 1 low price and free shipping. Call or go online now.
For the best night's sleep in the whole wide world, visit MyPillow.com.
My son needs this drug. I hope it doesn't cost too much. I hope my insurance pays for it. Can you tell me how much this will be?
$67.
Sorry.
Wait, have you heard about GoodRx? GoodRx finds free coupons to help you save up to 80% on your prescriptions.
Wow. I had no idea.
GoodRx. Stop paying too much for your prescriptions.
I sent your new prescription to the pharmacy.
Any idea how much it will cost?
You have a choice. Insurance or GoodRx?
I have insurance.
Insurance is not what it used to be. People struggle to get their prescriptions covered, and prices keep rising. I recommend GoodRx. You get free coupons to save on your prescriptions. Compare prices to find the best discounts.
GoodRx. Smart.
Stop paying too much for your prescriptions. Download the free app today.
The American people, when they turn on the news, they want just the news. Spare me the talking points. I think people are sick of the freak parade on cable TV, night in and night out. People are consuming news these days everywhere, on every device. And we're going to be there. We're going to be fair. We're going to be fearless. We feel like we have a responsibility to you, the American people. News and opinions that are honest and real. Real America's voice. All right, live from Studio 6B on election night, 8:30. Obviously, again, I stress to people in Arizona, 9 o'clock. Michigan, 9 o'clock. Minnesota, 9 o'clock. Texas, Wisconsin. If you are online, stay online. Every vote is going to count. Places are razor thin, uncomfortably razor thin in some places. Now, the president looks solid in Florida. Is looking good in other places. Let's just if you're online, stay online. President just won Arkansas. 6 electoral votes there. Let's go to our Washington, D.C. studios and bring in the president of programming for Real America's Voice, Dr. Gina Loudon. Dr. Loudon, how are you?
Damon, it's so good to be with you. Such an exciting night. So much happening and so much still up in the air. I want to tell you that I left the party over at the president's actual party, and everybody was in a very upbeat mood. So the vibe was good there. So we're just waiting to see what the returns are.
All right. Well, I see now North Carolina, Tom Tillis has got some work to do. He's down 52-43 right now. Tom Cotton has won re-election in Arkansas. So, Dr. Gina, let's talk about a couple things. Obviously, the president looks very solid. There have been some places that have called Florida for the president. Some of the major networks have not called it yet, but he looks very good in Florida, and he looks like he has really done well in the Miami-Dade area. We've talked about this, how he will do with Hispanic voters, Latino voters, African-American voters. Those 29 electoral votes in Florida look right now very solid for the president. What does that tell you that he's done well with those voters as we move into Arizona, Nevada, Texas, South Carolina, Georgia? You would think that trend is going to continue?
Well, this is a big shift, Damon, and here's why. Because traditionally, the Democrats have been able to break people down by skin color and ethnicity and to sort of own those voting blocks. And, if you look at Southeast Florida, it is largely Hispanic, largely Cuban, and there are a lot of other ethnic minorities there that have totally given it up for Trump. And I've seen it. I live down in Palm Beach, and so I've seen this, and I spent a lot of time in Miami and in deep South Florida. And so I've seen this, and those are a lot of my friends, and they are all in for President Trump, and these are the Latino population. So if this happens, Damon, this is a massive shift in how campaigns are run futuristically, right? Because if the Democrats don't own basically the minority populations and they can't run campaigns based on dividing people up into special little subcultures and then taking their votes from them, this changes everything about how elections are won in the United States. So this is a major shift.
A couple exit poll things I want to bring to your attention, and we'll stay with this. Hispanic voters, this is early 2020 exit polls. In Florida, 2016, Clinton was plus 27. Right now, Biden is only plus 8. In Georgia, Hispanic voters, Clinton was plus 40. Right now, the early returns, the exit polls show that he's about plus 25. And in Ohio, Clinton was plus 41 with Hispanics. Biden only right now plus 24. So that is a huge shift in that demographic.
A huge shift. And I don't know if the other networks will be willing to point out what a massive shift this is, but this literally changes the dynamic of elections as we've known them. This takes away the identity politics that have worked for years and years of campaigning for Democrats. They've been able to rely on this identity politics. You know, you tell people what ethnicity they are and how they have to vote. And you heard it right out of Joe Biden's own mouth. He said, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. Right. And that's really how the Democrats sort of feel about this. So with these shifts, Damon, I think we'll see a complete shift. The Democrats, no matter what happens tonight, they're going to have to recapitulate and try to decide how from now on they will campaign, because the old tactics of identity politics simply will not work for them any longer.
Getting some news here out of Michigan. From the election wizard on a strong performance, they say, so far out of Oakland County, Michigan for Trump. Hillary won the county 51.7% to 43. Right now, you've got Trump up 57 to 40. Now, it's only about 25% of the estimated vote in Oakland County, but that could be an early good sign for the president, possibly in Michigan. So we'll have to wait and see there. So, couple of exit polls question, Dr. Gina. You know, we kept hearing coronavirus. Biden was out there lying day after day about coronavirus and the president's handling of it, as if Joe could do any better, trying to tell us he could do better, which, of course, obviously we know from his handling of H1N1, where his own chief of staff said, well, it's just a miracle we didn't kill everybody. We know that's not true. But some exit polls tonight show that the most important issue so far to people is the economy. And we did not hear that from anybody that was, I mean, we always think the economy is the number one issue, people's pocketbook, but we kept hearing how COVID-19 was going to be the number one. Well, COVID-19, according to these exit polls, comes in third right now at only 18%.
Right. And I think, Damon, though, you have to consider that some of these issues are inextricably linked, because some things that are COVID related are obviously economically related. I mean, when you look at, you know, I don't have to go 2 blocks from here to figure out that every single business is boarded up. My husband was literally in a deli today in downtown New York, and they boarded up the door as he was in the deli ordering his food. He's like, how do I get out? You know, and this is literally every business. I was just campaigning in Wisconsin, and noticed that every single business in Wisconsin, downtown Wisconsin, in their capital city, was boarded up ever since COVID. These are economic issues. So you can't, you know, as much as I think Joe Biden would have liked to have separated COVID from economic issues, I think they are linked. And I think every single time when it gets in a voter's head, who do I want handling the issue of COVID economically going forward? Certainly every business owner, certainly every person trying to make a living for their family, certainly anyone affiliated with any of the fracking industry or the oil industry or, you know, any of those sorts of things, manufacturing, those sorts of things. They may have fallen down on the side of Donald Trump, even if they don't like his tactics, simply because of COVID. So as much as I think Joe Biden might have tried to make that work to his advantage, it might have worked to his disadvantage a little bit as well.
Yeah. When we look back on this, of course, we don't know what's going to happen yet, but it seems to me that if the president goes on to win, how much do you think we can look back on this and say, you know, when he kind of ditched the coronavirus briefings from the press room and really started to focus on rallying again and getting out to the people, and of course then he got sick and obviously was down for a week. But to me, it seemed like the negative news on him really kind of stopped, or it certainly kind of tailed off a lot when he started rallying again. How much weight do you give to the fact that these rallies and how hard he worked to get to the people? Will we look back on that and say, you know, that was really maybe a turning point to get out of the briefing room with these coronavirus updates and get out to the people and really make the case?
Well, I think for two reasons. One is Donald Trump is at his best when he is at his most authentic self. And we've known that since 2015. I mean, this is not a politician. He says that all the time. He is not a politician. He is a man of the people. He is the anti-politician, right? He's the counter to the deep state. So when he's not having to be in politician mode, which of course he is when he's standing in a briefing room at the White House, right? So that's number one. But number two, too, Donald Trump is the extrovert's extrovert. And my background, of course, as you know, the PhD, the doctor, is in human behavior. And I can tell you that when he is out and around people and he's hearing from people, certainly every time I'm personally in his company, as early as just a week or so ago at Doral at the town hall, as the last time I saw him in person. And the first question he always asks me is, what are you hearing from the people that I don't get to hear from? He wants to hear from those people who are at his rallies. Those are the people he wants to hear their voices. So when he's there, he feels like that's his way of listening to the American people. And when he gets that voice back from them, he feels like it's a two-way conversation. He's no longer strapped inside the Beltway. So it was good for his psyche. It was good for the American people to feel that two-way conversation. But it was really good for the president as well.
Yeah. So, Dr. Gina, I don't know what you guys are seeing, but I want to ask you about Virginia tonight. And I don't know what you know of this call, but they've called for Virginia. And I mean, as I continue to go through the numbers here, I don't see how Virginia is not in play here. The president seems to be outperforming in Virginia every place that I can tell. Then 2016, where he lost it, I think, by about 5%. But I'm looking at the numbers actively on the map, and I know it's already been called for Joe Biden in places. But the president right now is 823,000 to 586, 57% to 40%, with about 35% of the vote in. Does that seem like a weird call or this early to give that to Biden when the president seems to be outperforming his own performance from 2016?
Well, there are two factors at play, Damon, as you well know. Of course, one of those is how many of the early votes have been counted. And that's what we don't know about a lot of these states, is how many of these states are counting the early votes in the numbers that they're giving us now, or are they planning to vote their mail-in votes a little bit later? So if they're already posting their mail-in votes, then these numbers would obviously favor the Democrats. If they're already posting their mail-in votes, then it's obviously going to favor the Republicans. So I don't know the answer to that in this particular equation. It also matters which of their larger city, their Democrat-run cities, their most populated areas are already reporting, which of their most Democrat-leaning counties are already reporting. And I haven't looked at Virginia close enough to know the answer to that. But if they're missing a couple of their largest, most Democrat counties, then that would explain why some people are leaning that direction. So those are the kinds of things that we have to break down on a state by state, even county by county, in some cases even precinct by precinct basis, and be super familiar with those areas to be able to determine.
Yeah. Well, we have a long night ahead of us. I know at 10 o'clock, you guys, once we get out, are going to take over. What's going to be on? Who's going to be on at 10 o'clock with you on election coverage tonight?
We have so much talent here. We have our own Mark Serrano, who, you know, is an amazing analyst of all things political. We have Tom Borelli. He'll be joining us again. Just an amazing mind, like a vault on all things political, and so many others that'll be with us tonight. So I hope that people will stay close and stay with us, because we have a lot more coming, and we're going to be with you for hours to come. So definitely don't change off of wherever you are watching us, because we're going to be with you.
Yep. And once again, 18 minutes for those of you in places where it closes at 9 o'clock. Arizona, Michigan, Texas, Wisconsin. Very important. If you're online, stay online. Once you're online, they can't stop you from voting. So very important. Every vote's going to count. Dr. Gina, thank you so much for joining us. And we'll be watching at 10 o'clock. All right, Dr.
Awesome.
Gina
Thank
Loudon,
you guys so much.
on here live from Studio 6B on election night. Lots going on. Florida has still not officially been called for the president. Some places have online called it, but we're waiting to see if one of the major networks will call Florida for the president. So lots to do. Glad you're in. We're back right after this.
America's favorite easy on, easy off energy compression socks just got better. Introducing Copperfit Energy Plus, the world's first graduated compression socks with a rich blend of ingredients found in the top moisturizing lotions and creams. These micro-encapsulated ingredients are infused into the compression fabric and are gradually released and absorbed by your movement. Motion-activated technology designed to hydrate and soften for all-day comfort. The more you move, the more Copperfit Energy Socks delivers.
I'm not thinking about that I have compression socks on. That simple fact that they feel better with them on than with them off makes me love these socks.
Our most advanced copper-infused compression fabric, made in FDA-approved manufacturing facilities, woven into our Easy On, Easy Off graduated compression sock to help reduce swelling and discomfort from prolonged sitting or standing.
I feel that soothingness in my calves and in my ankles, but they can make my feet feel good after 300 miles on the road, and they got to be good for anybody else.
Enhanced compression around the arch and ankles for extra support and relief of muscle aches and pains. And a soft, shock-absorbing footbed for all-day comfort.
All that arch pain that I typically have is just relieved.
They are super comfortable.
They do the job. They're easy and they're effective. That's the whole point of wearing them.
Commercials always promise, promise, promise. This was something easy to try. Just put on a sock, see if it works. I have to say that I'm a fan.
The first ever Easy On, Easy Off compression socks with hydrating ingredients, worn by thousands of essential workers across the U.S. Order your Energy Plus compression socks online now at GetEnergyPlus.com for only $19.99 or call 1-800-515-8892. Order right now and get a second pair free.
I get compression, I get comfort, all in one sock.
Motorcycle guys appreciate the better technology. This is better technology.
Feel the power of Copperfit.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm here to tell you about my new product from MyPillow, towels that actually work. Watch this absorbency test. Here's another towel that we randomly went out and bought. Here's one of my towels with the nice design. I don't know if you can see this, but you could line a swimming pool with this. I mean, this is crazy. Get rid of it. Towels that actually work. What a concept.
I really love the towels. They're really great. They're super absorbent.
Go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen right now. The new MyPillow towels are exclusively made with 100% USA combed cotton with proprietary technology and with maximum absorbency. They dry you faster and are guaranteed to work. And listen to this. Use the promo code on your screen and Mike will include a second full towel set with bath towel, hand towel, and washcloth absolutely free. That's 2 MyPillow towel sets for the price of 1 in your choice of color.
I personally guarantee they're going to be the best towels you'll ever own.
Order now.
We're just normal people talking about the issues, the way the American people talk about them around their dinner table. I think that's why people like the show. We don't take ourselves too seriously. We give them news, opinion, sports, comedy, entertainment, music. But most of all, we try to give them love of country, faith, and family every night. We think political news is a big tent. Come on in, live from Studio 6B, 8 to 10 weeknights. You might like it. All right, 91 for Biden, 73 electoral votes for Trump right now. Popular vote, the president's in the lead, 18,200,000 to 17,700,000 for Biden. So right now the president's up about getting 50% so far of the popular vote. Biden's got 48.6, but as we know in our great system, that doesn't get you into the White House. What gets you there is the Electoral College, and right now Biden has a 91 to 73 lead. Obviously, Florida has still officially not been called in the race here to 270.
Well, he's already outperforming what you predicted last night there, Damon.
Yes, my map was dead at. Well, I don't. Listen. I'm the least. I know the least about this stuff, but the Virginia. I mean, I know they do these. Well, we know where the vote's coming from, so we can, even though it says there's only 10% of the vote in, we can project out. But I got to tell you this, I mean, and they may end up being right, but the Virginia call, even though Biden's made up some ground since the last time I checked, the president's still 57%.
Yeah.
898,000 to 639 for Biden's at 40. It just seems, that call seems a little like pretty aggressive. Now, maybe they'll be right.
But who knows? Maybe that will be one of those ones that they get catastrophically wrong, you know?
I mean, that would be a horrific call if that ends up having to get pulled off the board.
Now, Georgia, right now, Trump is up 55-43, but it's still early.
I just saw something flash across my screen in North Carolina. Looks like the president's up early. I'll give you a North Carolina. Well, no, this one has Biden up right now about 200,000, 52% to 46% with 71% of the vote in. So North Carolina is going to be a squeaker. No doubt about that.
Well, Massachusetts just went to Biden in a shocker.
That's not a squeaker.
Shock.
That will not be a squeaker. Over in Texas, Joe Biden leads 3,400,000 to 3,100,000, 51 to 46, with about 56% or so of the vote in. Yeah. But we don't know exactly where that vote is coming from or what's left.
Yeah, and Louis Gohmert has won his district, so that's a good thing. Over in Michigan,
Thomas Massie, by the way, also wins re-election. Mr. Massie was on the show from Kentucky's 4th congressional district. So he has been re-elected in Kentucky. So Kentucky went the way everybody thought it would.
Michigan, Donald Trump is up right now, 57.6 to 40.7. He's up 100,000, but it's still very early in Michigan.
What's the percentage in on that?
Again, 57-40.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying, what was the total did I see there was about 28%?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not getting that part.
Boy, the Thom Tillis race in North Carolina, I am really surprised at. With all of the issues that Cal Cunningham had with the extramarital affairs, the text messages, I mean, he's 1.9 million to Tillis 1.7. I mean, Tillis looks like he's in serious problems there in North Carolina as of right now, which is, it's stunning that race is not closer. And all right, so we'll keep looking, but again, it's razor tight in places right now. Again, Biden 91, Trump 73. And the popular vote is pretty much almost tied, 18-9 for the president, 18-4 for Joe Biden. And then you've got 9 o'clock, the polls closing again in Arizona, Colorado, Kansas, Louisiana, Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, North Dakota, South Dakota, Texas, Wisconsin, Wyoming. So some absolutely huge states at 9 o'clock as well. Speaking of North Carolina, our own Amanda Head is there, and let's go to her now. Hi, Amanda.
Oh, hi. Yes, I am live from the North Carolina GOP party. We are in Raleigh, North Carolina. Of course, this is a major swing state that President Trump has to hold on to in order to keep his electoral path from 2016. And I just noticed that the New York Times tipped it in Trump's favor by a point, 1.2. Now, it was down as low as 2 points for Joe Biden, and it has gone in the other direction. As you know, they have called South Carolina for President Trump. So hopefully its northern sister is not far behind.
Okay. Are you surprised at the Thom Tillis race right now in that state, what the numbers look like? He looks like he is having some issues against Cal Cunningham, which, quite frankly, given the problems that Cal Cunningham had, is that surprising to you that he's down in as much as he is right now?
You know, that race in particular has been so, it's been so excitable. You've had races or polls rather that went either direction, and then of course, as you were referencing, those Cal Cunningham text messages that came out because Cal Cunningham was making this race about character. So obviously, an extramarital affair doesn't really speak too kindly about someone's character. I am wondering what those numbers are going to look like at the end of the night because, as you know, it's always the big cities and the early voting, mail-in voting, of course, that happened here in North Carolina. It's those numbers that hit first. So it's all up in the air right now.
The president seems to be doing better with Hispanics, Latinos, African Americans. And we see what's happening in Florida, although some of the networks haven't called Florida yet for him. But we've seen obviously Florida looking very good right now. He's outperforming. Are you surprised on the Virginia call so early for Biden, given that the president looks like he's outperforming his own numbers from 4 years ago, almost statewide?
Yeah, the Virginia thing is such a conundrum because there are some other networks that called it for Joe Biden when it was, I believe it was 53 point something to 46 point something for Donald Trump. So that race is very, very confusing. And as far as who's calling it, I just don't trust anything for another hour or so. Now, this is the point in the night when things finally start to get interesting. So I'm very excited. I know folks here are interested to see what's going to happen, especially with that Tom Tillis, Cal Cunningham race, and also Dan Sheriff up against Roy Cooper, the Democrat governor here in North Carolina.
Pennsylvania, Ohio are obviously still out there. Warren County, Ohio specifically, it's a district Trump won 40% in 2016 right now with about 75% of the vote, and he's only plus 16. Do the numbers looking a little soft maybe in Georgia and Ohio? Does that make you nervous at all?
Not at all. I think that Georgia is going to ultimately pull the lever for Donald Trump. I think that Ohio will as too. I have felt for months, and this might be because someone within the campaign told me, that Ohio has been safe for a while. Pennsylvania is going to be interesting. Obviously, you've got Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, the city centers that are bringing in the votes first, but there are areas of Pennsylvania where I've heard reports on the ground, they were basically like Trump rallies at the polling places. So Pennsylvania, you had Pennsylvania and Florida that President Trump pretty much had to win of his 2016 state electoral votes. And those are the two most crucial ones. The unfortunate thing is that neither one of those states are particularly, not necessarily important, but they're not vital for Joe Biden, but they absolutely are vital for President Trump. So one down with Florida, ostensibly, presumably, and then one more coming up with Pennsylvania soon.
Amanda, I got about a minute here. We've seen Hispanic voters, some exit polling showing the difference between where Clinton was and where Biden is. That has to bode well as the president moves out to Arizona and Nevada. Would you agree?
Absolutely. I think that, I've seen some numbers and some reporting on the ground in Arizona. I know for a lot of people, they thought that that was going to be a touchy state. But here's a really good indicator that Arizona is moving towards Trump. 5 days ago, you had Democrats who for a very long time had said, don't go to the polls, don't go to the polls. We want to keep you safe. Make sure you vote in person. Don't be around other people. But then 5 days ago, they said, Democrat surrogates, It doesn't matter. Go door knocking.
All right, Amanda, thanks for joining us. North Carolina looks like it's going to be tight, so hopefully we can pull it in there. Biden's ahead right now, 2.2 to 2 million, 51 to 47. All right, Amanda Head, thanks so much for joining us. Live from Studio 6B, lots more to do. We're back right after this.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and as you know, my passion is to help each and every one of you get the best sleep of your life. That's why I created my new Giza Dreams bed sheets. I guarantee you they'll be the most comfortable sheets you'll ever own.
With the Giza Dream Sheets, I'm getting the best sleep of my life.
They are so soft and smooth. I never slept so good.
I fall asleep faster because I'm actually comfortable.
I started by using the world's best cotton called Giza. It's only grown in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. It's ultra soft and breathable, but extremely durable, which is why I can give you my full 10-year warranty. But I didn't stop there. My Giza sheets also include full 21-inch wide pillowcases that will fit over any pillow and deep pocket sheets that will fit over any mattress. I guarantee you the first night you sleep on my sheets, you'll never want to sleep on anything else.
Go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen right now. MyPillow Giza Dream Sheets are available in a variety of colors and will be the softest, most comfortable sheets you will ever own. Use the promo code and get 2 for 1 low price, plus free shipping. Giza Dreams are made with the finest, most sought-after cotton in the world. Giza cotton was once reserved for only the finest dress shirts, but is now available in Mike's Giza Dream Sheets. They feature a beautiful silky sateen weave that helps keep you cool and comfortable all night long.
With the Giza Dream Sheets, I'm getting the best rest of my life.
I love my Giza Dream Sheets.
Go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen right now to get your very own MyPillow Giza Dream Sheets. Use the promo code and Mike will give you a very special 2-for-1 low price and free shipping. That's right, get 2 for 1 low price and free shipping. Call or go online now.
For the best night's sleep in the whole wide world, visit MyPillow.com.
This is the kind of card that has America talking. With it, people with Medicare are getting all-in-one coverage for their doctor visits, hospital care, prescription drugs, and more. This kind of insurance, called Medicare Part C, may also cover dental care, eyeglasses, hearing aids, fitness programs, vitamins, even healthy meals and rides to the doctor. With this kind of coverage, you do not need a Medicare supplement insurance plan. You will access your benefits through your Medicare Part C plan for one low and oftentimes $0 monthly plan premium. You deserve to get the most from your Medicare benefits. Call now for free information that may help you get more coverage for less money. There is no obligation to enroll. Whether for yourself or someone you love, call the number on the screen now. Call now.
All right, live from Studio 6B on Election Night 2020. Glad you're in. Polls close here in about 38 seconds in all the places at 9 o'clock. Obviously, Arizona's going to be big. Michigan's going to be big. Minnesota will be interesting to see what happens. Texas, Wisconsin all closing at 9, so we hope you stayed in line and voted if you were there. We're giving as much as we can here. We're taking as much information as we can. Let's go to our Washington, D.C. studios and welcome in the one and only Mr. John Solomon. Mr. Solomon, how are you?
I am well. Happy election night.
happy election night. Well, we hope it's happy.
Get your coffee ready.
Get your non-decaf coffee ready, because it seems like it might be a long night. So let's start. Yeah. And I don't know anything about this. You obviously will tell us. What is this Virginia call at 1% of the vote in? I look at Virginia. The president is outperforming himself from 4 years ago. He lost Loudoun County in Northern Virginia by 17 points, or over 30,000 votes. You've got almost all precincts reporting, and Trump's beaten Biden by 13 points or 9,000 votes. Clinton won it by just 5 points 4 years ago. What's going on in Virginia? Is that a good call?
They were probably a little trigger happy on the call. At the end of the day, I still think that Biden is going to win Virginia, but you do see signs all across the eastern seaboard that Trump is outperforming or Biden is underperforming Hillary Clinton. Biden underperformed in Dade County. Trump has performed very well, particularly among Hispanics. If that carries over to Arizona, it'll be good news for him. And if you take a look at North Carolina, everyone's scratching their heads about North Carolina. It's razor thin right now. But if you go to the New York Times site right now and you see there's about 78% of the vote is in, and Biden is still up by 3-4 points, but the remainder of that vote is almost all in red counties. And if you look at the New York Times, they're now predicting it's a 78% likelihood that Donald Trump will carry North Carolina. So the eastern seaboard has done pretty well for the president, and I think as we move westward, we'll have to keep and watch and see if those trends are continuing. Where the trends are. If you're Biden, you're happy with the women vote. Women came out in large numbers, and they're more for Biden than they are for Trump. If you're Donald Trump, you like all the places you performed. You're outperforming in many of them. You're doing a little bit better with Hispanics and African American voters. And if that carries across the country, you could see a narrow win for Donald Trump. I think right now, again, very early, it's looking a little bit better for the president. Certainly better than all the media polls were projecting.
Yeah, and sticking with what you just said, Hispanic voters, there was some exit polling that CNN did. Florida, 2016, Clinton was plus 27 with the Hispanic vote. Biden right now plus 8. Georgia, Clinton was plus 40. Biden's only plus 25. Ohio, Clinton was plus 41. Biden plus 24. You would think as you head out to Nevada, Arizona, that's going to be a big trend to continue for the president.
Absolutely. And listen, what's really going on here, if these numbers hold tonight, there is a realignment of the political parties that Donald Trump has achieved. He began it in 2016 by crushing through the blue wall. But with Hispanics and African American voters, if these numbers hold up, the Republican Party has a new alignment to itself that could set it on a way for a 20-25-year course of success. Donald Trump's impact, again, it's early. These numbers can change, but right now there are demographic shifts that I think are fairly significant to the future of politics in America.
So it looks like Colorado, Cory Gardner, they've just called, at least Fox has just called that race. Hickenlooper picks up that seat. Arizona, McSally has not been called yet. What do you make of the loss there in Colorado?
I expect it. I think for weeks now, Mitch McConnell and the president have been expecting to lose the Colorado seat. They're going to pick up an Alabama seat, so they cancel that out. I think it's really going to come down to these 5 races in the Senate. Susan Collins in Maine, and here's something I'll project on Maine. Keep an eye on Congressional District 1. That's the more red district. President Trump put an enormous amount of resources into Maine 1 because of the fact that you can get one electoral vote there. They count electoral votes by congressional district, not statewide total.
Yep.
There may be a sweet irony that even though Susan Collins wasn't always in Donald Trump's camp, Donald Trump's effort to win Maine 1 could push her over the finish line. She was dead even in the final polls going into today, and I begin to wonder if Susan Collins wins Maine, the Republican chances of holding the Senate are very good.
And now Nebraska does something similar, don't they, to Maine?
It does. Yep, and the president could lose one electoral vote around Omaha, the congressional district around Omaha, which is the one urban area, significant urban area in Nebraska. But there's not a significant Senate race here. The Senate race that could be impacted by Trump's bootstraps is that Maine race. And I keep an eye on that as the night goes. Maine is a famously slow counting state, so we're not going to know till tomorrow probably what happened in Maine. But there's some early data signs that I'm seeing that Susan Collins could eke out a victory and that the president could pick up one congressional district electoral vote.
All right, so let's talk about Pennsylvania. You had pretty much chaos there yesterday with the attorney general, I believe it was, who's tweeting out, well, if all the votes get counted here, Trump's going to lose, as if he knew what the outcome was. What do you think the process is going to be here with Pennsylvania?
Well, it's going to carry out to Friday or Saturday. There's going to be litigation tonight or tomorrow morning already in some places. There are some unusual events that have been going on. I think one place where Trump certified Republican vote observers were kept from the polling location. Pennsylvania is going to be to the 2020 election what Florida was to the 2000 election if everything else holds up the way it's trending right now. And so it's a very important litigation, and it probably ends up in the U.S. Supreme Court. If the race comes down and it's unsettled and the Pennsylvania is the deciding vote, it's going to end up in the U.S. Supreme Court, much like Florida ended up in the Supreme Court in 2000. But there's some other places to keep an eye on. Trump could pick up Nevada. He's doing a little bit better than expected there in early ground watching that I'm hearing from people. So Nevada's an interesting one. Keep an eye on Minnesota. Keep an eye on Wisconsin. If the president keeps outperforming in the Midwest where he did early on the Eastern Seaboard, he may have another path to 270 that doesn't involve Pennsylvania. But my gut tells me this is all going to end in Pennsylvania and in the Supreme Court here in Washington.
Couple Senate races. Lindsey Graham early on here, at least the report I'm looking at, is only about 25% of the vote in, 54-43. Do you think Lindsey Graham will hold on in South Carolina?
Yeah, just think about the Democrats spent $150 million between South Carolina and Kentucky. And they're going to walk away probably with some pretty big goose eggs. Some donors are going to want their money back, or maybe Hollywood doesn't need that money. But I think Lindsey Graham will survive. All the signs are going in. He was up 4 or 5 points, and I think he's going to win in about the 5 to 7 margin. And President Trump is doing very well in South Carolina as well.
Do you think the John James race is any kind of a do you think if the president is able to win Michigan that John James wins, or do you think the president could lose Michigan and John James could still win?
I could see all three scenarios: President James winning both, them splitting one way or the other, or the Democrats taking all of those seats. Michigan is a very difficult state to project, and I don't have good ground intel today. I had better ground intel in 2016. The dynamics are just a little bit different with COVID. But John James has run an outstanding campaign against an incumbent who's been lackluster, Gary Peters, and I think at the end of the day, that race is a very viable one. I'll throw a wild card in here. Keep an eye on the Minnesota Senate race, Tina Smith. I think she was struggling heading into her last couple of weeks. And if the rural vote is in Minnesota what we've seen in some of the other states, Tina Smith could be on the margins, and that would be an unexpected Republican pickup. I'd keep an eye on that one. No guarantees. Minnesota's been a blue state for a long time, but I've been hearing a lot in the last 72 hours or so that the Democrats are worried about Tina Smith, and the Republicans are thinking maybe they have a long shot there. So we'll keep an eye on that one. John James is another fun one. I think all the other ones are kind of going according to plan.
Obviously still early, as you continue to say, but do you think we'll look back? I asked this to Dr. Gina as well. Do you think we'll look back if the president does pull this out? It seemed to me that when he got out of the press briefing room for these coronavirus updates and he got back on the road rallying in front of people, it seemed like the bad news about him and corona and being in there every day seemed to dissipate a little bit. And he was focused on the rallies, getting out there to the people. Do you think we'll look back and that will have been a really good move on the president's part to get back on the road and get out of these coronavirus updates every day?
1,000,000%. And someone asked me today, what was the single most important event of the last 2 weeks that affected the election? It was Donald Trump being on the campaign where, with rallies, he gets on message, he gets excitement, he brings people out that might have decided, I've been reading the newspapers, it's over, Biden's going to win. All of a sudden, Donald Trump comes through and assembles 30,000 people in the community and they think, you know what, I'm going to go out and vote. No doubt that was the single biggest factor. And if he loses, I fear that the first presidential debate will be the thing that had the influence, because a lot of people voted early and he didn't have a good first presidential debate. So if he loses, people will probably look back at that and say, if he was just a little more civil on that first debate like he was second debate, he would have won. But right now, I think you're seeing the impact of a determined 10-day run. And the president had a very strong finish. And I think some of these places like Florida are reflecting that. And I think it will have been the fact, I think you have it right, Damon, getting on the campaign trail and being the Donald Trump of 2016 was the best thing his campaign could ask for.
And I think we can pretty safely say already tonight that given the fact, I said for a couple days here that if you were to believe all of the major media, ABC with whoever they partner with, NBC with whoever they partner with, on all these polls, if you believed that he was up, they would have been able to call every race at the top of the hour if you believed that polling, which clearly that hasn't happened. So if he goes on to win, I know Frank Luntz said our industry should be not an industry anymore. This is it's already been a disaster for them so far tonight.
There is a reckoning ahead if Donald Trump wins across all parts of the establishment, the media, the pollsters, the federal bureaucracy. I think in a second Trump turn, you're going to see a massive implosion of the federal bureaucracy, maybe a smaller government, maybe taxpayers will get some of their money back finally. But I do think that this is the way. Donald Trump was elected 4 years ago to break glass. And if he breaks glass here, it will create a significant realignment. I think for 4 years, the bureaucracy, the media, the pollsters all tried to hold on to the status quo of pre-2016. Donald Trump fought him tooth and nail. If he wins, the status quo will have been permanently broken and a new world order, a new alignment in politics and media will occur. And it will be very humbling for a lot of these social media and news media companies that went in the tank for the Democrats and didn't even try to hide it this time around.
Sidney Powell was on with Steve Bannon the other day, and he said to her, "When you're the new FBI director, will you promise to do?" And she said, "I sure will." She answered it with a pretty straight face.
Yeah. That's the sort of opportunity that exists if Trump wins. We're a long way from being there tonight. We still got to move westward across the map. But the early trend lines give President Trump a lot more optimism than the news media ever gave him. I think he feels good going into tonight. And if North Carolina pulls out in a little bit, his path to the re-election becomes a little more clear. Arizona will be the next one to watch. And then we're all going to be sitting to watch which one of those big four, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, fall next, and Michigan. And if we see those four, he only has to pick up one of those four to seal the victory. So we'll be watching. It'll be an interesting night tonight.
And I would assume, obviously, people look at Texas early and they see the blue and they go, oh, but I don't think there's nothing to worry about in Texas.
Well, listen, I think it'll be, here's what I think I predict in Texas. I think Trump's going to win Texas. I do think that the Democratic effort in Texas is beginning to pay dividends, not only in the statewide vote, but here's what I think you'll see. You'll see the House Republicans lose a couple of seats in Texas around the Houston suburbs, and that is just a sign of the Democratic progress that they've made there. They've put a lot of effort, a lot of money into these Houston suburbs particularly, and I wouldn't be surprised if Will Hurd's seat went Democrat tonight. So the Democrats will have some prizes in Texas. I don't think they get Cornyn or Trump. I think Trump will win those states, and the electoral math will stay the same, but Texas is changing demographically and politically.
All right.
It's one of those places that
John, we got to just hit the break. We're back right after this.
Go ahead.
Stay tuned to get a free pan from Granite Stone. Stuck on eggs, burnt on batter. You can scrub and scrape, but you can't escape the nightmare of your sticky pans. Introducing the Granite Stone Pan, the all-new durable non-stick pan. No butter or oil needed. Watch, we melted down these sticky candies in Granite Stone, and it just doesn't stick. We cooked a half a dozen eggs, bacon, cheese, and tomato breakfast with no butter or oil, and it just doesn't stick. Look, caramels, chocolate, and cheese. Unreal for any other pan, but not for Granite Stone. It just doesn't stick. Granite Stone will be the last pan you'll ever need because it's pressed from a solid aluminum disc for even heat conduction, then coated 3 times with our durable Granite Stone finish. Granite Stone is metal utensil safe and won't scratch. And talk about non-stick. This salmon cooked skin side down with no added butter or oil just doesn't stick. This steak is perfectly seared just like the pros. And because Granite Stone is oven rated to 500 degrees, we bake this upside down pan pizza to perfection, and it just doesn't stick. Fire Flambe Delicious Cherries Jubilee. Plus, it's PFOA free and 100% dishwasher safe. Call or go online to get your Granite Stone pan for the special TV discount price of just $19.99. Granite Stone is so durable it comes with a 10-year warranty. And with every order, you're going to get a Granite Stone single-serve egg pan absolutely free. It's the perfect size for personalized eggs, omelets, or frittatas that slide right out. It makes the best bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich quick. Yours absolutely free. We'll even ship your entire order free. That's right, free shipping. You get it all, an incredible value. Here's how to order.
To order, call 1-800-850-0237. That's 1-800-850-0237, or order online at buygranitestone.com. That's 1-800-850-0237. Call now.
Hello, I'm William Shatner, and you may not know this about me, but years ago, I was diagnosed with a sleep disorder. And like millions of others, I was prescribed sleep equipment. Did you know sleep equipment manufacturers recommend daily cleaning? That's why I use SoClean 2. It's the perfect complement to my daily routine, and it's hassle-free. SoClean 2 is fast and easy. It keeps my sleep equipment fresh every day without the need for disassembly. To keep the immune system strong, we should do everything we can to ensure a good night's sleep, including using the SoClean 2 daily to keep sleep equipment fresh. Try SoClean 2 risk-free for 30 nights. Order now and get $50 off. SoClean 2 is so fast and gives you peace of mind that your sleep equipment is fresh each time you use it. Call the number on your screen or go to SoClean2.com to take advantage of this risk-free trial and get $50 off. Call now.
The American people, when they turn on the news, they want just the news. Spare me the talking points. I think people are sick of the freak parade on cable TV, night in and night out. People are consuming news these days everywhere, on every device. And we're going to be there. We're going to be fair. We're going to be fearless. We feel like we have a responsibility to you, the American people. News and opinions that are honest and real. Real America's voice. All right, live from Studio 6B on election night, 17 past the hour. Glad you're in. As we continue to try to gather as much information as possible. Still have not gotten an official call from the big boys on Florida. Obviously, too early on Arizona, Pennsylvania, Minnesota, Michigan, Texas, Wisconsin. Although Texas, John Solomon doesn't have any concerns there for John Cornyn or for the president. Let's head out to the, I believe we have our own Carrie Sheffield out at the White House right now. Carrie, of course, hosts Just the News AM right here on Real America's Voice every morning, 9 a.m. There she is. Hi, Carrie. How are you?
Hey there, doing well. How are you guys?
Very good. So let me start with, you're at the White House. I don't know who you've had a chance to speak to, if anyone, but what is going on, you think, in Virginia? It was called very early by some people. The president seems to be outperforming himself in all of the places, but he lost it last year. Supposedly he's up about 300,000 votes right now, with most precincts reporting. Do you have any information on what's going on with this Virginia call?
Well, I think that a lot of it is based on just the knowledge of where the outstanding votes would be counted from. And Hillary did win Virginia by a healthy margin from her perspective. I myself personally voted out in Virginia myself. And I live in the northern suburbs of D.C. on the Virginia side. And really the left-leaning D.C. establishment, a lot of them live in Virginia. And that's really how, over the course of the last 2 decades, that Virginia has steadily turned more blue.
Yeah. So, Fox has just called that the Democrats will retain control of the House of Representatives. Obviously, I don't think that's a huge surprise to anybody. That was always going to be an uphill climb. So obviously, the presidential race in the Senate is still up for grabs. I guess, give me your thoughts so far on the night overall, what you're looking at. Do you have any concerns going forward? What do you think so far? Where are we?
Well, what's interesting right now is that the president appears to be actually winning in the popular vote, but losing in the electoral vote, which is ironic because that's often a battle cry of Democrats to say that the Electoral College is unfair. But obviously it is early in the night, so we'll see where things progress. There is a sense here, I can tell you, I'm here on the North Lawn. I don't know if I can show you here just through Skype, but you see all these lights behind me. Those are all journalists from across not only the country, but across the world. And I have to tell you, because it's no secret around here that the media is not a fan of Donald Trump. So there are
Don't say.
feelings of
Breaking
anxiety, I would
news.
say. Just in hearing and speaking with some journalists, that a lot of them were hoping that Florida would be more promising for Joe Biden. So there seems to be a sense of anxiety among those journalists here. They are very hopeful about Texas. But as you mentioned, John Solomon, our founder of Just the News, doesn't seem too concerned about that. What's interesting is there's this concept called the mirage, and both sides are wanting to use this phrase to describe the other team. And by that, it means, so for example, if the early voting, those who had voted tended to vote for Joe Biden, and that, according to the Republicans, created what they're calling a blue mirage. That is to say that it's an early inflated lead, but once the later people who voted today in person, once they're counted, then the red wave will crash up and reject that blue mirage. The same has been said by Democrats of what they are calling a red mirage, which is to say, don't believe what you hear, don't believe your lying eyes tonight. From their perspective, it's not over until every single outstanding ballot, whether that's in the mail, in North Carolina's case, 9 days out after Election Day, or in Pennsylvania, et cetera. So there's this patchwork around the country, and the Supreme Court has been a little bit mixed in its rulings, although I will note that overall, there's been an analysis of the rulings in general, and about 75% of those rulings have gone the way of the Republicans.
Yeah. We thought the president would do better with Latinos, Hispanics, African Americans. It seems like he did in Florida, Miami-Dade. It seems like he's doing the same in Georgia and Ohio, where you look at Clinton's leads in that demographic. Biden's, in Florida, she was plus 27. He's only plus 8. But in Georgia and Ohio, it looks like about half. You would think that bodes well as he moves to Arizona and Nevada. What will you be looking for as we move a little more out west?
Yes, absolutely. That key demographic is one that I've been tracking for a while. Not only Latinos, but also African Americans. John Solomon and I have discussed about how the racial minorities who the mainstream media has tried to portray as fearful of President Trump or painting Trump as racist, that these groups could actually be the ones who could make up for any erosion that the president sees among older seniors, especially white seniors, maybe some who were concerned about COVID, and also among suburban women, that these backfilled, essentially the shift among those groups could be backfilled by Latino and African American voters. So I'm going to be keeping my eyes on that, certainly.
Yeah. Some of these key Senate races, it looks like Lindsey Graham. Well, first of all, Mitch had $100 million spent against him, and he won pretty easily. Lindsey Graham looks like he is doing well. John James in Michigan, do you give John James any hope to win that race?
I mean, that's going to be a tight one, certainly. I know that the Trump campaign in Michigan, they said they are confident that the president is going to win again, as he did in 2016. And the John James campaign is hoping that that candidate could ride the coattails. Obviously, it's always difficult when you're trying to unseat an incumbent there, Gary Peters, the senator. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. No matter what happens with that race, he is a rising star within the Republican Party. So keep your eyes on him.
All right, Carrie Sheffield live at the White House. Carrie, thanks for the info, and it's going to be a long night, but thank you very much, and we'll talk to you again.
All right, thanks, guys. Bye.
All right, Carrie Sheffield, host of Just the News AM right here on Real America's Voice every morning, 9 to 10 a.m. Of course, followed up by Steve Bannon and the crew of War Room and Raheem. And then Miranda at noon, and just great stuff all day long on America's Voice. So,
hey, a little update on Virginia. Candace Owen just tweeted out that Fox might recall their Biden call for Virginia.
Well, I mean, I've been telling you for an hour. It just seems weird when you click into Virginia and you look at how the president's performing. He's outperforming himself almost throughout the state. It's
almost like Fox does it deliberately just to get everybody frothed up, nervous, and glued to their set.
And now CNN is doing the same, saying Virginia is trending back to Trump. Told you Fox called it too early.
Loudoun County, specifically, when you look at that, that's about as suburbia as you get. So the fact that the president has already, I believe, outperformed himself in the suburbs there of Loudoun County, that's got to be, you would think, a good sign in North Carolina and Pennsylvania as well, but North Carolina looks right now still uncomfortably close. As a matter of fact, the president is still trailing there. Let me get an update of the map, Rick, while you're...
All right, and in Virginia, he's up by 300,000 votes. So, you know what? CNN, Fox, everybody's calling it back, it looks like.
Now, I don't know how, this is Decision Desk HQ, but they've got Joe Biden and North Carolina, 2.4 million, Donald Trump, 2.33. So again, razor tight with about 85 to 90% of the vote in.
Has anyone called Florida yet?
They've called New York. New York has been called for Biden, at least by Fox, I see. So I'll go over to Real Clear Politics and see if they have anything different. What state did you ask?
Florida. If anybody called Florida yet, because it seems like they're getting close to that area where it's just he's up by 2 points, I believe, and that's usually pretty solid.
He's stormied.
All right, let's hit the break. We'll regroup and see where we are. We'll be back live from Studio 6B right after this.
Idea how your mattress affects your body and how well you sleep? Is it too hard or too soft, causing you to wake up with sore shoulders, back, or hips? Are you uncomfortable because you're too hot or too cold? Now you can get the total body support you need and the better sleep you want with the new MyPillow mattress topper.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell. When I invented my new MyPillow mattress topper, I made it to have everything you'd ever want in a topper. My mattress topper helps give you the support you need, helps relieve your pressure points, and regulates your body temperature for you as an individual. It comes with a 10-year warranty. You can wash and dry the cover. It's made in the USA, and I back it with my 60-day money-back guarantee.
Go to MyPillow.com or call now to get your very own MyPillow mattress topper. Use the promo code and Mike will give you 30% off and 2 standard MyPillows absolutely free. Order now.
MyPillow topper delivers on its promise to give me a better night's sleep.
I can sleep all night through, and it's a miracle for me.
Mike's exclusive 3-layer design starts with a layer of MyPillow foam, providing you superior support and comfort. The second layer of transitional foam evenly distributes body weight and helps relieve uncomfortable pressure points for optimal comfort. Mike's ultra soft outer layer is a patented temperature-regulating cover that helps keep you at your ideal sleeping temperature all night long. Unlike other sleep systems costing thousands, the MyPillow mattress topper takes comfort to a whole new level without any wires, remotes, or moving parts. Call now or go to MyPillow.com to order your MyPillow topper. Use the promo code to save 30%. When you do, Mike will give you 2 of his standard MyPillows absolutely free. That's right, 2 standard MyPillows free and 30% off your MyPillow topper today. Order now.
I personally guarantee it's going to change your bed into the most comfortable bed you'll ever own.
For the best night's sleep in the whole wide world, visit MyPillow.com.
This is the kind of card that has America talking. With it, people with Medicare are getting all-in-one coverage for their doctor visits, hospital care, prescription drugs, and more. This kind of insurance, called Medicare Part C, may also cover dental care, eyeglasses, hearing aids, fitness programs, vitamins, even healthy meals and rides to the doctor. With this kind of coverage, you do not need a Medicare supplement insurance plan. You will access your benefits through your Medicare Part C plan for one low and oftentimes $0 monthly plan premium. You deserve to get the most from your Medicare benefits. Call now for free information that may help you get more coverage for less money. There is no obligation to enroll. Whether for yourself or someone you love, call the number on the screen now. Call now.
The American people, when they turn on the news, they want just the news. Spare me the talking points. I think people are sick of the freak parade on cable TV, night in and night out. People are consuming news these days everywhere, on every device. And we're going to be there. We're going to be fair. We're going to be fearless. We feel like we have a responsibility to you, the American people. News and opinions that are honest and real. Real America's voice. All right, live from Studio 6B on Election Night 2020. Glad you're in. 30 minutes past the hour. Everybody's here trying to gather as much information as possible. Real America's Voice we have correspondents all over. We've talked already to, a bunch of them. Let's talk to another one right now. Let's go live to D.C., back to the rooftop by the Capitol. Our own Raheem Kassam, host of the National Pulse, 3 o'clock every day. Raheem, how are you?
It's warm out here. Look at this view. We're having a great time, and we're following the results very, very closely. And there's a lot to follow, Damon.
Yeah. All right. So I want your just overall view of where we are, but let me start with asking you about this premature call in Virginia that we've been talking about here for an hour, and I don't know anything about this, but it seemed weird to me. It seems now like people are starting to walk this back. The president seems to be outperforming himself from 2016 all across Virginia, especially in Loudoun County. What do you see there?
Never rule anything out on election night. I mean, this is something that we've known for a very long time, and yet people still continue to make preemptive calls on this sort of thing. We've been reporting here live, as you see, in front of the Capitol, on a number of races being called by the New York Times, a number of races being called by the Associated Press, a number of things that are being called, county even, races that are being called all across the mainstream media. And of course it is going to change as time goes on, because they're making assumptions. They're making mathematical assumptions, they're making statistical assumptions, and they're making assumptions about their own integrity, smartness, whatever you want to call it, that often just don't bear out to be the case. So here's the thing. Whether it's Ohio, whether it's Florida, whether it's Virginia, and whether it's Michigan, Wisconsin, and beyond, let's wait until we really know to start calling these places. And here's the thing, Damon, I want to get into the specifics, because it's all well and good for me to stand up here with a nice pretty background and say, oh, the news networks don't know what they're talking about. But here's the thing. The news networks, the big news networks, the corporate news networks, what they're trying to do is get ahead of the game in order to lure viewership over. And if they lure viewership over, of course, they lure eyeballs on their ad revenue over. And look, that's the game. The audience needs to know it. And what they really need to know is over the course of this evening, there are going to be several places. There are going to be counties. There are going to be Senate races. There are going to be House races. And there may even be statewide races for the presidency of the United States that get called incorrectly. We're not doing that here. We're not doing that here on Real America's Voice. We're not doing that here up on the terrace overlooking the Capitol building. We're sticking with the data, evidence-based, science-based, as the left always likes to tell us, and we're going to bring you the calls as they make sense, not as we want them to be.
Yeah. So what's your biggest takeaway so far of the night? Biden underperforming with obviously Latinos, Hispanics, African Americans, Trump overperforming obviously in Miami-Dade. Some of the differences in Hispanic voters, you look at the exit polls, the difference between Clinton being plus 27 in Florida, Biden's only plus 8 with that demographic. What's your takeaway so far early on here tonight?
It's very early.
Yes.
It's very early on. And so my takeaway is hold your breath. Let's keep going. Let's keep looking at the data. Let's keep looking at the numbers. Some of it will change. I'll tell you what, we've seen over the course of the day a lot of polling stations, a lot of discrepancies. There are going to be discrepancies in the mail-in vote. There are going to be discrepancies in the on-the-day vote. And this election is going to be one of the worst elections in terms of the accuracy of the count. So my takeaway is, yeah, okay, sure. The president is doing very well in places like Miami-Dade. But we knew that. We knew that 2 days ago. We knew that 3 days ago. We knew that 4 days ago. We knew that when the, salsa, I will vote for Donald Trump video meme came out. But on the day, the difference is who makes their X in the box, or their whatever you do in this country, because in my country we put an X in the box. I know you scribble in a little circle, who pulls a lever, who marks a thing on the electric thing. We're going to have to wait. And look, it is very early still in the night. I suggest everybody settle in, get a nice cup of tea, or a cup of coffee, if that's your thing, and we'll be bringing you results as we get them properly.
All right, well, that sounds good to me. Raheem Kassam, I know you're going to be with Steve and the boys reporting on War Room. Thanks for giving us a few minutes, and we'll strap in here for a long night. Thanks, Raheem.
Thanks, Damon.
All right, our own very Raheem Kassam from the National Pulse, and of course from War Room, 10 to 12 every day right here, and then 3 to 4 in the afternoon with the National Pulse. So, Rick, anything you've seen so far?
I just saw James in Michigan is doing very well.
A little early, but yep, so far so good.
But he's got a lead. And
I saw somebody post that somebody was saying, someone said that somebody had predicted 90% that North Carolina would go for Trump, and someone tweeted, "Oh, that leaves 10% for the big guys." So, so we'll watch that as well. Let's see what else is going on. Paul, any thoughts so far?
No, I just, I don't know. It's just like watching a football game that doesn't move fast enough for me.
Yeah. If we have Tudor Dixon in our own, that's fine. Set her up, and we'll take her when she's ready. Lindsey Graham with about 29% of the vote in, 55% to 43 over Jamie Harrison, 415,000. So Lindsey Graham looks like he's in decent shape early on. That'll be a definite Senate to watch. John James will be another one to watch. Mitch won easy, and we still have not called Florida officially anywhere.
Yeah, and that's odd, too, because now the president has more than a 2 percentage point lead, and usually that's enough, especially this late in the game where it's over 92% reporting.
And they're stuck on that 91, 92% everywhere I'm looking, and it's almost like
South Carolina, 29% of the vote in. Trump's up 56% to 42%. It's still early, 30% in. In Texas, now the president's taken a slight lead, 4,179,000, 4,158,000, 49.5 to 49.2, still only 64% in. Figure most of what's going to come in Texas is probably going to be red. So as the president starts to take a lead, you would think he'll keep it in Texas.
Let's call Florida already.
Yeah. There have been people who have already called John Cornyn's race for him in Texas. I don't know that I've officially seen that. Maybe I have.
New York Times is now reporting 80% chance of Trump winning North Carolina.
Okay, so they have it at 80%. I saw someone else had it at 90%, and again, 10% for the big guy. So, right. Well, you know, while we keep looking, it's if I had more time with John Solomon, and I know he's busy tonight. If you remember, Paul had that story the other night, or maybe it was last night, that 3/4 of the American people had the Hunter Biden story had broken through.
Yeah.
And 3/4 of the electorate were familiar with it. And again, looking back.
And 53% believed it.
Yeah. And it is still, like Raheem said, it's obviously very early. And we're already seeing some suspect calls from the networks, so we don't want to feed into that.
Well, yeah. And you know what? I think Raheem was correct. When you look at someone like Fox, who, you know, people on the right tend to fall to as their go-to, how do you get those people to stay locked in? You make it seem like it's a barn burner. Oh, if they think it's already over, they'll be like, all right, I'm good. They'll turn it off. So this could be part of the, like he said, they're trying to get eyeballs on the screens, generate the marketing money.
I'll have you know I said that first.
I'll tell you Let me update you on what Vegas thinks, because this again, I put more stake in this.
Tell me it's 145.
Trump now is minus 220.
What?
In Vegas to win the election.
Casino?
This is on OddsShark. I'm seeing right now. Trump is minus 220. Biden plus 155. So that means the president is an overwhelming favorite, at least according to the odds in Vegas.
They're usually right.
And they don't usually make mistakes, and they don't give free money away. So right now...
that place is really shiny.
You'd bet 100 on Joe Biden, you'd win 155. You have to bet 220 on the president to win 100. So that just gives you an idea of what a favorite he is.
Yeah. And again, Nevada is one of those ones where they think he's going to outperform and probably take the state.
Ohio, according to political polls right now, 4 minutes ago, Biden 51, Trump 48, with about 65 to 70% of the votes in. So that's a little concerning in Ohio. But we've been talking about Ohio all night, that the numbers could be soft there, especially in Warren County, where Trump won by 40% in 16, and it's now only up plus 16 this year. So Mitch McConnell's giving his a speech right now. Did you say Tudor's ready? All right, let's go to Washington, D.C., the Real America's Voice studios, and our own co-host of America's Voice Live is Tudor Dixon. Tudor, how are you?
Great. How are you?
Well, we're trying to, take it all in, and seems the Raheem just kind of scolded us and said it's early, guys, so relax. But it does seem the president has had a good start to the night. He has outperformed with Hispanics, with Latinos in Florida, although I guess Florida hasn't officially been called by some of the networks yet.
No, I think it just was.
It's trending well there. Give me your takeaway so far on what you see. What are you happy about? And is there anything you're still concerned about?
Well, obviously, I mean, Raheem is right. The night is young. There's a lot to be concerned about. We're still watching all of these states right now. Of course, we don't know Pennsylvania. We're hearing a lot of things going for Biden. And honestly, there are people even in this company right now who are divided. And I have a lot of people telling me that Biden is winning. But I think it's obviously too soon to call. I'm excited about what I am seeing in Michigan so far. But that is a very young race right now because the polls just closed. But I do think that the Michigan numbers that are coming in so far look good.
Certainly one thing you could say tonight, no matter what happens, is the identity politics of the left got really an ass kicking tonight as far as that goes, because the president is just smashing with Latinos and African Americans. So a lot of that, as Dr. Gina said, we're going to reshape how this is done, because he is outperforming big time in those demographics.
Absolutely. We talked about this earlier in the program here, that they went out with this socialist message, and they went out with that in Miami-Dade. A big mistake, because these are people, a lot of these people are Cubans. They escaped that terrible regime in Cuba. They don't want to go back to that kind of rule. And then you have Biden, who was considering a running mate who was praising Castro. That was a definite mistake on his part. But also, I think it goes to show that even though the mainstream media has not talked about what this president has done for the African American community, the ground game for the Trump administration, but also for this campaign, has been so good that they have reached voters in a way that Republicans have never reached the African American voters before.
Yeah, it's really amazing. The Republican Party has become the party of the working man, and then the Democrats all of a sudden a party of the elites on the coast. So, well, Tudor, we got to hit the break. Can you hang with us and come back, or do you? I know it's a busy night, but we're going to hit the break here. Can you hang with us?
Yep, I'll be here.
All right, Tudor Dixon, we'll get back right after this, live from Studio 6B on election night. One more segment to go. We'll take it to 10 o'clock, where Real America's Voice will take over live from our DC studios. Glad you're in.
Do you have any idea how your mattress affects your body and how well you sleep? Is it too hard or too soft, causing you to wake up with sore shoulders, back, or hips? Are you uncomfortable because you're too hot or too cold? Now you can get the total body support you need and the better sleep you want with the new MyPillow mattress topper.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell. When I invented my new MyPillow mattress topper, I made it to have everything you'd ever want in a topper. My mattress topper helps give you the support you need, helps relieve your pressure points, and regulates your body temperature for you as an individual. It comes with a 10-year warranty. You can wash and dry the cover. It's made in the USA, and I back it with my 60-day money-back guarantee.
Go to MyPillow.com or call now to get your very own MyPillow mattress topper. Use the promo code and Mike will give you 30% off and 2 standard MyPillows absolutely free. Order now.
MyPillow Topper delivers on its promise to give me a better night's sleep.
I can sleep all night through, and it's a miracle for me.
Mike's exclusive 3-layer design starts with a layer of MyPillow foam, providing you superior support and comfort. The second layer of transitional foam evenly distributes body weight and helps relieve uncomfortable pressure points for optimal comfort. Mike's ultra soft outer layer is a patented temperature regulating cover that helps keep you at your ideal sleeping temperature all night long. Unlike other sleep systems costing thousands, the MyPillow mattress topper takes comfort to a whole new level without any wires, remotes, or moving parts. Call now or go to MyPillow.com to order your MyPillow topper. Use the promo code to save 30%. When you do, Mike will give you 2 of his standard MyPillows absolutely free. That's right, 2 standard MyPillows free and 30% off your MyPillow topper today. Order now.
I personally guarantee it's going to change your bed into the most comfortable bed you'll ever own.
For the best night's sleep in the whole wide world, visit MyPillow.com.
These are our classes, our happy hours, our dates, our birthday parties, our shopping. We are learning new things.
Nice technique with that knife.
And getting in touch with things we left behind. These are our lives now. Come be a part of it online. GoDaddy is making it possible for everyone to create a website for free. Learn more at GoDaddy.com.
I sent your new prescription to the pharmacy. Any idea how much it will cost? You have a choice. Insurance or GoodRx? I have insurance. Insurance is not what it used to be. People struggle to get their prescriptions covered, and prices keep rising. I recommend GoodRx. You get free coupons to save on your prescriptions. Compare prices to find the best discounts.
GoodRx. Smart.
Stop paying too much for your prescriptions. Download the free app today.
The American people, when they turn on the news, they want just the news. Spare me the talking points. I think people are sick of the freak parade on cable TV, night in and night out. People are consuming news these days everywhere, on every device. And we're going to be there. We're going to be fair. We're going to be fearless. We feel like we have a responsibility to you, the American people. News and opinions that are honest and real. Real America's voice. All right, live from Studio 6B, election night coverage. Glad you've been in, trying to give you as much information as we can. Your electoral college, as we sit right now, Biden 129, Trump 100. But again, Florida has not been called. Georgia has not been called. North Carolina is razor thin. Pennsylvania hasn't been called. Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Texas. There is a lot out there. We are early on. Every vote's going to count. And we've still got a long, long way to go. I did see this. Daniel Horowitz from Conservative Review, with 60% reporting in Douglas County, Wisconsin, which is the far northwest of the state. Trump is up 8.4 points. Why does that matter? Last time, in 2016, he lost there by 8 points.
Wow.
So he lost Douglas County by 8, and he is currently up by 8.4. So really outperforming there than where he was 4 years ago. So Wisconsin early on, that's a little bit of good news there for the president. And I will say overall, people are just barely starting to say that we're having flashbacks of 2016 here on election night, but it's still very early. Raheem makes, I think, probably the best point. No reason to get ahead of your skis here. Let's let the numbers play out. As John Solomon said, there's probably going to be, legal battles to come in Pennsylvania. This probably starts tonight. So we still have a long, long way to go. But certainly there are very good signs for the president. There are some things that, may be concerning in Ohio that Douglas County will keep an eye on. But the Las Vegas odds right now have the president as a big favorite. And again, those guys usually don't make mistakes, and they certainly are not looking to give away free money on Joe Biden, getting 2-1 on Joe Biden. So, especially since Joe Biden was a 2-1 favorite to start, they get chopped up in the middle there. That's no good. Yeah, absolutely right. There's a big middle there if you took Biden early into where you get Biden now. So, who are we working on getting now? Okay, we're working on getting Miranda Khan, host of News On Real America's Voice, 12 noon every day. And she's out, I believe, at a Florida polling location. So we're just working on getting her signal up and camera ready. And once we do, we'll go to her and see what she's seeing in Florida. Okay, I think we're good now. Let's bring in the host of News On. Hi, Miranda. How are you?
I am well. I apologize. It's a little difficult to hear. As you can hear, it's pretty loud where I am right now. We're at a watch party at the Hilton. This is right in Palm Beach County. As you can see, the crowd was pretty excited earlier. They're continuing that momentum, but everybody's been eating, taking it in now. They're a lot more relaxed, hearing that Florida has been called for and that it did go to President Trump, although we're still hearing some political pundits saying they're not ready to call it, even though 95% of precincts are saying that all the votes are in. As you probably know, Governor DeSantis and Senator Scott both saying Florida did in fact go to Trump, with almost 52% of the vote going towards Trump, a little bit higher than what it was in 2016. But looking at some of the exit polls, pretty interesting. Some of them kind of predictable, if you will. But I think what was the tricky one was actually when it came to the Latino vote, and specifically in Miami-Dade. As you guys probably know, the Biden campaign spent the vast majority of its time in Broward County, which is predominantly Democrat, whereas the Trump campaign focused a lot of attention in Miami-Dade and Palm Beach County. But both did, however, actually hold rallies in Tampa, which is on the other coast of Florida. And I think from what we can tell right now, that seemed to pay off, at least if you believe some of these exit polls before the Trump campaign, because the Latino vote was pretty much half and half. Half for Trump, half for Biden.
Yeah, the president definitely outperformed, obviously, with the Latino, Hispanic, African-American votes so far in Florida. You would have to think that will, if that trend continues, that's a good sign for as he moves out to Nevada and obviously Arizona. And like you said, Florida hasn't been called by some of the major networks, but most places say now that it's about a 95 to 100% chance the president is going to win it. Things do look a little tight in Georgia, maybe soft in Ohio, so there's still some concerns going forward here for the president. What are you going to be looking for next now that Florida has pretty much been called for the president? Do you have any big concerns? What states do you look towards next?
I don't know. I think I'm looking at all the states. I find, this whole thing fascinating. If I learned anything from 4 years ago, is just when you think you know everything, you know nothing at all. Yeah. I just remember everyone being stunned. It didn't matter what side of the aisle you are, but the vast majority of people did not anticipate President Trump to win, and he did. It didn't matter which aisle. You probably recall this. I think only 2 polls got it right. So I'm up for anything and everything. I mean, I'm hoping for the sake of the country and the sake of all the divisiveness that we've been seeing going on, I hope we learn the election results sooner rather than later. Florida's a little different. Every state's been acting a little differently. Here, those mail-in ballots, we can go ahead and count them. Some states aren't allowing that, so it could be days, it could be weeks. Who knows? Hopefully, we find out sooner rather than later, because I think it's time for us to unite and heal again.
Well, you're absolutely right about that.
I'm interested in a lot of things. Yeah.
Well, you're absolutely right about that, and you're absolutely right that Florida DeSantis has done a great job there in Broward County, changing out some of the personnel, counting these votes the way they have, and reporting as they have. They've done a phenomenal job. All right, Miranda Kahn, there she is, the host of News On, right here on Real America's Voice. Thanks, Miranda. Enjoy the rest of the night. Live from Studio 6B here, 6 minutes to the top of the hour, boys, as we close it out here. Paul Nolan, any final thoughts here? We still have seems like a long way to go.
No, it's just going to be a long night. Just got to keep drinking coffee and
or just put the period after drinking.
I might just have to put a little bit of rum in that one.
I will say this here before we get to the end. I did see that in North Carolina, Tom Tillis has closed the gap.
Yeah, I just saw that. I was just about to say, it looks like he just took the lead.
Okay, that's huge. That is a huge race in North Carolina, because that makes their chances of holding the Senate much more positive. So that's a huge race to watch there in North Carolina. Rick Delgado, any closing thoughts here?
Things, it looks like Trump is starting to pull away in Ohio, which is good to see. And his numbers are going up in Pennsylvania as the night goes on. So things are trending the way we want to see them.
All right, Rick Emirati, obviously no sports tonight, but give me your thoughts. And that suit is just spectacular.
The president, thank you, Big D. And the president just took South Carolina. They declared that, so there's 9 more electoral votes. And I'm feeling good about tonight, Big D. It's going to be a long night, but I think we're going to pull it out. We're going to pull it out like a 2-minute warning, big rush at the end.
All right. Well, we'll watch. Lindsey Graham seems like he has won. I see some breaking that Lindsey Graham has won in South Carolina as well. So that's good news. Again, in the Senate, every race is important tonight in the Senate. If Tom Tillis can pull that race out, that is a huge deal in North Carolina. And Lindsey Graham wins in South Carolina, so Trump wins South Carolina as well with 56%. Really wasn't even as close as some people thought it was going to be. So, all right, Real America's Voice taking over at 10 p.m. Stay with them. Dr. Gina and crew will take you through the rest of the night. It's been a great night. Thanks to the audience for checking in. As always, we salute our military, active and active police, firefighters, first responders, EMTs. Thanks, everybody on the show. Thanks, G. Thanks, Fran. Great job by the crew tonight. Great job, everybody on the show. And thank you to the Live from Studio 6B audience. We will see you tomorrow night with maybe some more idea of who the president's going to be.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and as you know, my passion is to help each and every one of you get the best sleep of your life. That's why I created my new Giza Dreams bed sheets. I guarantee you they'll be the most comfortable sheets you'll ever own.
With the Giza Dream Sheets, I'm getting the best sleep of my life.
They are so soft and smooth. I never slept so good.
I fall asleep faster because I'm actually comfortable.
I started by using the world's best cotton called Giza. It's only grown in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. It's ultra soft and breathable, but extremely durable, which is why I can give you my full 10-year warranty. But I didn't stop there. My Giza sheets also include full 21-inch wide pillowcases that will fit over any pillow and deep pocket sheets that will fit over any mattress. I guarantee you the first night you sleep on my sheets, you'll never want to sleep on anything else.
Go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen right now. MyPillow Giza Dream Sheets are available in a variety of colors and will be the softest, most comfortable sheets you will ever own. Use the promo code and get 2 for 1 low price, plus free shipping. Giza Dreams are made with the finest, most sought-after cotton in the world. Giza cotton was once reserved for only the finest dress shirts, but is now available in Mike's Giza Dream Sheets. They feature a beautiful silky sateen weave that helps keep you cool and comfortable all night long.
With the Giza Dream Sheets, I'm getting the best rest of my life.
I love my Giza Dream Sheets. Go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen right now to get your very own MyPillow Giza Dream Sheets. Use the promo code and Mike will give you a very special 2 for 1 low price and free shipping. That's right, get 2 for 1 low price and free shipping. Call or go online now.
For the best night's sleep in the whole wide world, visit MyPillow.com.
Hello, I'm William Shatner, and you may not know this about me, but years ago, I was diagnosed with a sleep disorder. And like millions of others, I was prescribed sleep equipment. Did you know sleep equipment manufacturers recommend daily cleaning? That's why I use SoClean 2. It's the perfect complement to my daily routine, and it's hassle-free. SoClean 2 is fast and easy. It keeps my sleep equipment fresh every day without the need for disassembly. To keep the immune system strong, we should do everything we can to ensure a good night's sleep, including using the SoClean 2 daily to keep sleep equipment fresh. Try SoClean 2 risk-free for 30 nights. Order now and get $50 off. SoClean 2 is so fast and gives you peace of mind that your sleep equipment is fresh each time you use it. Call the number on your screen or go to SoClean2.com to take advantage of this risk-free trial and get $50 off.
Election Night 2020. Tonight, America Speaks. Live Election 2020 starts now.
And welcome to our special election night coverage right here on Real America's Voice. I'm Dr. Gina Loudon coming to you from our Washington, D.C. studios. And we're going to head all around the country to our hosts and our correspondents in Florida, Colorado, North Carolina, Arizona, and right across town over at the White House. But first, we have our power panel here in studio, and I'm going to introduce them. But I have to tell you, I'm hearing so much from you out there on social media, and I want to thank each of you in our audience. I've heard from friends of ours in Germany, Uva, also in Florida, and Mark in Missouri, and I just want to give a special shout out to those folks and thank you for watching and joining us here on Real America's Voice. In studio with me tonight, Mark Serrano, Tom Borelli, and Tudor Dixon. And Mark, your thoughts just so far on tonight. North Carolina's super squeaky, too close for comfort for anybody watching this right now. Those are the words you said to me just right before we came live here.
Right. So, Dr. Gina, I'm feeling good. Florida looks like it's going to be a tremendous victory. I mean, we've got a lead of possibly 400,000 votes in the state of Florida, far exceeding anyone's expectations. Yeah. Throughout the day, you know, we had good signs in places where we needed it, critical counties for us in critical battleground states. We had tremendous turnout. People lined up for hours in some cases. Thank God for them. There were a lot of counties that the Democrats really needed good turnout with, and it's sort of underwhelmed in several key places.
Right.
Look, this is a tight race. There's no doubt about it. And, this is now the in-between time. This next couple of hours, we'll start to see more states reporting. You have to be careful when you're looking at these states reporting, because it may look like one or the other has the lead, but you don't know which counties have reported at that point.
Right, and
So
you don't know how much necessarily in some of these states the early voting has already been counted,
Right.
or they're holding it back, these mail-in votes, and
Right.
God only knows what can happen there.
Yes, absolutely. So,
Yeah.
look, but we've got exciting results coming up. I think we're going to do tremendously well in Iowa. I think we'll do really well in Arizona, where the voting has ended already. And so, Donald Trump is to have such a victory in Florida, and it's not called yet, but we got a tremendous lead. Is just a great boost in the arm for everybody who loves this president and recognizes the contrast between him and Joe Biden for the sake of the country.
Well, it's an interesting night because I've been speaking to some of my friends internationally, and they're all watching this, of course, from all around the world. And one of the things that has happened is the racial gap has been diminished significantly by Donald Trump in this race. It's always been a case of, if you are a person of color, you're supposed to vote Democrat. And if you're not supposed to. And that's kind of always how it's been. Donald Trump has kind of broken through that barrier. He's made very specific attempts to do that. And, although the vote in Florida, I have to say, everyone's attributing that to Miami and Southeast Florida and the Cuban vote and some of that minority vote down in Southeast Florida. But I will say, I'm from Palm Beach County. And in Palm Beach County, Republican returns were beating Democrat returns by about 20%, which is unheard of. It's a blue county. And that's not necessarily a racial thing at all. So there were some other factors at play. But Tom, I want to go to you because you obviously have a beautiful wife who's one of my good friends. And she's obviously a huge Trump supporter. And she's tired of being one of those being castigated all the time as somebody who's supposed to be a Democrat because of her skin color.
Right.
What will this mean, Tom, going forward for those who want to campaign? I mean, this really changes the whole dynamic, doesn't it?
No, great question. And I think really the important thing here is this is why the Democrats are so desperate, because their traditional lock coalition, tried and true, is breaking. They're starting to lose the black vote, which they always could rely on. They once upon a time had the union vote, which they always could rely on. The blue collar work they always could rely on. But it was the radical environmentalism that really, I think, really changed things for the blue collar voter. And hopefully we'll see that in Pennsylvania with respect to, the fracking issue. So I think this is really important that the Democrats, that's why they're so desperate and so extreme, because they see where they're going to be left with after this election. And to President Trump's credit, he made a concerted effort to go after black Americans. My wife, Deneen Borelli's Fox News contributor, she's a black American. She's been doing this since maybe 2005. And back then you could count the number of black females out there. Now you go on social media, and who are these people? Finally, the cavalry is coming. The reinforcements are coming, and it's so refreshing. And I think this really blows apart the normal, even the state narratives too.
Yeah.
Remember with Bush, it was you Florida, Ohio, then cross your fingers. Now because of energy and other issues, we have Michigan, Ohio, and Wisconsin. So I think everything is changing, and a lot of that credit goes to President Trump because he broke the barriers that were normal, tied and true Republicans. He, I think, is the only Republican in my lifetime that went after the black vote.
And Tudor, I want to go to you because I want to ask you about Georgia. How is it that Georgia ended up becoming a battleground state? What changed there?
Well, it's interesting because I do think that there has been a lot of infiltration with Stacey Abrams and people saying, the black vote is being suppressed in Georgia. That was a big deal for folks in Georgia to think that their vote didn't matter. So they went hard after that state because they saw a little inroad there, and they went hard after that state. But I want to build on something that Tom's talking about with manufacturing and the blue collar worker, because Tom makes a very good point. Those people saw what happened under Obama Biden. They had all of these regulations placed on them. They were claimed to be environmental regulations. These were lobbyists that came in and said, hey, make it harder for these companies to do business. And then our companies. Losers, right. Exactly. And Trump said, this is ridiculous. He took those away. He got viciously attacked for that because people weren't aware of what was going on, except for the blue collar workers. They get it.
All right, and now I want to head over to North Carolina. North Carolina, of course, a tough state for Donald Trump. One reason that the U.S. Senate candidate on the ballot, Thom Tillis, is very unpopular among some conservatives. He's the kind of, I don't know, like a Mitt Romney to North Carolina, if you will. So that could have had something to do with depressing the Trump vote. And in that state, the early votes were tallied already and released right away. And so the votes left to count there are ones that came in today on Election Day, and many of those obviously are favoring Trump. And but some good news coming out of North Carolina also. I was texting back and forth with Laura Trump, and I asked her, the precincts remaining, Laura, are those red or are those blue? And she said those are red. And so it was interesting to hear that. I want to head out to Amanda Head, who is in Raleigh, North Carolina. Amanda, what are you seeing there?
Yes, I'm so glad that you brought up what Laura said. I am hearing the same things, that the remaining precincts, the remaining counties that still have to report, I believe, what did they say, Terry? Donald Trump's ahead in North Carolina. So it was 49.1 to 49.1. It was within 700 votes, I believe, and it sounds like Donald Trump has just pulled ahead in North Carolina. I just saw a tweet, Gina. I know you're not a fan of Jimmy Kimmel either, but I just saw a tweet that made me giggle. He said, this is like being awake for your own surgery. We know that election night is always crazy, and I think right about this time is when it's going to get really crazy.
You're right, not a fan, but that's a good joke. Amanda, Thom Tillis, rough re-election fight. Why is that exactly when you talk to North Carolinians?
They just aren't really impressed. You know, you've got this faction of North Carolinian voters that really support President Trump. We covered a lot of President Trump's rallies here in North Carolina, and the one that I covered here, Thom Tillis wasn't here. And I don't know if there is this fissure between the two of them. He does vote pretty much in line with President Trump, but he's not one of his more ardent supporters. So for people in this state who are voting for Donald Trump, Thom Tillis is just kind of a dull light to them.
Right. And so what are you expecting? What are we left? What do we have left to hear there in North Carolina, Amanda? And is there any intel you have from on the ground there that we're just not getting, in our numbers, or that we're not seeing?
Yeah, so the other race that I had my eye on was Roy Cooper, who is the Democrat governor. He's the incumbent right now, up against Dan Forest. And I've seen a lot of Dan Forest signs throughout the area, not just since we've been here in Raleigh, but when we were in other parts of North Carolina covering rallies. And what's interesting is that Forest had a lead on Roy Cooper in January, but then when coronavirus hit, it actually boosted Roy Cooper's numbers, his approval rating, and then the other candidate, the Republican candidate, Dan Forest, fell behind. That was really an election that I wanted the Republican to pull out on top of, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen, unfortunately.
All right, thank you so much, Amanda. That's Amanda Head from there on the ground in North Carolina. Back to our studio panel right here. North Carolina has become a battleground state. Mark, why do you think that is? You tend to think of it as Southern. Why is North Carolina the battleground state?
I think the Democrats have put a big emphasis on North Carolina after they lost, in 2016 to Donald Trump. Right. So I think they've invested a lot in North Carolina. I think they saw it as an opportunity for them to sort of flip a state for themselves. Right now, Gina, we're up 0.6%. Donald Trump with 90% reporting. In North Carolina, we're up 0.6%. So we're definitely trending better. I think we can pull off a win there. But it's very, very tight. And look, a lot of these races are going to be tight today. I mean, it really, what it required was for us to have tremendous turnout, because clearly we had a disadvantage as it relates to the mail-in voting, right? Democrats clearly had a definite advantage there with the ballots and all the shenanigans that have been taking place for months now. Right. So we had to produce tremendous day of the election vote turnout.
Right.
And let me tell you, Donald Trump did everything we needed him to do these past couple weeks. Since the debate, I'm telling you, since the second debate, This race has pivoted. It was a contrast election thanks to Donald Trump, and people knew what is at stake and what is at risk better than ever.
Yeah.
And then on top of it, the president was able to get the kind of turnout I think that we're going to need with his rallies.
It's been all about that momentum, just like we kept hearing. Up next, we go to one of the biggest watch parties in Florida. More of our election night coverage from right here in Washington, D.C. coming up. Don't change that.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm here to tell you about my new product from MyPillow, towels that actually work. Watch this absorbency test. Here's another towel that we randomly went out and bought. Here's one of my towels with the nice design. I don't know if you can see this, but you could line a swimming pool with this. I mean, this is crazy. Get rid of it. Towels that actually work. What a concept.
I really love the towels. They're really great. They're super absorbent.
Go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen right now. The new MyPillow towels are exclusively made with 100% USA combed cotton with proprietary technology and with maximum absorbency. They dry you faster and are guaranteed to work. And listen to this. Use the promo code on your screen and Mike will include a second full towel set with bath towel, hand towel, and washcloth absolutely free. That's 2 MyPillow towel sets for the price of 1 in your choice of color.
I personally guarantee they're going to be the best towels you'll ever own.
Order now.
Hello, I'm William Shatner, and you may not know this about me, but years ago, I was diagnosed with a sleep disorder. And like millions of others, I was prescribed sleep equipment. Did you know sleep equipment manufacturers recommend daily cleaning? That's why I use SoClean 2. It's the perfect complement to my daily routine, and it's hassle-free. SoClean 2 is fast and easy. It keeps my sleep equipment fresh every day without the need for disassembly. To keep the immune system strong, we should do everything we can to ensure a good night's sleep, including using the SoClean 2 daily to keep sleep equipment fresh. Try SoClean 2 risk-free for 30 nights. Order now and get $50 off. SoClean 2 is so fast and gives you peace of mind that your sleep equipment is fresh each time you use it. Call the number on your screen or go to SoClean2.com to take advantage of this risk-free trial and get $50 off. Call now.
Jim and Joanne are here to pick up the same prescription. They both know the system is not on their side. They both know drug costs are out of control. But one of them is taking back control with GoodRx.
Next.
So while he's paying that much, even with his insurance, she's paying this much just by using GoodRx. Use GoodRx to compare prices at pharmacies in your area and stop paying too much for your prescriptions. Download the free app today and take back control.
We now return to live election 2020 coverage.
And welcome back to our special election night coverage right here on Real America's Voice. We have our anchors scattered all about the country and some right here in studio with me. We're going to head out right now to Tracy Anthony. She is in our Minneapolis, Minnesota location. Tracy, how's it looking up there?
You know, we're here at the GOP election party, and we've got actually 3 rooms because there was a max capacity of about 250 people per room. Now, we've had Kendall Qualls speak. He's running for the 3rd Congressional District. We've had U.S. Senate hopeful Jason Lewis speak. So now the crowd has kind of just calmed down for a few minutes as we're waiting the election results to come in from Minnesota. Now, we had a lot lot of voters turn out early. We had 1.7 million ballots yesterday. Now, the Republicans banking on the Republicans showing up to the polls today. So Joe Biden kind of having that lead originally, but we are definitely thinking that we could potentially turn this state red. We have not been a red state in the last 11 presidential elections. So definitely a lot of nerves here today, but more excitement for sure.
Tracy, do you have any numbers in terms of how many people voted today, any kind of exit poll numbers?
We don't as of yet, but in the last election, we had just under about 3 million voters. So Minnesota is actually known for its voter turnout. Last election, around 75% voter turnout. And this election, we're expecting to be around 80%. So expecting more people to vote that haven't voted in the past.
All right, Tracy, thank you so much. Tracy up there in Minnesota letting us know what's going on there. And now to my home state and the president's home state as it is. Florida was a big one on everyone's radar, and that state has come through strong for President Trump. And I also want to note that my husband spearheaded a constitutional amendment in Florida. That is Amendment 1. It changes the Florida state constitution to say that only citizens can vote in elections in Florida. And that passed by an overwhelming margin, not just in Florida, but actually every place he had it on the ballot. So congratulations to my husband, John Loudon. You know, the funny thing is, most people think that citizens can vote, that only citizens can vote everywhere. They think that's in our Constitution. It's actually not in our Constitution. People are shocked to learn that. But so when then they had the opportunity to vote on it, it won in just overwhelming numbers, despite a lot of money being put behind the opposition on that one. And I probably think that probably prompted some people actually to come to the polls. A lot of times those down ballot issues, right, Mark? Yeah, sometimes those will have a big impact on the election.
So I'm going to give credit to that success for those constitutional ballots to two men, John Loudon and Donald Trump. Okay?
Right.
Because look, Donald Trump took it. One of the most critical issues to voters in 2016, of course, was immigration. We have 410 miles of wall built, with another 400 coming.
That's right.
10 miles a week. We're going to be at 500 miles by the end of this calendar year. Donald Trump delivered that wall like he said he would. And voters were tremendously concerned about immigration. And I think, the president, by being able to deliver that for us, I think it alerted the public. I think it alerted, the American people to the problems we have with immigration. And that's just one of them.
That's a great point. That's a great point. And Donald Trump certainly did make it. And, you maybe need to credit Joe Biden a little bit there too, Mark, because he's the one who said, if I'm elected, not one more brick in that wall, right?
Well, and they would have started taking it down.
Right.
They'll start taking it down. They'll eliminate it. Open borders. It's a completely open border society that they want.
Yeah.
And so, this is where you win it.
Yeah.
With constitutional amendments like that. So my hat's off to John and to Donald Trump, but not to Joe Biden.
Tom, have we ever had such a spoken like a good friend? Tom, have we ever had such a dichotomous set of candidates in a presidential election that you can think of? I just can't get over really from the oil and fracking issue to the wall issue that you bring up to, it really doesn't matter the issue. These two candidates could not have been more diametrically opposed.
Absolutely right, but most concerning is the fact that a lot of Americans don't know that if they're watching the wrong network. And this is really the power of what I call the anti-Trump media. Again, they could flip their finger and they could drive an issue right down throughout the whole nation. I bet you there's some Americans, if you're watching MSNBC, you know nothing about Hunter Biden's laptop.
No, and they still think that Donald Trump colluded with the Russians, too.
And in a lot of ways, President Trump is a huge underdog when you figure out what's against him.
Yeah.
I mean, multi-billionaire Michael Bloomberg spent $100 million in Florida, and it looks like he flushed that right down the toilet.
Yeah. Well, and on this network, we can actually say that we think George Soros had some involvement with the Antifa.
Oh, no, right. Think of all that money that they have.
Yeah,
Silicon Valley.
Yeah.
Big business.
Silicon Valley.
All of them.
Example.
Well, it's amazing that Donald Trump is even in this race. Okay?
Absolutely.
After what he's been put through these last 3.5 years, it's a miracle, actually. But it's because he's tough, He never stops fighting, and he's focused on winning for the American
It's
people.
connecting to the people.
That's right. My son actually said if he loses, I'll be happy for him because at least he gets to go back to a normal life. But now back in Florida, 4 years ago, that is 4 years ago, Donald Trump won the state by a little over 1 percentage point, and then he moved his residence to Florida. It looks like now he could win by 3 points once all the votes are counted. Miranda Khan is at a huge watch party in West Palm Beach, Florida. That's my stomping grounds. And Miranda, how is the mood there in Florida?
The mood here is, I would say it's calmed down a little bit, but if you would have seen this crowd maybe, I don't even know, an hour ago, they were all up, standing up, dancing. Am I right there, sir? Everyone was dancing, cheering, and shouting, and celebratory when you heard that Trump took the state of Florida. Am I right?
Yes.
See, he's calmed down. He's digested the information. But not every news organization. Go ahead, relax. They're relaxing now. Obviously, this is a Republican watch party here at the Hilton in Palm Beach County, Florida. The mood here was very tense. They were paying very close attention to the state of Florida. Some news organizations, including the Associated Press, have still not declared that Florida has gone to Trump. However, Governor Ron DeSantis and Senator Rick Scott are saying that Trump did win Florida with just over 51% of the vote. This is a state, as you mentioned, Dr. Gina, that Trump barely won back in 2016. This is a very key battleground state and has been since 1996. You probably remember Tim Russer there with his famous whiteboard saying it all comes down to Florida, Florida, Florida. A president has not become a president since 1996 without winning the Sunshine State. And the president knows that. That's why he's made 16 trips here to the Sunshine State when he's been campaigning. The most recently was in Opa-lawka in Miami Sunday, where he was there well into Monday morning till 1 o'clock in the morning, way past the state's curfew. So it's been very interesting to see. 95% or so of the precincts have already reported. Again, most people are saying that Florida has gone to President Trump.
Miranda, what is the word on the ground there? Who are they crediting? What are they crediting for this win there in Florida by the president? Is it his residency? Is it the Southeast Florida Cuban vote? What are people saying? Is it the boat parades? Because I know living there, I saw those just about every weekend day.
Yeah, no, it might be too early to actually say. I know you and I both live here, and I've lived here for quite a while, since 2004, so it's difficult to say. I've been trying to analyze some of the various exit polls to kind of get a better read. But my initial thoughts, just kind of going with that gut feeling, if you will, I would have to say that the Latina vote was key here. Right? It's not a surprise that the Biden campaign spent the vast majority of its time going to Broward County. It leans Democrat. Not a surprise so much that, the president would do well in Palm Beach County, which is where I am right now. Although, bear in mind, the southern part of this county does have a tendency to lean left. But I think the key here is Miami-Dade, where you have a lot of Latino voters, and I think a lot of people anticipated that they would just naturally lean left. But I think what they underestimated that the Latino vote, as you know, Dr. Gina, is a little more complex than that, especially in this state. There are a lot of people that came here from Cuba, Venezuela, and weren't happy with socialism, which is is why they came here to America. And so a lot of them are leery when it comes to a Biden presidency. They're concerned, even though Biden has said time and time again that he is a moderate, they are concerned about people like Senator Bernie Sanders and the so-called squad of progressives. And that is what I think probably played a key role in them deciding to go for Trump versus Biden. But, you know, we'll know more, obviously, in the days ahead.
Obviously.
Gina?
Yes. All right, Miranda. Well, listen, thank you so much. Say hello to the Sunshine State, and we'll check in with you a little bit later. And we are going to take just a short break, and I want you to stay right where you are because we're going to come right back to you with our amazing panel and with our correspondents literally all over the country, keeping you up to date right here on Real America's Voice. Stay where you are.
We'll be right back with more live election 2020 coverage.
This is the kind of card that has America talking. With it, people with Medicare are getting all-in-one coverage for their doctor visits, hospital care, prescription drugs, and more. This kind of insurance, called Medicare Part C, may also cover dental care, eyeglasses, hearing aids, fitness programs, vitamins, even healthy meals and rides to the doctor. With this kind of coverage, you do not need a Medicare supplement insurance plan. You will access your benefits through your Medicare Part C plan for one low and oftentimes $0 monthly plan premium. You deserve to get the most from your Medicare benefits. Call now for free information that may help you get more coverage for less money. There is no obligation to enroll. Whether for yourself or someone you love, call the number on the screen now. Call now.
Hello, I'm William Shatner, and you may not know this about me, but years ago, I was diagnosed with a sleep disorder. And like millions of others, I was prescribed sleep equipment. Did you know sleep equipment manufacturers recommend daily cleaning? That's why I use SoClean 2. It's the perfect complement to my daily routine, and it's hassle-free. SoClean 2 is fast and easy. It keeps my sleep equipment fresh every day without the need for disassembly. To keep the immune system strong, we should do everything we can to ensure a good night's sleep, including using the SoClean 2 daily to keep sleep equipment fresh. Try SoClean 2 risk-free for 30 nights. Order now and get $50 off. SoClean 2 is so fast and gives you peace of mind that your sleep equipment is fresh each time you use it. Call the number on your screen or go to SoClean2.com to take advantage of this risk-free trial and get $50 off. Call now.
WeatherTech floor liners for mom and dad. Oh, their pet feeding system for Scruffy. Oh, and cup phone for Aunt Barb to secure her phone in her car. Hey, how did it go?
Shopping is so tough. When are you going to start yours?
I'm all done.
Make your holiday shopping easy at WeatherTech.com.
Can I borrow that?
This is Kate.
Hey.
She takes 2 prescriptions. Kate's son Jack takes 1 too. Kate works hard and thought she had good insurance. But she still pays too much. That's no good. So Kate downloaded the GoodRx app. Now she can compare prescription prices to find the best discounts. She even beats her insurance price. Good for you, Kate. Good for you. GoodRx. Stop paying too much for your prescriptions. Download the free app today.
We now return to live election 2020 coverage.
Welcome back to our special election coverage right here on Real America's Voice. We're so glad to have you with us. I'm Dr. Gina, and we have an amazing panel here, but we have anchors and correspondents all over the country. So we're going to head right on up to Steve Gruber, who is in Michigan. Steve, Michigan, a big state for Trump and a potential Senate seat pickup. What's it looking like up there for us?
Well, it's a remarkable night, Dr. Gina. Let's start with this. Just in the last couple of hours, Donald Trump has become the odds-on favorite to be reelected. OddsShark says 86% chance of reelection. Now, that happened at about, let's see here, 9:20 Eastern time tonight. In 2016, for those of you keeping score, it happened at 9:35 p.m. The president became likely to win the election. The reason being is quite simple. If you look around the map right now, he's leading in Texas, Florida, Georgia, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, as you asked about. Right now, the numbers in Michigan are quite remarkable, actually. John James is leading by a significant amount, 200,000 or 300,000 votes. It keeps updating, of course. The president also leading in Michigan right now by about 200,000 votes, or just a touch more. That is a remarkable feat. But it's important to note that the networks, the competition, if you will, that won't be competition much longer, continue to refuse to call Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, even though it's quite obvious where those states are going, Texas as well. We'll see how it all plays out. But as I said, the president leading in all of the states I just mentioned, Michigan doing very well. And the really good news is the president, according to OddsShark, 86% favorite of winning the election here today. The reason? He has completely outperformed the polls. If you go to Miami-Dade County, for example, in Florida, where you are familiar with Dr. Gina, in 2016, Hillary Clinton won there by 30 points. Tonight, Joe Biden, barely 9 points. His lead in Miami-Dade County, that translates to better than 200,000 votes in that county alone. The fact of the matter is the president is outperforming with African Americans, with Hispanics, with people that have been basically forgotten, I would say, by the Democrat Party. And Donald Trump has made a concerted effort to connect with the First Step Act, the Platinum Plan, and so many other things seem to be connecting with voters, making a difference. We've still got a long way to go. I don't want to get ahead of myself or get over my skis, but right now, the president is trending in all the right directions in all the right states.
So at this point, when you talk to people where you are tonight, what are they saying they think is the particular reason that the president is trending so well, in particular in Michigan?
Well, let me tell you, I think that the mainstream media is going to have a wake-up call. The pollsters, certainly. They still do not understand Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, North Carolina, and frankly, Florida. They don't understand why people vote for Donald Trump. There's going to be a reckoning in the mainstream media when the president wins re-election, which is the odds-on favorite right now. Let me tell you what I saw today, Gina. It was remarkable. All right, we had early voting, as everybody knows, record-setting across the country, no different where I am. My precinct, I voted early on Thursday. They said, well, we've got about 70% of the total voters have cast ballots now. There was a line at my precinct out the door with 50 to 100 people in it all day long. Other precincts in the area, and these are deep red parts of Michigan, outside of Lansing and East Lansing. Ingham County is blue. The counties that surround it are very red. I went to other precincts where the lines were 50 and 100 people long and were all day long, and these are heavily Trump-supporting areas. I'm telling you, the vote was organic. It came out on its own, and it's just like these car parades we've seen, the boat parades you've seen in Florida and Michigan and elsewhere. These are spontaneous, grassroots efforts put together by ordinary citizens. And let me tell you something. Energy, enthusiasm, and momentum all matter, and that momentum was fueled by 14 stops in 3 days by this president in Michigan, in Florida, in Wisconsin, in Iowa, all over this country. And trust me, those rallies in places like Butler, Pennsylvania, where there were 57,000 people at a rally just a couple of days ago, that translates into votes. And right now, like I said, he leads in Pennsylvania and every other major state that I could look at, except for the one exception of Arizona.
All right. Thank you so much, Steve, reporting to us right now from Michigan. Coming back to the panel here, breaking, New Hampshire went to Biden, was called for Biden. Your thoughts on that right away?
Well, you know, look, New Hampshire's a tough territory. I mean, the union leader of New Hampshire endorsed Joe Biden, right? And, you know, that's not what they do. They endorse Republicans. Right. So it's a tough territory, I think. I didn't see the number of the differential, right? But, you know, it's a low number of electoral college votes.
Right.
We weren't counting on New Hampshire, you know, to win this thing.
Right.
And the math still, you know, can work very much in our favor.
And I want to come back to you on that. But, Tudor, I want to tell you Louisiana went to Trump. And so we're kind of piecemealing this off. What's your comment on that?
I don't think that's a big surprise. And to go back to New Hampshire, I think that the president really wanted to win New Hampshire because it was so close the last time. But like Mark was saying, it wasn't expected. I think that was more of it would be a great icing on the cake. But if it goes to Biden, it doesn't hurt him in the race right now.
It was a targeted pickup. We lost it by, I think, 0.6% to Hillary Clinton in 2016.
Yeah.
So it was a nice to have.
So I guess the question really becomes at this point in the evening, with all of these victories and all these trends pointing toward Donald Trump, if he doesn't win Pennsylvania, and I asked you this on the break,
right.
Is there a path to victory without
Absolutely.
Pennsylvania? So
Absolutely.
how does that look? Spell that out.
Well, there are a lot of paths to victory, by the way, and it's all about math. You know, we had 306 electoral college votes to win in 2016. You know, Pennsylvania's got 20 electoral college votes. So if you take Pennsylvania, off that map, that drops us down, right, to 286. That gives us a 16-vote margin down to the 270. So that means, Michigan is 16 points. So that means you have to have Michigan as a part of that mix.
Right.
Right. You've got 16 votes in Arizona. You've got 10 in Minnesota. You've got 10 in Wisconsin.
And I believe we just picked up
11.
Utah. Yes.
Yeah, Utah should be ours.
Yes.
Right. So it's just about math. There are many roads to victory here, even without Pennsylvania. Now it gets a little tougher because that's a big prize. That's 20 electoral college votes. But then it puts more pressure on us to have to win Michigan. Sounds like we're doing well there.
Us meaning Trump. We should qualify that.
Okay.
Yes. Mark as the
That's who us is for me.
Person for the president. Yes. Go ahead.
So yes, for the Trump campaign, right? 20 would be put a little pressure on us, but there are still plenty of paths to win. You have to pick up. To keep Michigan, hold Michigan, right? We only won that by 10,000 votes. Frankly, I think we're going to do well in Michigan. I think there is a tremendous amount of anger at the governor of Michigan over the lockdowns. She's tightened them even further in recent days.
I heard the same
and I
thing
think
in
that's
Wisconsin.
impacted our turnout, and in Wisconsin as well.
Yeah.
And we might look, Minnesota is on the table. I mean, Minnesota, the president was there just several days ago, and I think the Trump campaign, Donald Trump, I think could be victorious in Minnesota. So yes, the math, there's plenty of roads to victory here.
Tom, I'm going to go to you because I'm going to ask you to play devil's advocate here.
Me?
I want to say.
I'm glad you are.
I want to say that I did reach out to the DNC and I did reach out to the Biden campaign for a surrogate. We couldn't get anybody. And so I'm going to ask you to play that role
play
right
Democrat,
now.
okay.
But if you were a Joe Biden surrogate right now, where does your hope lie?
I guess right now all roads are really still leading now back to those Midwest swing battleground states. Michigan, Ohio hasn't been called yet. I guess it's getting closer to Trump. You're hoping on that kind of what would they call it, the blue wall the last time with Hillary Clinton. I think that's where you're putting, all your eggs in that basket. But now that basket's getting smaller because it's starting to look good in the South. And to me, I'm not going to be the Democrat now, to me this is shaping up a lot like 2016 in terms of that race.
But the difference, though, is that
these races are closer.
Well, the difference also is that we have all of this bizarre, mail-in stuff that can go on for days and days.
Right. You still have Pennsylvania, who now we're hearing they're not going to call it until tomorrow morning, and that could be up to 230,000 votes that we're still waiting to find out for tomorrow morning or tomorrow at some point during the day. And we also know they can drag that out throughout the week. But if you're Democrats right now, you're saying, hey, Michigan hasn't been called, Wisconsin hasn't been called, Ohio hasn't been called. We don't know for sure. Some of these only have 37% reporting. This could go for Biden still. So there is still definitely hope on the Democrat side, and they're going to be pushing that out there to their people. Now, the question is, what will happen at the end of the election tonight? Will we hear a concession speech? I don't think so.
And remember in 2016 what happened? It started out, Trump's going to lose, he's going to lose Florida. And all of a sudden, slowly but surely, momentum. And then all went to the Midwest. And then one fell, and Trump was president. It's starting to have that trend, at least in my mind.
No big surprise here. Kansas and Indiana, both just went to Trump, and so these aren't surprises. These are things that he would have expected. But I guess I want to get to in terms of the House and the Senate breakdown. Does anybody want to comment on how that's looking as far as you can tell? Because, if the president gets back in, he's going to be only kind of happy if he doesn't have those.
Well, not a big shock in Alabama. We had a pickup there as
Right.
Doug Jones was defeated by Tuberville. And Lindsey Graham has secured victory in his race. Tom Tillis in North Carolina.
Right.
So Lindsey Graham was not definite. I mean, he was outspent by multiples in his state. Okay. So I think we could have a pickup with James Jones in Michigan, but it's going to take a while this evening for us to determine that. Susan Collins is in a very tough race in Maine. So a lot still to be determined. But you're right, Dr. Gina. I mean, we've got a not a massive majority there. Plus, of the 35 Senate races that are up, 23 or 24 of those are being defended by Republicans. And so that makes it very difficult for Republicans in this election.
Right. All right, well, listen, we're going to go to break for just a second. Coming back, though, we're going to check in with Ben Bergquam. He's on the ground in Arizona, where there is a tough Senate race for the Republicans there. We're going to get the latest and more coming up on this special election coverage on Real America's Voice. Stay with us.
We'll be right back with more live election 2020 coverage.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm here to tell you about my new product from MyPillow. Towels that actually work. Watch this absorbency test. Here's another towel that we randomly went out and bought. Here's one of my towels with the nice design. I don't know if you can see this, but you could line a swimming pool with this. I mean, this is crazy. Get rid of it. Towels that actually work. What a concept.
I really love the towels. They're really great. They're super absorbent.
Go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen right now. The new MyPillow towels are exclusively made with 100% USA combed cotton with proprietary technology and with maximum absorbency. They dry you faster and are guaranteed to work. And listen to this. Use the promo code on your screen and Mike will include a second full towel set with bath towel, hand towel, and washcloth absolutely free. That's 2 MyPillow towel sets for the price of 1 in your choice of color.
I personally guarantee they're going to be the best towels you'll ever own.
Order now.
Hello, I'm William Shatner, and you may not know this about me, but years ago, I was diagnosed with a sleep disorder. And like millions of others, I was prescribed sleep equipment. Did you know sleep equipment manufacturers recommend daily cleaning? That's why I use SoClean 2. It's the perfect complement to my daily routine, and it's hassle-free. SoClean 2 is fast and easy. It keeps my sleep equipment fresh every day without the need for disassembly. To keep the immune system strong, we should do everything we can to ensure a good night's sleep, including using the SoClean 2 daily to keep sleep equipment fresh. Try SoClean 2 risk-free for 30 nights. Order now and get $50 off. SoClean 2 is so fast and gives you peace of mind that your sleep equipment is fresh each time you use it. Call the number on your screen or go to SoClean2.com to take advantage of this risk-free trial and get $50 off. Call now.
Work. It's what drives the economy and keeps our country humming. American workers in American factories, designing, engineering, and manufacturing high-quality products right here on our shores. At WeatherTech, we've been doing it for decades, building all our factories and providing great jobs right here at home. We're proud to say that when you look at a WeatherTech floor liner, cargo liner, or even cup phone, and ask yourself, where was it made? The answer will always be in America. WeatherTech.com.
My son needs this drug. I hope it doesn't cost too much. I hope my insurance pays for it. Can you tell me how much this will be?
67.
Sorry.
Wait, have you heard about GoodRx? GoodRx finds free coupons to help you save up to 80% on your prescriptions.
Wow. I had no idea.
GoodRx. Stop paying too much for your prescriptions.
We now return to live election 2020 coverage.
Welcome back to our special election night coverage right here on Real America's Voice. I want to give a huge shout out, though, to our crew. This new set that we sit on is one of the most phenomenal sets, and I've been in a lot of newsrooms and I have never seen anything like this. And They built this like literally in the span of a week or so. And I just want to give a huge shout out. Are they not the best?
This crew is amazing.
Amazing.
And they can throw up the highest quality production set.
They really do.
Anywhere.
They really, and they work tirelessly. I literally know they've been going on like no sleep at all. So I just want to say thank you to them. We love you guys. We have anchors and correspondents all over the country. I want to head over to Arizona to Ben Bergquam. Ben, Arizona, such an important state when it comes to Trump's path to victory. But how is it looking there?
Well, right now it's not looking so good. It looks like about a 10-point spread. Biden's up 77% reported. And it's from everything I'm seeing, it's leaning towards Biden. The interesting thing about it is where those numbers are coming from. When you looked at the early voting, Republicans were actually up, which was surprising in early vote numbers. Right. As well as today, the day of vote numbers. What seems to be pulling towards Biden are the undecided, or not the independent vote. So the question that I have, and what, looking at Arizona, places like Arizona and Texas, where we start to see this demographic shift, because of so many people leaving from California, entering states like this, that's playing a big part in this for sure. But it is surprising. I think the folks that we're here with the sheriff's race, Jerry Shadan, who's running against the incumbent for sheriff here in Maricopa County. And, a lot of people are surprised by the turnout and the results so far. We're still waiting to see. Looks like Yuma's coming in pretty strong for President Trump, but everything is leaning towards Biden here in Arizona, which is interesting when we consider what's happening in Michigan and Florida and some of the other states where the exact opposite has happened.
It is. It's honestly, it's like I feel like I have this little thought cloud above my head with this big question mark where Arizona is concerned, because I was hearing such great things, for the Trump campaign out of Arizona all week long. And I had even texted a friend of mine who's an organizer there and said, looks like you guys are going to pull this off. So where's the disconnect between what we've heard about Arizona and what we know about Arizona and where these votes are coming in?
Well, that's what we'll have to wait and see where the breakdown happens and where those especially those independent votes, where they came from.
I'm asking you, I guess, Ben, excuse me for interrupting you, but I think I'm asking, when you talk to people, is it the COVID issue and seniors voting? Is it, did Biden just hit right on an issue that's really near and dear to Arizonans that maybe the rest of the country isn't aware of? That's, I think, what I'm asking. Or if you think it's a particular race, like the old McCain seat and that particular situation there.
Well, what I was hearing all day from Trump supporters was they were expecting President Trump to win. And in fact, the Democrats that I was interviewing as well, most of them were saying that they expected President Trump to win here as well. So the big issues here that were COVID that we were talking about today and civil unrest. I mean, that was from the Democratic side. It was, the unrest we see all over the country. That's playing a big part in this. But the border plays a big part here as well. A lot of folks, especially on the Republican side, the border is a huge issue. And when we looked at some of the polls that were coming out earlier, when we started seeing Hispanic vote increasing to above 50% for President Trump in Arizona, I think that gave a lot of people hope and kind of made them think that Arizona was a lock. That's one of these, it's one of the surprising ones where President Trump didn't spend as much time here recently as he did in places like North Carolina and Florida and Michigan. And I think that was partly because they expected to win here possibly. But it's, again, from what I was hearing, most people that I spoke to on the Republican side expected President Trump to win in Arizona.
Okay, and then on that, do you think that McCain Senate seat, that Democrat Mark Kelly versus Martha McSally, we knew she was going to have a tough road to victory there. Do you think that is playing at all?
Yeah, it has to. I mean, if you're not excited about the Senate race, some of those people may not have shown up to vote. It's hard to say, but it's clear that there wasn't the excitement for McSally that you even had for President Trump here. So there's definitely some play there. How much that impacted President Trump's vote, we'll wait and see. And some of that will be seen once we start having the opportunity to analyze some of the numbers as they come in. How many people voted for President Trump that didn't vote for McSally, and so maybe some that voted for McSally that didn't vote for President Trump. I'd be surprised by that. From what I'm hearing, most of the people that weren't going to vote for McSally on the Republican side still were going to vote for President Trump.
All right. Well, thank you so much for being with us, Ben. We appreciate that report from you. And we are going to go on over to Colorado and to our own Jessica Rivera there. Jessica, do we have you?
I can hear you, Dr. Gina.
Okay, awesome. And Jessica, give us your temperature take on the ground there. What are you hearing?
Well, here in Colorado, we have 9 electoral votes. We're not a battleground state, so it's no surprise that the final count went to Democrat candidate Joe Biden for the state with 57.7%, while President Trump ended up with 40. Another race that was being closely watched was the Senate race between now former incumbent Republican Senator Cory Gardner and Democrat candidate John Hickenlooper, where Hickenlooper has been officially called the winner, and Gardner just gave his concession speech not too long ago. But there's still one congressional race for District 3 between Republican candidate Lauren Boebert and Democrat candidate Diane Bush, where Republican Boebert is expecting to win. As of now, there are, I believe, close to 85% reporting showing Boebert winning, so that will be flipping that. This election, this centennial state is voted on 7 propositions along with 3 amendments. And Colorado polls closed at 9 p.m. Eastern, so not too long ago. And so we will have all those races, all that information we will have tonight.
All right, Jessica, thank you so much. We appreciate that from you. I want to come back to the panel now. You know, Arizona and Colorado, not good states for the president tonight, but some things that we didn't expect to maybe go as early for the president have gone the way that that he would like for them to go. But has anyone checked the president's Twitter? That's the thing I keep wishing I had time to do.
He did just tweet out, said, all caps, looking good all across the country. Thank you.
See, I knew someone would know what was on the president's Twitter. But you know what? That means that he's feeling optimistic, and that's good. So at this point in the evening, you know, Tom, to the best of your ability, what do you think we'll hear tonight, and how long do you think it's going to be before we have some results, some real results where, you know, we can make announcements kind of thing?
You know, I think a lot really depends what happens in that used to be blue wall. Wisconsin, right. Michigan, those are the states that, Minnesota, that I think really could change the dynamic. If for some reason President Trump wins, I think 2 or 3 of those, and he wins Ohio, I think he's pretty darn close. So I think that's where, again, it's you know, in the olden days, not that long ago, used to be Florida, Ohio, where the win or lose for a Republican. Now it's shifted really to the manufacturing centers of the United States, the car manufacturers, right. Those blue-collar union workers, and the people that have, the new voters that have come out for President Trump. He's really, again, changed that whole mix.
Yeah, it's all mixed around
anytime
now.
You look at, and anytime he has those rallies, those breakouts that Ronna McDaniel sends out are just phenomenal. We're like 20% Democrats right. showed up that registered for the rally, or 20% who hadn't voted in 2016. So I don't know how you poll those people. I don't know how you even can measure those people. I guess the Trump campaign can, and that's who they're going after. But I think everything just goes right back to the Midwest of whether or not we really hear anything tonight.
Yeah.
And the Midwest will be interesting because I spent 10 years working in a steel foundry, so my life has been manufacturing up until I came here. And when I go back to my manufacturing friends, even in Western Michigan, I see American Foundry Society having Bill Huizenga, Congressman Bill Huizenga, as their guest speaker last week. And I'm thinking, here you have what historically was union workers who were right. only having Democrats in, having a Republican congressman come to their Foundry Society meeting where you have multiple foundries coming together and blue-collar workers saying, this is the man we're listening to. It's a huge change for blue-collar workers.
Yeah, because look, these are the people who have paid the price for the Washington elites
Correct.
Over the last 20, 30 years. They're the ones who paid the price with 3 million jobs. 66,000 manufacturing facilities right. were closed down because of our China policies, because of NAFTA. These are the people who paid the price. The Washington elites forgot about them, and Donald Trump's the one who spoke to them in 2016 that said, I'm going to fight for you We're going to get your jobs back. This business about the fact that they're gone for good is baloney. And we're going to get fair trade deals. We're going to bring manufacturing back. And we're going to fix immigration as well. That's what those people responded to. And those rank and file union members, they're with us, and they're going to make the difference, I think, in these states.
And look at what happened in Pittsburgh, where you had all of those steel workers lose their jobs. Industry came back in fracking, and then you have Joe Biden come out and say he's getting rid of fracking. The Democrats must have been like,
That's why Butler, Pennsylvania, you had tens of thousands of people turn out. That's why you had the Pittsburgh Gazette endorse Donald Trump, a Republican for the first time since 1972. Look, there's that fracking issue is a real problem for Joe Biden, and I could see it really making the difference for President Trump in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, a lot of people don't appreciate the connection between low energy prices and manufacturing. If you have high energy prices, manufacturing costs, the input costs go way up, especially steel.
You can't even do the Green New Deal. It's impossible.
Right, but it's that issue at that second debate where the president said he returned to his old line from the primaries in 2016, 15 and 16, where he said, you're just a corrupt, typical politician, all talk, no action.
Right. All right, we're going to have to leave it there. Mississippi was just called for Donald Trump. Not a big surprise there either. But we are going to be back in just a moment. And so you're going to want to stay with us. We're coming back at you. More Real America's Voice in just a moment.
We'll be right back with more live election 2020 coverage.
This is the kind of card that has America talking. With it, people with Medicare are getting all-in-one coverage for their doctor visits, hospital care, prescription drugs, and more. This kind of insurance, called Medicare Part C, may also cover dental care, eyeglasses, hearing aids, fitness programs, vitamins, even healthy meals and rides to the doctor. With this kind of coverage, you do not need a Medicare supplement insurance plan. You will access your benefits through your Medicare Part C plan for one low and oftentimes $0 monthly plan premium. You deserve to get the most from your Medicare benefits. Call now for free information that may help you get more coverage for less money. There is no obligation to enroll. Whether for yourself or someone you love, call the number on the screen now. Call now.
Hello, I'm William Shatner, and you may not know this about me, but years ago, I was diagnosed with a sleep disorder. And like millions of others, I was prescribed sleep equipment. Did you know sleep equipment manufacturers recommend daily cleaning? That's why I use SoClean 2. It's the perfect complement to my daily routine, and it's hassle-free. SoClean 2 is fast and easy. It keeps my sleep equipment fresh every day without the need for disassembly. To keep the immune system strong, we should do everything we can to ensure a good night's sleep, including using the SoClean 2 daily to keep sleep equipment fresh. Try SoClean 2 risk-free for 30 nights. Order now and get $50 off. SoClean 2 is so fast and gives you peace of mind that your sleep equipment is fresh each time you use it. Call the number on your screen or go to SoClean2.com to take advantage of this risk-free trial and get $50 off. Call now.
These are our classes, our happy hours, our dates, our birthday parties, our shopping. We're learning new things.
Nice technique with that knife.
And getting in touch with things we left behind. These are our lives now. Come be a part of it online. GoDaddy is making it possible for everyone to create a website for free. Learn more at GoDaddy.com.
Jim and Joanne are here to pick up the same prescription. They both know the system is not on their side. They both know drug costs are out of control. But one of them is taking back control with GoodRx. Next. So while he's paying that much, even with his insurance, she's paying this much just by using GoodRx. Use GoodRx to compare prices at pharmacies in your area and stop paying too much for your prescriptions. Download the free app today and take back control.
We now return to live election 2020 coverage.
Welcome back. Such an important presidential race for so many reasons. But a big one is that the investigations into corruption at the highest levels of our government must continue. And I think any good citizen can agree to that. That won't happen if Joe Biden wins, because I don't think Joe Biden wants to get caught, frankly, in the things that our next guest has uncovered on him. John Solomon himself of Just the News is here with us now. John, do you feel like your news was ever covered the way that it should have been, enough to get to the people? Do you think it was findable to get to the people that voted today and this week?
I took a little encouragement in the poll that we had late last week, where we surveyed likely voters, 1,200 likely voters, and they said 73% of them had heard of the Joe Biden story. They didn't hear it from the mainstream media, but they heard it from Real America's Voice, Just the News, Fox News, places like that.
Right.
And of those who heard it, they were 53% likely to believe that Joe Biden did something wrong. Of the 27% who hadn't heard it, they were leaning 70% in Biden's way. So hearing about it really changed your perception of which candidate you were going to support. And I think that filter, the social media, the mainstream media, suppressing it, probably did have an impact in this election. But I think tonight the election is more about the economy and which direction our country is going in than Joe Biden or Donald Trump's foibles. I think that's what we're beginning to see in the data.
And speaking of pollsters, they're not having a great night tonight.
No, they're the clear loser, because even if Donald Trump loses, he's going to have significantly outperformed the national polls and in all the battleground states. And I think the polling industry and the news media industry at large are going to have to come back after two consecutive Donald Trump shock moments. They're going to have to come back and find out where they've gotten off track. They're way off track tonight.
So I'm curious, do you think that they're way off track because Donald Trump is such a different candidate than they've ever known before, and they have no idea how to handle it?
Absolutely. And I think also the country's become more and more divided. It was pretty divided going into 2016. After 2016, it became so divisive. If you're a Trump voter, it's not worth saying you're for Trump, because you might get harassed by your neighbor or your pollster or your media person. And I think that this is the true election where the hidden majority may truly be, you can literally count the size of it. We'll know the size of the hidden majority. It'll be the differences in those polls if Trump wins. We're a long way from Trump winning. But as you look across the state, you're seeing blue collar holding for him. You're seeing Hispanics breaking for him a little bit more, and you're seeing urban America not voting at the rates that they vote for Hillary Clinton, which was Biden's whole strategy going into tonight. So if that holds across the map, Donald Trump may have a good night.
So I'll balance the panel out a little bit by bringing some cynicism in about polling, okay? Yes. Because the truth is, I believe that it's corporate media that was looking for a preconceived outcome with their polls. And that's why so many polls were used with registered voters instead of likely voters, which is absurd when you're leading in weeks leading up to a presidential election. There was a poll from NBC a month ago that was about seniors and senior support dropping off for President Trump. It was maybe 1,200 were surveyed. It was adults. It wasn't even registered voters. Right. That's a junk poll. And so there was a lot of junk polls that still came out this year. And I think it's because corporate media is looking for a preconceived outcome.
Yeah, there's some of that for sure. I also think that there was a concern about the Trump voters' enthusiasm. Trump voters are really in on Trump. And Biden, the only reason most people voted for Biden, they said today, was they were against Trump, not because they were for Biden. I think the pollsters tried to suppress that enthusiasm, and they called it wrong. I think they clearly have it wrong. And they're going to look back. Some of it is bias. Some of it is just making a bad bet on the enthusiasm factor.
This morning, Grover Norquist was on Steve Gruber's program, and he said that when Bob Dole was running, they came out and the pollsters said, "Oh, he's down," and that just sunk his whole campaign. Is there a strategy behind polling that may not be so transparent?
That's not, everyone I talked to on the conservative side thought there was a voter suppression effort going on with the polls, right? The one thing about Donald Trump is he doesn't get suppressed by the media. And the way he finished these last 10 days, if you feel the cards are stacked against you, Donald Trump just showed you how you win an election. You go out and you take it to the people, you get around the filters. And the single biggest event that happened was Donald Trump returning to the campaign trail 10, 12 days ago. I think it's the thing that will change this election. Even if he loses, it's so much closer than people thought that, that's going to be the it factor.
Not a big surprise. California, Oregon, Washington went to Biden. Fox News called Florida for President Trump. Yeah. And so, none of those things are big surprises, but I wanted to add that. John, you commented to me that as this is trending and we're watching this, the streets out there are getting kind of ugly. We are in downtown Washington, D.C. Yeah. The streets were boarded up completely yesterday. They literally boarded my husband into a deli today while he was standing there. And so, what are your predictions along those lines?
I fear that there'll be a moment of anarchy, particularly if Donald Trump wins. But I think two things happen. The president will be emboldened by victory if he does win. He'll have greater authority, I think, to crack down it quicker. And I think some of these Democratic cities that let it go on for a long time may take the lesson from this election that letting it go on may have cost them votes among the people that they were trying to appeal for. So maybe cooler heads and smarter heads will prevail on the crackdown that will get it done quicker. But I do think we're heading into a period of unrest, not unlike what we saw after 2016.
And so as we're kind of watching all of this happen, I'm just wanting to kind of take everyone's temperature as to how long you think it's going to be before we actually have some sort of announcement at this point, because it's really seeming like a lot of these states are stacking up. We're not going to hear about Pennsylvania tonight, but we're going to hear about them probably tomorrow. But the president, as Mark pointed out, might not need Pennsylvania. There might be a road around Pennsylvania, so to speak.
Yeah, what I'm hearing is that we entered this night with Joe Biden thinking he had 3 or 4 paths to 270, and Donald Trump had 1 path maybe. And now the roles are reversed. Now you hear Biden people clinging to Arizona. We got to win Arizona or we're in trouble. I think the roles are reversed. I think Trump clearly comes out of tonight much better shape than he went in. But, a lot can happen in counting in Philadelphia. A lot can happen in counting in Charlotte. And those urban areas are the places I think all the focal point will be on. That will be our hanging chad this election, what goes on in those urban areas in the next 24, 48 hours.
And John, I know because you're always on top of everything that's breaking, I want to ask you, are you getting any reports at all on any sort of fraud?
I understand there is a lawsuit being prepared right now in Montgomery County, Pennsylvania, where poll watchers witnessed some very unusual behavior. Election clerks allegedly taking bad absentee ballots, putting them out for someone to gather so they could be fixed before the night's over. According to the lawyers I talked to, that's illegal under Pennsylvania law.
Right.
So that may be our first big legal strike tonight. We'll be watching that. I think Phil Klein at the Thomas More Society is leading that one. There's going to be a lot more. When you close down voting in Atlanta and you close down voting in Philadelphia, there's a reason. And there's going to be a lot of discussion about what goes on in the smoke-covered rooms tonight.
So you don't think that was political? You think that was actually due to some shenanigans?
Well, listen, once you close it down, once you pull it behind a closed door, the chance of shenanigans going up is much higher, right?
But also, so that suit you're talking about, that was just filed in the last few minutes.
Right.
And look, I believe that was an order that went out to counties that said, get these ballots corrected, which is a direct violation of the law in Pennsylvania.
Yeah. Yep.
Absolutely. All right. We have correspondents around the country, as you know, and we are going to go out right now to Nick Ballasy. He is in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, watching those numbers. Nick, it's all on you, buddy. What do you have to tell us?
Well, like you mentioned a little bit earlier, it doesn't look like Philadelphia is going to be reporting the full results because there are still a lot of mail-in ballots that are supposed to be counted and then reported. There was some confusion about no more reporting at all tonight, but now it looks like Philadelphia officials are saying there will be another mail-in ballot report coming out of Philadelphia between midnight and 1 a.m., and then they're going to do another mail-in ballot report at 9 a.m. So there is still counting going on, and looks like there's going to be some more reporting coming out of Philadelphia. So Trump could be leading, but then once you get to Philadelphia and all the results start coming in, it could all change. So we'll see what happens. I mean, the electoral votes in Pennsylvania are key for President Trump. He might have a path if he can hold on to Michigan and he can hold on to Wisconsin, but I really think he needs Pennsylvania. I mean, it could really put him over the edge. I mean, a lot of the paths, when you look at both candidates, PA is key. And so we'll see what happens. All eyes on Pennsylvania.
We know that we... Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I was just saying all eyes on Pennsylvania.
That's right. We know that Joe Biden spent a lot of time there recently. Was that an indicator that he was concerned about that? And what are you hearing from people on the ground there? Were votes swayed by the amount of time that Joe Biden spent there?
I think he was concerned about it. Joe Biden was right in the county I'm in right now. He also was in some surrounding areas. He was in Philadelphia today, actually doing some unexpected local stops. The campaign wasn't even really releasing any locations. They were just showing Biden coming into the various local areas of Philadelphia, popping in. And Trump was in Bucks County. Trump was in Allentown, Pennsylvania recently. So both campaigns knew that this could come down to the wire in Pennsylvania, and all eyes were on PA for the home stretch especially. And from what I heard from voters today on the ground was overwhelmingly Trump. I mean, in Bucks County, we caught up with a ton of voters at various polling stations, and overwhelmingly it was Trump. A lot of them were saying it was the economy, it was support for law enforcement, it was speaking out against socialist policies that swayed them toward the president. We only talked to just a few Biden voters out of all the people who were willing to go on camera. And what's also interesting is we had a few people say, no, they don't want to go on camera. And one person even referred to themselves as a silent voter, which we all know is a reference to the silent Trump vote, which I think, as John was alluding to earlier, a lot of pollsters did not pick up, especially in the last month of the race. I think there was a lot of voters who these pollsters just missed. For whatever reason, they didn't want to talk about their specific reasons for supporting Trump, or that they even would vote for the president. And so I think this is what you're seeing tonight on display in many key battleground states.
All right, Nick Malasey from our partners at Just the News, thank you so much for being with us. And we're going to come right back. More coverage from our election night coverage here on Real America's Voice. So you're going to want to stick around, because we'll be right back with you in just a moment.
We'll be right back with more live election 2020 coverage.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm here to tell you about my new product from MyPillow. Towels that actually work. Watch this absorbency test. Here's another towel that we randomly went out and bought. Here's one of my towels with the nice design. I don't know if you can see this, but you could line a swimming pool with this. I mean, this is crazy. Get rid of it. Towels that actually work. What a concept.
I really love the towels. They're really great. They're super absorbent.
Go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen right now. The new MyPillow towels are exclusively made with 100% USA combed cotton with proprietary technology and with maximum absorbency. They dry you faster and are guaranteed to work. And listen to this. Use the promo code on your screen and Mike will include a second full towel set with bath towel, hand towel, and washcloth absolutely free. That's 2 MyPillow towel sets for the price of 1 in your choice of color.
I personally guarantee they're going to be the best towels you'll ever own.
Order now.
Hello, I'm William Shatner, and you may not know this about me, but years ago, I was diagnosed with a sleep disorder. And like millions of others, I was prescribed sleep equipment. Did you know sleep equipment manufacturers recommend daily cleaning? That's why I use SoClean 2. It's the perfect complement to my daily routine, and it's hassle-free. SoClean 2 is fast and easy. It keeps my sleep equipment fresh every day without the need for disassembly. To keep the immune system strong, we should do everything we can to ensure a good night's sleep, including using the SoClean 2 daily to keep sleep equipment fresh. Try SoClean 2 risk-free for 30 nights. Order now and get $50 off. SoClean 2 is so fast and gives you peace of mind that your sleep equipment is fresh each time you use it. Call the number on your screen or go to SoClean2.com to take advantage of this risk-free trial and get $50 off. Call now.
My son needs this drug. I hope it doesn't cost too much. I hope my insurance pays for it. Can you tell me how much this will be?
$67.
Sorry.
Wait, have you heard about GoodRx? GoodRx finds free coupons to help you save up to 80% on your prescriptions.
Wow. I had no idea.
GoodRx. Stop paying too much for your prescriptions.
We now return to live election 2020 coverage.
Welcome back to our special election coverage right here on Real America's Voice. We have anchors and correspondents scattered throughout the country. And the question becomes, is there some election cheating going on out there? I know that wouldn't shock anyone, but here to talk about it in studio with me now, Frank Gaffney. Frank, this is not a huge surprise, but I guess we want to know specifics and details because, the Trump campaign said it was going to have watchers at every poll. I know at my poll, when I voted in Palm Beach on, I believe it was Thursday, there were definitely people standing there watching. What do you know?
I think we don't know a whole lot just yet, but I will say if Donald Trump prevails in this, and no, we all hope he will, but if he does, there will be a hand of God on it for sure, because he will be overcoming an enormous effort to steal this election, and in a whole variety of ways. I mean, down at the precinct level or the voting booth level is one way, of course, but what we've watched playing out, and I think we're going to be learning more about its effectiveness in the next day or two, maybe in the next week or two, is the cumulative effect of social media engineering, of cyber techniques being used perhaps to manipulate the actual tabulations, and operations like the Chinese Communist Party have been mounting to really take this president down. They've made no secret about their intent. And you were talking a little bit earlier about the Chinese. Mark, I'm hoping that if indeed the president does prevail, not only will this be a repudiation of all of those efforts, Democratic partisans and their fellow travelers, if I can use that expression, foreign and domestic, but we're actually going to see something of a mandate for this president to deal very firmly with the Chinese and these others who have been actually trying to corrupt and undermine our very fundamental democratic processes.
Which brings to mind something that I thought of while I was putting my ballot in the counter machine. The first time it spit it back out and said that I did something wrong, and I had to put it back in.
Wrong vote, probably.
Yeah, probably wrong vote. And I thought to myself, when I programs this, I just thought to myself, because we don't know the degree to which the programmers on some of these machines, where are these machines from, who programmed them, and frankly, most lay people like myself wouldn't have a clue if it were misprogrammed. Every 10th vote, if it says that, just don't count it, or that kind of thing is concerning.
In a way, it's worse than that. There are 28 states, 10 of them swing states, that use a service, if you can believe this, in Barcelona, Spain, to do the tabulations of their data.
That is
on
amazing.
machines,
I'm going to repeat that.
On computers.
28 states use a tabulation firm in Barcelona, Spain.
Right.
How can that possibly be secure?
Get this, using computers that are provided by a company in which George Soros is involved. What could possibly go wrong? And in fact, the really scary thing about this is we saw in the 2018 elections, when this same system was used, at the very least, one congressional race in Texas, Pete Sessions, and Governor Matt Bevin's race in the governor's contest in Kentucky were actually influenced and perhaps stolen by this very process. So this is, again, just one of these places, Gina, where we're going to have to see. But, there has been a lot of forecasting that Donald Trump will win tonight, but may not win before this is all over, partly because of this kind of manipulation. I pray to God that's not going to happen, of course.
Would there be any way to prove any of that, Frank?
Well, this is one of the things we've been urging the administration, first of all, to change this arrangement.
Correct.
I mean, I can't for the life of me figure out why anybody would think it's a good idea to have any of our data processed offshore, let alone under these circumstances. But the other thing, which just seemed to be the most basic, kind of step to protect against this eventuality that there would be manipulation again in 2020 was to at least have the states reporting to the federal government what the results of their data was, so that you'd have a comparison, a U.S. comparison with a Spanish comparison. Yeah. And I'm not sure that that's happened. So again, we don't know whether the results tonight will be so, decisive for Donald Trump that it won't matter. But I'm worried, I have to tell you. And again, hope that God's hand is on this outcome so that it's not possible for it to be stolen.
Well, I have to tell you, Dr. Gina, it's broadcasting from Frank Gaffney, right, to reveal and expose this corruption that takes place at the deep state, the threats from Ukraine, from Russia, from the Communist Chinese Party, the corruption in the Biden family, that I think has sensitized part of the electorate to recognize that Donald Trump's been right all along, and this poses a tremendous threat if we don't have Donald Trump in the White House anymore.
Amen. Amen. We won't get to the bottom of it, is the truth of the matter, if we don't have Donald Trump actually conducting these after-action investigations. Now, he'll be here for 6 weeks or 2 months, whatever it is, under all circumstances, and some of this will go forward. But as we've seen, and you mentioned, Mark, you've tracked it so closely, the deep state is not on his side and will be using every possible means to slow roll or otherwise sandbag what he will be trying to do during these remaining weeks, if he doesn't win. But as of now, the evidence is suggesting that he will, and if so, we will, I hope, not only see this election disrupted, and the other piece of it, which you were talking about with John Solomon, which is another shoe to drop, perhaps starting tonight, is this, we've called it color revolution that is in the offing. People who will resist a Trump victory may actually act badly even if there's a Biden victory, because they want to maximize the socialist or even communist kind of takeover of the government that they have in mind. But it will certainly be a problem if Donald Trump is victorious tonight. And I think exacerbate this tendency to find votes, as I think John was saying, whether it's in Philadelphia or Charlotte or who knows where all else. There are a lot of them out there, unfortunately.
All right.
Challenging time.
All right, right down the street outside the U.S. Capitol, we're going to check in with David Zier. David, disturbing to see all the businesses boarded up in this town, isn't it? What are you seeing out there?
Well, the boarding up is it's citywide. It's all of downtown. And I think Frank was right, about this color revolution, disrupt and contest the election and not accept the results. Worried about New York City as well. It looks like Trump has a path to victory tonight. I'm doing the numbers here. And if he holds on to the states that he has the leads in, he'll be able to claim victory. But like Steve Bannon and Raheem said before, I'm worried about the absentee ballots in Philly. There's like 350,000 of them. Trump's up about 300,000 or 400,000 votes in Pennsylvania. But, we're on the ground at these rallies, and 25% of the people I interview are Democrats in Ohio, Pennsylvania, and other areas. So, I think that it's going to get violent out there. I'm afraid I might have to sleep here. Maybe I can't get back to the hotel tonight.
Yeah, it's a reality. I'm not going to lie when I say I was texting my family to see where they were planning on sleeping, because it really is a reality. What are you seeing, though, out there? Are you seeing crowds starting to gather? I mean, what's the reality on the streets right now? Because we're, frankly, in a studio up high and can't really see anything.
Yeah, well, we're more in a secure area here around the Capitol. Downtown is like Antifa headquarters. But I will tell you, on the way here, we saw them start to assemble on the same streets that, I was at the inauguration in 2017, and they were in the streets burning cars and garbage and breaking windows. In the same spot they were assembling tonight, I think, this is a massively coordinated effort. And I think Frank was also right about, the intelligence apparatchiks are maybe assisting this, in the U.S. government. And there is a deep state. I think it's clear. I just hope that Trump wins Pennsylvania by more than, say, 4 or 5, 6 points where they can't contest it, right? So these states that he has these leads in, he has to win them a little bigger so we can avoid this, potential violence and, contested election.
All right. Thank you so much, David Zier. And reporting now from Arizona, they are saying that state has gone to Joe Biden. And so we are going to keep you abreast of all of this as we are here with our panel tonight and with our folks all over the country reporting to you. And we're going to break it all down and tell you just exactly what it means. It's going to prove to be very interesting and probably a long night, if not a long week. So you stay right where you are, because we're going to be bringing you more election night coverage here on Real America's Voice coming up right after this.
We'll be right back with more live election 2020 coverage.
This is the kind of card that has America talking. With it, people with Medicare are getting all-in-one coverage for their doctor visits, hospital care, prescription drugs, and more. This kind of insurance, called Medicare Part C, may also cover dental care, eyeglasses, hearing aids, fitness programs, vitamins, even healthy meals and rides to the doctor. With this kind of coverage, you do not need a Medicare supplement insurance plan. You will access your benefits through your Medicare Part C plan for one low and oftentimes $0 monthly plan premium. You deserve to get the most from your Medicare benefits. Call now for free information that may help you get more coverage for less money. There is no obligation to enroll. Whether for yourself or someone you love, call the number on the screen now. Call now.
Hello, I'm William Shatner, and you may not know this about me, but years ago, I was diagnosed with a sleep disorder. And like millions of others, I was prescribed sleep equipment. Did you know sleep equipment manufacturers recommend daily cleaning? That's why I use SoClean 2. It's the perfect complement to my daily routine, and it's hassle-free. SoClean 2 is fast and easy. It keeps my sleep equipment fresh every day without the need for disassembly. To keep the immune system strong, we should do everything we can to ensure a good night's sleep, including using the SoClean 2 daily to keep sleep equipment fresh. Try SoClean 2 risk-free for 30 nights. Order now and get $50 off. SoClean 2 is so fast and gives you peace of mind that your sleep equipment is fresh each time you use it. Call the number on your screen or go to SoClean2.com to take advantage of this risk-free trial and get $50 off. Call now.
I sent your new prescription to the pharmacy. Any idea how much it will cost? You have a choice. Insurance or GoodRx? I have insurance. Insurance is not what it used to be. People struggle to get their prescriptions covered, and prices keep rising. I recommend GoodRx. You get free coupons to save on your prescriptions. Compare prices to find the best discounts.
GoodRx. Smart.
Stop paying too much for your prescriptions. Download the free app today.
WeatherTech floor liners for mom and dad. Oh, their pet feeding system for Scruffy. Oh, and cup phone for Aunt Barb to secure her phone in her car. Hey, how did it go?
Shopping is so tough. When are you going to start yours?
I'm all done.
Make your holiday shopping easy at WeatherTech.com.
Can I borrow that?
We now return to live election 2020 coverage.
Hello and welcome back to our live coverage here on Real America's Voice, bringing it to you on election night as it all goes down. And hopefully, I didn't mean it like that. I mean like in a good way, as it all happens, right? Like what's going down? I've been hanging out with my teenage children too much, you can tell already. But it is a very, very interesting night here. Lots of interesting things happening. We are all of us here in the studio are keeping a very close ear to the ground on what is happening in Washington, D.C., because apparently over near the White House, reportedly anyway, there is some Antifa, BLM activity. So we're keeping a close eye on that. I'm just going to ask your level of concern on that, on the violence.
Well, I kind of think, Dr. Gina, that the media, I hate to say this, but the mainstream media, they've been prepping for this.
Yeah.
And, I can't go as far as to say they were rooting for it, but, it's almost a foregone conclusion now at this point that violence is going to come. And yet they spent months and months and months turning a blind eye to it in these major cities where the president demonstrated in a city like Kenosha, where he just visited yesterday, that, he brings in the National Guard and boom, it's resolved.
That's interesting you bring that up, Mark, because I was just in Kenosha, and we were the chase car for the Women for Trump bus, and it was very interesting listening to audiences there, many of them former Hillary supporters who had flipped to Trump because of what happened, and I'm talking about suburban moms, because of what happened in Kenosha. To them, that said, this isn't an inner city problem, this is a suburban mom's problem when it comes to Kenosha, Wisconsin, right? And that changed the minds of a lot of voters that I talked to personally in Wisconsin, who were formerly Democrats. But this was like you take me, you threaten my children, you threaten my family, and it's all over. I'm voting for the other guy kind of a thing.
It's very real.
Very real.
When it reaches someone's residential street. And that's what we had seen in so many cases.
Mm-hmm.
And they turned a blind eye to it. The president demonstrated, hey, not in Trump's America is that going to go on unless the Democrats control the city where it's taking place.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, interestingly, New Mexico was just called for Biden. Not a huge number there of electoral votes, but still
expected.
Right. And so I don't know where that leaves us. But the interesting thing I thought earlier was how the popular vote was going to Donald Trump and trending pretty hard to Donald Trump, right? And yet Joe Biden was actually leading in the electoral vote. So I thought if that holds, the Democrats are going to have a really big, humble pie to eat. Of course, they don't really usually do that. But it was interesting to see that kind of thing flip because that's what they've complained about. Are they going to scream about the Electoral College needing to go if that trend were to hold? But I don't know where we are in that trend now. Does anyone know?
Well, that's just based on who's reporting what and when. I think at that time you didn't have the Pacific Coast states.
Yes, you're right.
Reported.
And they just said in my ear that Biden now does have the popular vote lead. So there you go. So he's got it. But I just wanted to see their faces if that happened. It would have just been interesting how things can change around because so much has changed in this election. And I think, especially in states like where you're from, where you have a blue collar component that has really done just an about face in a lot of cases because of the things that this president has done. But do you think that holds for other Republicans running?
Well, if we look at Michigan right now, John James is doing exceptionally well. And we saw him very close in the last Senate race. And so folks were unsure of how he would do against Gary Peters. The last few months, it's been going very well. Tonight, we're seeing very good numbers so far for John James. So, yes, it does seem to be going well for other Republicans in Michigan. Now, Rashida Tlaib, she was reelected. So it depends on the area, of course.
Right. All right, we're going to head on over to Ben Bergquam. He is out there in Arizona. Tough night for the president in the state you're in tonight, Arizona. Ben, what are you hearing?
Well, a lot of surprise with the numbers that were coming in. So when you looked at the early vote totals, there was actually Republicans were leading in the early vote. But the big difference was the independent vote, and that seems to be what is pushing it Biden's direction. I know a couple of the networks are calling it. A lot of people here say it's still too close to call, so there's still some hope here on the ground. But that seems to be what it is, the independent. And when I'm talking to this whole room behind me of Trump supporters, and the thing that I continue to hear over and over and over is these dang Californians moving into Arizona. They're Californian or Arizona. That is the number one reason that I'm hearing that they believe that if this ends up going to Biden, that it does, because of the number of transplants that leave California to escape their own policies, but then end up bringing those policies with them over here.
Well, that's interesting because, we do hear that all the time about, folks from blue states moving to red states. We've seen a mass exodus, for example, from New York to Florida. Even a lot of Californians, frankly, have moved to California or have moved also to Florida. And Florida, though, didn't really trend that way. At least it appears not to have.
Right.
So I don't know if that holds. Are there other issues, Ben, that might have drawn the independents to Biden in particular?
The only thing that, the two things that we continue to hear were how the push on COVID and the bringing the country together. President Trump is being blamed, at least on the Democratic side, for the unrest that we're seeing in this country. And you brought this up about what's happening in Washington, D.C. As we were driving through downtown Phoenix tonight, they were actually boarding up the windows at Wells Fargo. All of this entire building, they were putting plywood out because they're anticipating riots if President Trump wins. That's the discrepancy. Democrats blame President Trump for the violence, yet where it continues to come from is from the Democratic side. So when it comes to the Democrat side, though, that seemed to be the issue. It was, we want to bring the country together, and somehow Joe Biden, they believe, is the one that can do that. On the Republican side, over and over and over, the most important thing here in Arizona is the border, border security, border sovereignty, Second Amendment, and freedom. And so those issues to the Republicans are the most important. To the Democrats, it appears that COVID played a big factor. And what I'm really interested to see is what the youth vote in Arizona was when we look at those independent voters. Because, again, when the numbers, we were looking at them this morning, and I thought Arizona was a lock for President Trump. The fact that he hadn't come in, he had done a couple smaller race or campaign stops here last week, but wasn't hitting it nearly as hard. I think a lot of people thought Arizona was locked up, especially with the fact that Republicans were leading in early votes. And independents tend to lean more Republican in Arizona in years past. I think everything was leading towards that. The numbers we saw today were 2-1 at the polling locations, Republicans to Democrats, with independents splitting the difference in between there. And so all of that, I think, led people to believe that we were going to see a win here in Arizona, and to see it not happen that way, it's one of those anomalies. While everything else, like you said, in Florida and Michigan and some of the other states are trending the way they're trending, it seems to be a bit of an anomaly out here.
Ben, I know pot legalization was on the ballot in Arizona. Do you think that might have made a difference with some of those independents?
Yes, yeah, and so again, it's some of those topics. Yeah, it's some of those topics. It's same thing that we've seen in Colorado, the shift, Colorado being a red state, turning more blue. Those types of issues, and we just saw that announced that pot was legalized. So you get some single issue voters that will show up for an issue, a proposition like that, and that can play into it. Then they end up just voting down, and we know pot smokers tend to be Democrat voters, and so it's and you can't say that across the board, but there's definitely, I would say, there's probably a correlation there as well.
And the Trump campaign, Ben, they're saying that this race should not be called yet in Arizona because a lot of the minority vote has not been counted. Wow, what a difference an election makes. But the Trump campaign is saying that until those minority votes are counted, they don't want to be counted out of this.
And that's what I'm hearing here on the ground is don't count them out, don't call the race. Just like we saw, early in 2016, some states were called too early and they had to flip back. We've seen Virginia pulled back. I don't know where they're at right now, but the folks on the ground here are saying don't count Arizona out yet. But it's definitely tighter than anyone is comfortable with that right now. That's for sure.
All right. Well, Ben, thank you so much for keeping us apprised. It looks like a late night for all of us. I believe we're going to head to Florida. Are we heading to Florida? Yes, we are heading to Florida. And our own Miranda Kahn is at a great big old watch party in West Palm Beach, Florida. Miranda, how did everybody there react when the state was called for President Trump?
Well, people were extremely excited, as you can imagine right here. We are at the Hilton Hotel. This is a watch party, obviously a Republican watch party. Things have died down considerably, as you can see behind me. Things were pretty intense earlier. People were standing, they were cheering. But now people are also seeing the electoral votes coming in from various states across the country. The mood has definitely changed dramatically here, probably within the last hour. There is a lot of concern. I had one woman who I asked earlier. She was very excited when she heard Florida won. Now I said, how do you feel? And she said, I'm just going to keep on praying. There are a lot of people. Go ahead. I want to introduce somebody. This is a young Republican strategist. I want to just tell me your name again.
Hello, my name is Jet James Pruitt. I'm a 15-year-old political strategist. I am founder, editor-in-chief of the political news website, thegenzpost.com, and I am a Native American conservative, and I am very proud to support President Trump tonight.
So there you have it. So I've been talking with Dr. Gina Loudon. She is the president of programming for Real America's Voice. She also resides here in Florida. She was asking me about the mood here. Obviously, it's died down. A lot of people here. We're just waiting to see if the president would win Florida, which obviously he has. A lot of concern, though, over how he's going to do with the rest of the country, especially since we've heard that Biden has won states like Arizona. Again, we're still waiting for some of those key battleground states. What is your thought tonight? Because I'm seeing the mood drastically change, at least within the last few hours. Some people, including even my director, David, are saying that the young vote has been very critical this time around, that's changed things. And the Latino vote has also changed things. Not the same Latino vote that we saw 4 years ago. What do you anticipate happening? Because right now, we're looking at the Electoral College behind us, and Biden is in the lead. What does your gut tell you as this young political strategist?
Well, I recently predicted earlier on August 21st that former Vice President Joe Biden was going to win Arizona and that President Trump was going to win Florida, in which Fox News just announced. So the New York Post recently reported earlier this year that Republican voters, conservative voters, are less likely to express their political views in contrast to their Democratic counterparts. I believe that the silent Trump majority that propelled him to victory 4 years ago in 2016 will propel him to victory tonight. And I believe that President Trump is doing very well. He has leads in Georgia, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan. Fox News hasn't called it yet, but he is certainly leading it there. If you look at the association.
Because right now, I'm looking right behind me, and Dr. Gina, I know it's another network, but I'm looking behind me, and I see the mood come down considerably. They're seeing, right? You're seeing it?
Right.
That Biden's leading by a huge margin. But you're not buying it.
No, I'm not buying it whatsoever. I think the polls are dead wrong, and the president is right now leading in the popular vote, and he still has a very strong path to victory tonight.
All right. Well, we'll have to see what happens. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
So, Dr. Gina, there, you heard it. We're going to have to see what happens. I think you know as well as I know, anything is possible. If we learned anything from 2016, anything can happen, and we're going to definitely keep our eyes on it.
Well, that's right, Miranda. And I'll tell you what, he certainly doesn't fit in any of the boxes that political pundits would like to put him in. And so that was a great interview. Thank you so much for that. We are going to go to break quickly, and there will be more Real America's Voice election coverage coming at you right after this. Stay where you are.
We'll be right back with more live election 2020 coverage.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm here to tell you about my new product from MyPillow, towels that actually work. Watch this absorbency test. Here's another towel that we randomly went out and bought. Here's one of my towels with the nice design. I don't know if you can see this, but you could line a swimming pool with this. I mean, this is crazy. Get rid of it. Towels that actually work. What a concept.
I really love the towels. They're really great. They're super absorbent.
Go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen right now. The new MyPillow towels are exclusively made with 100% USA combed cotton with proprietary technology and with maximum absorbency. They dry you faster and are guaranteed to work. And listen to this. Use the promo code on your screen and Mike will include a second full towel set with bath towel, hand towel, and washcloth absolutely free. That's 2 MyPillow towel sets for the price of 1 in your choice of color.
I personally guarantee they're going to be the best towels you'll ever own.
Order now.
Hello, I'm William Shatner, and you may not know this about me, but years ago, I was diagnosed with a sleep disorder. And like millions of others, I was prescribed sleep equipment. Did you know sleep equipment manufacturers recommend daily cleaning? That's why I use SoClean 2. It's the perfect complement to my daily routine, and it's hassle-free. SoClean 2 is fast and easy. It keeps my sleep equipment fresh every day without the need for disassembling. To keep the immune system strong, we should do everything we can to ensure a good night's sleep, including using the SoClean 2 daily to keep sleep equipment fresh. Try SoClean 2 risk-free for 30 nights. Order now and get $50 off. SoClean 2 is so fast and gives you peace of mind that your sleep equipment is fresh each time you use it. Call the number on your screen or go to SoClean2.com to take advantage of this risk-free trial and get $50 off. Call now.
Work. It's what drives the economy and keeps our country humming. American workers in American factories, designing, engineering, and manufacturing high-quality products right here on our shores. At WeatherTech, we've been doing it for decades, building all our factories and providing great jobs right here at home. We're proud to say that when you look at a WeatherTech floor liner, cargo liner, or even cup phone, and ask yourself, where was it made? The answer will always be in America. WeatherTech.com.
This is Kate.
Hey.
She takes 2 prescriptions. Kate's son Jack takes 1 too. Kate works hard and thought she had good insurance. But she still pays too much. That's no good. So Kate downloaded the GoodRx app. Now she can compare prescription prices to find the best discounts. She even beats her insurance price. Good for you, Kate. Good for you. GoodRx. Stop paying too much for your prescriptions. Download the free app today.
Return to live election 2020 coverage.
Hey everybody, welcome back to our election night coverage here on Real America's Voice. We want to go back to our studio panel here. I have Mark Serrano, Tom Borelli, and Tudor Dixon with us. Ohio has been called for President Trump. And so, not a huge surprise, but an important state.
Very important. I mean, look, this is traditionally, you know, a Republican has got to win Ohio, as Tom had indicated earlier, right? We've got Florida, we've got Ohio. We're putting a lot of pieces together on the board. I think we'll pull off North Carolina, which has been kind of tight, but I think it's definitely trending our way. Arizona, campaign's right. They called it way too soon.
Wow.
You know, and I think the fact that they held off on calling Florida, but are trying to call Arizona so quickly, you know, is very disturbing. And the media has got to hold back on these races.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because I'm getting a lot of texts from people saying they're so happy that we're here because we're not doing that. We're not calling races before they're actually over. We're also not holding off calling races that are evidently going one way or another. And it really is. It's interesting. You know, people really are beginning to get very critical of media and to perceive their actions as some sort of an attempt to sway things.
Absolutely. I'm watching social media and so many folks are saying, oh, that's interesting. The polls in the West Coast just closed and they've already called all of those states, but we can't figure out anything that's happening on the East Coast. And here in the Midwest, these polls also closed. I mean, Michigan closed, but we're hearing now, well, Michigan's notoriously slow. We won't hear about Michigan until tomorrow. North Carolina, there's one county in North Carolina, they're saying, well, there's too many absentee ballots. We won't hear about that until later in the week, maybe. We won't hear about Pennsylvania until later in the week. That's a huge advantage for these guys because a lot of people are concerned, well, they're going to find ballots, conveniently find ballots.
Find them, yes. And why is it, Tom, that we know that if they find ballots, that's going to go in favor of the Democrats.
Because we know Democrats will lie, cheat, and steal
but
to win for power.
They deny that over and over. They say there's never been a proven case of voter fraud.
Right.
You hear this over and over again from Democrat pundits, which, by the way, were invited on our air tonight. I want to make that very clear. I tried with all my might to get a Democrat to join us tonight.
That would have been fun.
Wouldn't that have been a party?
I mean, this is great, okay?
Right.
That would have been even more fun.
I keep making poor Tom into my token Democrat tonight. I'm not sure why.
I'm failing.
I don't know why I'm doing that to you, Tom.
That's okay.
But it really is interesting because even the Democrats know, and if you watch the left-leaning alphabet soup media, they'll even say, if this goes late, that's going to favor the Democrats, and you can fill in the blank as to why.
Well, I think there's a lot of history to that, right? I mean, Philadelphia, when Mitt Romney lost, I think very few votes went to Romney in Philadelphia, which was almost mathematically impossible. Mm-hmm. But, why do we accept this? Why do we accept this?
Yeah,
and every 4 years we come back to, now we have to worry about Pennsylvania. What did we do for the past 4 years? I mean, these issues of voter fraud and voter manipulation, in fact, it's gotten worse because in California and maybe Nevada, they just carpet bomb ballots to everybody. Yeah. What good could come from that?
Yeah.
Well, and look, this is part of what we have Donald Trump to thank for, is here we are in the critical hours of this election, and the media is playing a manipulative role. And thank goodness for Donald Trump for sensitizing people to their corruption, their manipulation, and they're going to keep doing it through this night. They'll hold back on calling some states. They'll try to call other states too early without justification when they should be showing complete prudence and caution in everything they're doing. And we can't count on them to do that. And the American people know it. They know the gig is up with the mainstream media.
All right, we are going to take a little break from the panel for a moment. We're going to go out to Heather Mullins. She is up in New Hampshire. That's what my kids said it when they were little, and I thought it was so cute. Of course, that's the way people from New Hampshire say it, too. It's a state that Trump had hoped to pick up. It was really close in 2016, but it was still out of reach. I think this is a disappointment to the president. He wanted this state. He made that pretty evident. I spent a lot of time there. Heather, what have you seen today in that state, and what are you hearing about this loss?
So New Hampshire is a very interesting state. We know that the governor here, he's a Republican governor. He won re-election. I actually got to speak with him earlier, and he was hopeful that the president is going to win the overall election tonight. But it's looking like he did not win New Hampshire, which strikes me as a little odd, right? Because you have the Republican governor who won his re-election, and then you have, the Republican presidential nominee who did not win this state. And we actually have right here in this room, congressional candidate Matt Mowers. He's a Republican running against Chris Pappas, and he's actually neck and neck with him right now. And there's a few towns that haven't turned in their votes yet, Londonderry being one of them, that tend to lean more red. So there's actually a chance that the Senate could pick up a Republican candidate here in New Hampshire. So it's kind of weird. You have, some never Trumpers out here in New Hampshire. We were hearing like Kelly Ayotte, people like that are out here in New Hampshire campaigning against the president amongst Republicans. And then you have a lot of Democrats that spill over from Massachusetts that move here because, for some reason they leave states like Massachusetts with all the high taxes. Then they come here and they vote for more taxes. So it really doesn't make sense to me. New Hampshire is an interesting state. Unfortunately, the president couldn't swing it, but he didn't need to win this state in 2016, and he still won the overall election.
All right. Thank you so much to Heather Mullins. It is interesting because, New Hampshire is such a wild card in everything. I mean, nothing they do is the way things are done in other states, and very little they do makes sense to people outside of New Hampshire, it seems like to me. Were you surprised by this result, Mark?
Well, look, it was razor thin back in 2016. Correct. It was very important for us to fight for it.
But I mean, the live free or die state. I mean, we're talking about socialism versus Donald Trump. That seems like a live free or die easy mix there, right?
Yeah, it does. But, I'm sure there are also, there are a lot of people very much supportive of the environmental agenda from the Biden team and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. I don't know that played a direct role, but I suspect that maybe we'll learn afterwards that plays a role there.
That's bizarre because when you look at New England, they have among the highest electricity prices in the nation. And President Trump was there. He goes, "You elect me, I'll get that gas pipeline into New England. They have lawsuits that are preventing natural gas for the pipes that go up to New England. They have the highest electricity prices in the nation. And then they wonder why they can't get manufacturing. It is just incredible that New England skyrocket electricity prices already. You layer on the Green New Deal, and that's a cold state, by the way. You need.
But you know, the Biden campaign did pound the message that they would create all these jobs with the Green New Deal.
But that's
and if you only read the first sentence and you don't actually look at the details, I mean, that sounds like a good deal. Oh, we're going to create all these, these new energy types of jobs. Never mind that those only are there for like while the stuff is being built and then they're gone. But that's a nice sale, that they did put out there.
If you're not paying attention, but New England, it could be the next California with the brownouts and blackouts. A couple of years ago, remember we had that polar vortex. Electricity prices went through the roof. And they had to make a choice. Are you going to heat the homes or are you going to keep electricity going? And at one point, they had to actually buy natural gas from Russia.
Yeah, I mean,
liquefied natural gas from Russia because they ran out of natural gas.
It seems like some states really do think economically, and then other states really don't, because you have most states dependent on some sort of energy that was going to go way up in price if Joe Biden was elected, and yet they're probably still going to vote for Joe Biden in droves.
To Mark's point, I mean, it's the disconnect between the propaganda and reality.
Yeah.
Well, we'll have to see. We'll have to see what the results are. It's an older population in New Hampshire as well.
True.
I don't know if that played a factor here.
Yeah.
But again, we've got a lot of paths to victory for Donald Trump, and New Hampshire was not necessary to be a part of that.
Right. Exactly. And we're going to talk about that coming up here in just a moment. So stick around. We have more from all around the country. Tracy Anthony in Minnesota, Jessica Rivera in Colorado, John Solomon right here in the studio, and more Real America's Voice coming at you right after this.
We'll be right back with more live election 2020 coverage.
This is the kind of card that has America talking. With it, people with Medicare are getting all-in-one coverage for their doctor visits, hospital care, prescription drugs, and more. This kind of insurance, called Medicare Part C, may also cover dental care, eyeglasses, hearing aids, fitness programs, vitamins, even healthy meals and rides to the doctor. With this kind of coverage, you do not need a Medicare supplement insurance plan. You will access your benefits through your Medicare Part C plan for one low and oftentimes $0 monthly plan premium. You deserve to get the most from your Medicare benefits. Call now for free information that may help you get more coverage for less money. There is no obligation to enroll. Whether for yourself or someone you love, call the number on the screen now. Call now.
Hello, I'm William Shatner, and you may not know this about me, but years ago, I was diagnosed with a sleep disorder. And like millions of others, I was prescribed sleep equipment. Did you know sleep equipment manufacturers recommend daily cleaning? That's why I use SoClean 2. It's the perfect complement to my daily routine, and it's hassle-free. SoClean 2 is fast and easy. It keeps my sleep equipment fresh every day without the need for disassembly. To keep the immune system strong, we should do everything we can to ensure a good night's sleep, including using the SoClean 2 daily to keep sleep equipment fresh. Try SoClean 2 risk-free for 30 nights. Order now and get $50 off. SoClean 2 is so fast and gives you peace of mind that your sleep equipment is fresh each time you use it. Call the number on your screen or go to SoClean2.com to take advantage of this risk-free trial and get $50 off. Call now.
My son needs this drug. I hope it doesn't cost too much. I hope my insurance pays for it. Can you tell me how much this will be?
$67.
Sorry.
Wait, have you heard about GoodRx? GoodRx finds free coupons to help you save up to 80% on your prescriptions.
Wow. I had no idea.
GoodRx. Stop paying too much for your prescriptions.
These are our classes, our happy hours, our dates, our birthday parties, our shopping. We are learning new things.
Nice technique with that knife.
And getting in touch with things we left behind. These are our lives now. Come be a part of it online. GoDaddy is making it possible for everyone to create a website for free. Learn more at GoDaddy.com.
To live election 2020 coverage.
Welcome back to our election night coverage. I'll get it right. Here on Real America's Voice, we have these hosts and correspondents scattered all around the country just for you. And we're going to check in with Jessica Rivera in our Denver studios right now. Jessica, Colorado, not great for Trump tonight, but we didn't really expect that to be the case, did we?
We didn't, and I think a lot of it has to do with the same thing that Ben was actually talking about a little earlier with Arizona, possibly that, Californians moving over here in droves and settling either in Boulder or Denver City, which are the two largest cities in Colorado or areas. And so people think, rural Colorado is going to be able to flip the state red. But the truth is that when we have so many of that influx of people moving here and then they decide that they want to try and make Colorado blue, that's exactly what's happened. It happened last election. And I think people actually thought possibly there was a chance, a slight chance, but that didn't happen this go around. So like you said, it's not that big of a surprise. And as far as our congressional district races, 6 out of 7 have been called, but the one that we're waiting for, Congressional District 3, Boebert versus Bush, has not been called. And I don't know if we're going to see that tonight. We might see it early in the morning.
All right. Well, it's going to be a late night for them. Thank you so much, Jessica. We appreciate that update. And we want to head over to Tracy Anthony in Minnesota. Tracy, what's happening there?
I can't imagine too.
Hi, Tracy. Just go ahead and give us your update. Okay, we're having a little trouble hearing her, so we're just going to come back into our studio, and we have John Solomon of Just the News, our partner here in studio with us. You're saying you're not really believing, I think like the Trump campaign is saying, these Arizona predictions. What do you have to say about that?
The prediction was made at a 75% level of vote, but the vote totals don't match what we saw in 2016. And so if anything, you expect Arizona to go up. So I think there's about 1 million votes that people are looking at and saying don't appear to be in the current count. I'm hearing that not only from the Trump campaign, but from some people on the ground. Other than Fox, other news organizations are not calling it yet. So I think we should watch that one. That's one that could go in reversal, at least for in the case of Fox News.
You know what I found was interesting, John, to your point that you made earlier in the show tonight. The president says one of the reasons that he doesn't buy those numbers is because some of the minority areas haven't come in yet where he thinks he's going to play well. This is such a new chapter in Republican politics. What this president has done is just really interesting.
There's definitely a realignment of the political base of America. And both parties are going to walk away from this election looking at a very different opportunity going into 2022, 2024. No matter who wins the race tonight, you can see these dynamics. African Americans peeling away from the Democratic Party, Hispanics moving towards the president, the blue collar voters, particularly like in Cuyahoga County and in eastern Ohio, sticking with the president a second term. A lot of people thought they were going to peel off. There's definitely a very unique realignment in American politics going on tonight, no doubt about it.
So I want to know for John Solomon, because you broke so much of the news that, I mean, honestly, I don't think this election would be winnable without the work of you and your amazing team at Just the News, because we just frankly wouldn't know the truth about Russia collusion and the truth about so much that happened with the Biden crime family and the rest of it. So my question to you is, Give us your analysis. Where do you go as a news organization? Where do we go as the reporters of your news? Given each scenario, Trump wins, and this is what you think your future looks like. This is what you think you'll be reporting on. Biden wins, and this is where you think you'll be going.
Yeah, I'll be pretty stubborn. I think I'm going to report exactly the same way, no matter who wins the presidency. Listen, we still need to figure out what happened in the Russia collusion case. Unfortunately, the John Durham investigation got sidelined. I think there's a lot of tremendous activity there, and we're going to learn a lot after Election Day before the 20th of January, and that's a very important place to report on, whether it's Joe Biden or Donald Trump as president. Why? Because the powers of government were turned into a political machine. That's not what's supposed to happen in America. Joe Biden, if he wins, there's going to be a really significant reason to continue to look at the relationship in the family and all that cashing in that the brothers and the son did on it. If he doesn't win, there's still an ongoing FBI investigation that's now been confirmed about money laundering. We're going to have to cover that even if Joe Biden fades into history.
You know what, Dr. Gina? Investigative journalism is alive and well, thanks to John Solomon, Judge the News. But let me just say, it's because it was John who was early on, the earliest on the Russia collusion, but on Ukraine.
Yes.
The earliest in 2019 to be reporting on Ukraine. And look how significant that is today relative to this presidential election.
It's remarkable. And, the real reason that I was onto it was that there were real people in government, inside the Justice Department, inside the State Department, that were worried about both dynamics. They were worried about what happened in Russia. They saw the weaponization of the intelligence community, and then they saw what was going on in Ukraine and really worried about it. And those are the real heroes of this story. They came forward early on, helped me understand what to look at, and then we do the reporting. But inside government, we talk about the deep state. There are still good people that care about this country and playing by fair rules. No matter who wins, they want it to be fair.
But as time has marched on, you've been validated with every one of your stories.
Yeah, I hope so.
It's so important.
Is 4 more years long enough to clean out the corruption?
It's a great question, right? One thing that 4 years is long enough to do, and that is to shrink the size of the bureaucracy. A lot of the bureaucracy has so much time on its hands to meddle in elections because they don't have any real legitimate work to do every day. And I think that's one of the things we learned. You heard all the gnashing of teeth when Rick Grenell came in and quickly reorganized the DNI, shrunk it down. We haven't had a single problem in the intelligence community. All those people were superfluous. And I think we're going to find that out in agency by agency. If Donald Trump wins another 4 years, the size of the federal government is going to go down by a very large amount.
That'll be interesting to
It
watch.
will, yeah.
And there will be some rebellion therein also.
Absolutely. Or broken hearts.
Yes, because people like their cushy positions.
They do.
And I think a lot of people, John, don't realize that, the question I get all the time, and I'm sure you get this too, people understand why the deep state and the bureaucrats hate Donald Trump, and that he was the person that came in and basically broke a lot of that up, and that these people had, like the Hunter Bidens of the world and others, they had a great deal. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours kind of thing. They don't realize how the media enjoyed a lot of those fringe benefits too, from the parties to really access. Can you lay that out for our viewers?
It's a really great question, and I think over the last 10 years. Second term of Obama all the way through Trump, you've seen a really unusual thing. Institutions that traditionally tried to stay above politics suddenly tilted into politics. Who are they? The FBI, the CIA, the news media, maybe even some pollsters. I think we may come out of tonight wondering about whether our pollsters misserve the country. That never happened. And when those institutions stayed neutral, the country was better. The last 8 years, they have tilted towards a political bias. And I think the American public are smart enough to see it and to reject it. And if Donald Trump wins tonight, it will be a rejection of all those institutions' efforts to meddle in his presidency.
Fascinating. And I just wonder the degree to which there will be just a new breed of seeing the success that you've had, a new breed of journalists who, throw back to what is real journalism. What are you hearing on that? Because I know that our viewers just love that about you. I mean, I was speaking at an event the other night, and I just say your name, and it's like you just soothe the nerves of people because
they clearly don't know my wife, obviously.
Right.
They get different opinion altogether. Yeah.
They just want it straight. They just want it straight, and they want to know. If they're hearing from Gina Loudon, they know I'm an opinion person, but they want to know where they can get news that just isn't bias. That's it.
There
right?
is every 25 to 30 years in American history, I think we go through an evolution. The Reagan administration brought in such great institutions like Heritage, and Fox News kind of grew out of that. I think we're at a watershed moment. I don't think reforming the old news organizations is going to work. I think they're too set in their past now. Their business models have been tipped too much towards picking parties. But people like Real America's Voice, Just the News, all these new institutions, I think there's a lot of ground to seize. And I think it'll be the new institutions that tip the balance back to neutrality. I really believe that.
Interesting. Well, it'll be fascinating.
Yeah.
All right. And I think that, do we have somebody on the phone for us right now, or am I imagining that? Maybe not quite yet. Maybe not quite yet. I'm sorry about that. So John, just continuing on this thought, we talked a little bit about some of the violence that we were hearing about in the street. I am hearing that there are, I guess, a crowd of around 500. Is that what I heard?
Yep.
Over around the White House.
Right.
We're hearing things around here are pretty calm. Thank goodness. I'm still praying that stays that way. But what are we hearing about other cities around the country, if any of you have heard?
There have been incidents, but it's been relatively calm tonight, which I think is good for America. And I think we're all in stasis. We're waiting to figure out how that dope board ultimately comes out. I think once it's settled and we know the winner, it will dictate a lot of the behavior that occurs in the streets over the next 24, 48, 72 hours. Pennsylvania is going to go.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I just want to ask, do you think the calm is because right now it looks like Biden's in the lead, and for maybe your average news consumer who really doesn't understand the breakdown to the degree that probably our news consumers do, that they might be taking that as some sort of kind of quiet assurance that...
If you look at the planning documents that have been put out there, everything was triggered by the decision who won the election. And I think they're just simply waiting to turn that out. And there's a pathway for either. I don't think even if Joe Biden wins, I think you're going to see some anarchy in the streets. It'll be less than what it would be in a Trump presidential win. But I think the plan is to wait for election night, find out what happens, and then get to work. And the other thing is there's a lot of good work being done by law enforcement. I saw a lot of undercovers when I was walking around town today. This city is very well wired in Washington. I know in Philadelphia they are. New York PD said, listen, we know who the bad guys are. We're watching. I think law enforcement's prepared for this moment much better than what started in the summer with the George Floyd death.
And I guess the next question, too, because, a lot of the towns, I remember I was just in Wisconsin recently, and I was thinking, you don't really know when you're in the city and it's all boarded up and, they're out there and you're thinking, how much power do the police even have to do anything if something goes down right now, right? Mm-hmm. And so, in different cities around the country, the police have really had, the rug pulled out from under them to some degree.
Well, tonight's vote may be a reestablishment of that power. Just take Kenosha County. That's where one of the tragic killings occurred this year.
Right.
There was a lot of violence here. Half the votes in Kenosha County right now, it's running 2-1 in Trump's favor. It's like the blue city of Kenosha, Wisconsin moved out. It's gone.
Yeah.
If voters restore and make a statement with their vote tonight, police will feel more emboldened to get back to the sort of tactics that keep our community safe. But you're right. In the last 6 months, there's been a lot of neutering. Who thought we'd be hearing about dishonoring, defunding, and disarming police? I mean, it's not even conceivable in America. But tonight's vote may tip that debate back into a different direction.
All right. And thank you so much, John Solomon.
Thank you.
He is the man with all the answers. He really is. All right. And thank you so much. We've got more coming up here on America's Voice election night coverage. We're going to check in with Carrie Sheffield at the White House of Just the News, and you're not going to want to miss that. And I think we have a special guest coming up that's going to call us as well. So we'll be back in just a moment. Stay where you are.
We'll be right back with more live election 2020 coverage.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm here to tell you about my new product from MyPillow, towels that actually work. Watch this absorbency test. Here's another towel that we randomly went out and bought. Here's one of my towels with the nice design. I don't know if you can see this, but you could line a swimming pool with this. I mean, this is crazy. Get rid of it. Towels that actually work. What a concept.
I really love the towels. They're really great. They're super absorbent.
Go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen right now. The new MyPillow towels are exclusively made with 100% USA combed cotton with proprietary technology and with maximum absorbency. They dry you faster and are guaranteed to work. And listen to this. Use the promo code on your screen and Mike will include a second full towel set with bath towel, hand towel, and washcloth absolutely free. That's 2 MyPillow pillow towel sets for the price of one in your choice of color.
I personally guarantee they're going to be the best towels you'll ever own.
Order now.
Hello, I'm William Shatner, and you may not know this about me, but years ago, I was diagnosed with a sleep disorder. And like millions of others, I was prescribed sleep equipment. Did you know sleep equipment manufacturers recommend daily cleaning? That's why I use SoClean 2. It's the perfect complement to my daily routine, and it's hassle-free. SoClean 2 is fast and easy. It keeps my sleep equipment fresh every day without the need for disassembly. To keep the immune system strong, we should do everything we can to ensure a good night's sleep, including using the SoClean 2 daily to keep sleep equipment fresh. Try SoClean 2 risk-free for 30 nights. Order now and get $50 off. SoClean 2 is so fast and gives you peace of mind that your sleep equipment is fresh each time you use it. Call the number on your screen or go to SoClean2.com to take advantage of this risk-free trial and get $50 off. Call now.
Jim and Joanne are here to pick up the same prescription. They both know the system is not on their side. They both know drug costs are out of control. But one of them is taking back control with GoodRx.
Next.
So while he's paying that much, even with his insurance, she's paying this much just by using GoodRx. Use GoodRx to compare prices at pharmacies in your area and stop paying too much for your prescriptions. Download the free app today and take back control.
Work. It's what drives the economy and keeps our country humming. American workers in American factories, designing, engineering, and manufacturing high-quality products right here on our shores. At WeatherTech, we've been doing it for decades, building all our factories and providing great jobs right here at home. We're proud to say when you look at a WeatherTech floor liner, cargo liner, or even cup foam, and ask yourself, where was it made? The answer will always be in America. WeatherTech.com.
We now return to live election 2020 coverage.
Welcome back to our election night coverage here on Real America's Voice. We have hosts and correspondents, as I've told you, standing by all over the country. And one of those we're going to check in with right now. That is Just the News' Carrie Sheffield, who is over at the White House on the grounds right there. Carrie, what's going on out there? Much commotion?
Hey, Gina. Yes, there is press all lined up and down here. I'm here on the North Lawn. It's also informally known as Pebble Beach because they have rocks where the journalists set up their newsstands. There are journalists here from all over the country and all over the world. You can see here, this is the portico here, and I'm going to do a little walkthrough so you can kind of get a sense of what's happening with the press activity. You can see them all lined up here. Folks are just, watching the results as they're coming in. They're sending reports to their outlets back home. You can see there, this is really a lot more activity than is normal on a normal day here at the White House. I'll give you some more views here. You hear multiple languages being spoken, folks from Latin American countries, from Asian countries. It really is a scene from around the world. And we do know that the president is inside the White House right now. He's inside with several hundred of his supporters, reportedly. We do know that some cabinet secretaries are there, including the Treasury Secretary, Steve Mnuchin, as well as Transportation Secretary Elaine Chao. We have not been told. The press pool has said there is no current guidance on when the president might be speaking. We have heard that this is likely to occur at some point this evening, but a lot of it really is hinging on key returns from states like Wisconsin and Michigan.
So to your knowledge, Carrie, is the president in the room with those people, or is he off in a watchroom somewhere?
Gina, you might actually know the answer to that better than I do. Certainly, he has his own private watch, but there's also the bigger room. I would imagine that right now the bigger room is the East Room, where the large screen is set up with the flags and the podium. So the president, to my knowledge, is not in the larger room at this point. He's in a smaller holding room. And if and when he does give his remarks, he would go into the larger room, which is the East Room.
Yeah, and there's been a lot of rumor that the president was going to venture out tonight. I know there are several places where he has other donors. Do you know anything about him leaving the White House tonight?
There is some possibility of that. We know that there is a watch party happening at the Trump Hotel here in Washington, D.C. We don't have word yet of definitively whether the president will head over there, but that is a likely area where he might go. We do know that earlier this morning, he did make a trip across the river, across the Potomac River over to Arlington to his campaign headquarters there. And we will note, it is interesting that the president, he was not on the campaign trail. He was not in a swing state. He was not doing, some observers would say, a frantic last minute dash to a place like Pennsylvania for Joe Biden and reportedly to Michigan for Kamala Harris today. He was here resting comfortably at the White House as well as across the river at his campaign headquarters and there to give a morale boost to his staff.
Yeah. Oh, he's so awesome. All right, Carrie, thank you so much. We appreciate you. That's Carrie Sheffield from Just the News. And back to our studio panel. John, Mark, and Tudor, I guess I want to get some final thoughts from you because we are going to realize that this is probably going to still be happening tomorrow, and we're going to be with our viewers then. So we'll start with you, Mark. What are your thoughts tonight?
So, the president is now secured Ohio and Iowa, in his column. In a lot of ways, this feels similar to 2016, to be candid with you, because it boils down to, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, maybe even Minnesota. And frankly, I think we knew this was going to be a tight race. It's still a very tight race. We need to put some pressure on getting this Arizona call reversed so that way we can get a proper counter. We need to make sure we watch out for the voting irregularities and counting of ballots in Philadelphia and in Milwaukee. But other than that, we're in a similar position to where we were 2016. It's going to be a late night and probably going to go carry on into tomorrow.
Yeah, but last time we really didn't go as long as I think we might go this time.
That's true. That's true. But I still think we've got a Trump path to victory is still, I think, the likely outcome here.
All right. John Solomon.
Yeah, I think I agree with everything Mark said. I think the path to victory is probably going to end up in the courts in urban areas. Philadelphia, Milwaukee, probably going to get challenged, maybe Detroit. And that may play out over the next 24, 48 hours. We have already a significant lawsuit to keep an eye on in Philadelphia for some very unusual irregularities in a couple of counties. But I think the early lawsuits are probably going to be the last chapter before we feel confident in what we call as the election victor.
Well, and let me ask both of you, because you really do make a great point when you go to the lawsuit question. Even if we end up with the election looking like it's finalized, these lawsuits could drag out endlessly. We've heard this forever. What are your predictions therein?
Well, first of all, I mean, the margin of victory or the turnout, the differential in the number in Pennsylvania is going to be very, very important, which we should be able to get tomorrow, regardless of these legal challenges. But, I think the Trump campaign, I know, has a superb system and set up with litigators, lawyers in each of the target states. They've got a whole, poll watchers have been trained. They've had the litigation team ready to go. So I'm very, very confident in the Trump campaign's litigation plan.
Interesting. Mm-hmm. All right, Tudor, going to you. What are you thinking?
Well, when we look at this election, we see that the divided country is absolutely a divided country. This is so close. It's just like 2016, like you said, but a little bit different, I think, from the standpoint of what we've seen just in the last 6 months after the death of George Floyd. So we go into this night saying, what are we going to come out in the next few days? We are sitting here wondering how we're going to walk home. Do we walk back to the hotel? Does somebody give us a ride?
Right.
Because this is a world that we haven't been in before. And it doesn't matter who wins, we still suffer with this. Now, oddly enough, those people who are Trump supporters have to say, maybe the Antifa people would disperse if Biden won. But what kind of world do we live in then? And the Biden folks are saying, you're nuts for voting for Trump because you're just going to keep the unrest going. It's such a bizarre line of thought, but we're literally fighting over Americans going out and destroying our businesses. That is something that has to improve. And honestly, something I think you said earlier, the president has more opportunity to change that if he gets elected for another 4 years. He doesn't really have to worry. I mean, he's not worrying another term. Things will be different.
Yeah, it's interesting because literally every facet of our life is affected. I literally went to the store today thinking I might be staying outside to buy some boots. And then I was told to try those on because of COVID.
Right.
And so I thought, well, I can't take the boots and go to my hotel room and try them on, bring them back if they don't fit. So I realized that the entire makeup and perfume of the entire department store was completely and utterly shut down because of COVID. So what did I do? I snuck into the middle of it, properly returned them and got us half a size up. And the whole world has literally everything. Bootgate. Everything has changed because of COVID.
Yeah.
How much normalization do we get if Donald Trump is reelected?
I think the lockdowns have served their political purpose after this election. I know it's not just all politics. Certainly in places like Pennsylvania and Michigan, powers for these governors have gone way out of control, and the voters know it, and the voters turned out the result of it. And ultimately, I think that's going to play a role in what will be Donald Trump's ultimate victory here. Lockdowns have favor across most of America.
And because of that, what will be fascinating is these governor's races. So when we come up in 2 years and see what's going to happen with Governor Whitmer, right, that will be fascinating to see as Michigan goes tonight. How will the race go for Governor Whitmer? Because she keeps telling everybody that she has massive support. We'll see in 2 years. And that'll be the case with many states across the country.
Oh, that will definitely be interesting. John, I wanted to give you a chance to comment on what returns doesn't. I mean, will things ever return? Getting on an airplane this week, I realized that nothing has returned to normal since 9/11, which felt like this.
Sure.
How much returns Donald Trump as president regarding COVID?
One thing is clear. The American people are exhausted. This has been an exhausting year, and quite frankly, an exhausting 4 years, because we've been on a roller coaster. We were told our president was a Russia, wasn't. We were told he did something improper in Ukraine. It wasn't. We told there was this big pandemic. Maybe it's coming. Cruise ship. Don't wear a mask now. Wear a mask. Don't go on a cruise ship. I think the American people just want some stability. I think if the president wins, he can get rid of a lot of the people that turned his seesaw up and down in the bureaucracy. Get a team around him that is all oaring in one direction. I'm willing to trust the president as long as there's consistency. And the president's always had to fight his own team. These bureaucrats, I think if he can get his own team around him, he's not fighting the bureaucrats, that consistency will bring back normalcy, even in a weird time.
And this economy is coming back.
That's right.
And the president said this morning, we're going to gain unity from success, economic success that everyone can share. And I believe it's already roaring back.
So you think they'll stop the class division then?
Well,
I'm just teasing you.
Quite.
I want to thank each of you. You guys have been amazing. It's late. I want to thank our amazing audience. Also, don't forget, we have morning coverage starting first thing, so you're going to want to join us then. Thank you for joining us on our Real America's Voice election night coverage. Thanks to my amazing panel, Mark Serrano, who's been with us the whole night, Tudor Dixon, check her out on America's Voice live at 1 p.m. Eastern, and of course, John Solomon from our partners at Just the News. Check out justthenews.com. We'll see you back. Have a good night.
This is the
Hello, I'm William Shatner, and you may not know this about me, but years ago, I was diagnosed with a sleep disorder. And like millions of others, I was prescribed sleep equipment. Did you know sleep equipment manufacturers recommend daily cleaning? That's why I use SoClean 2. It's the perfect complement to my daily routine, and it's hassle-free. SoClean 2 is fast and easy. It keeps my sleep equipment fresh every day without the need for disassembly. To keep the immune system strong, we should do everything we can to ensure a good night's sleep, including using the SoClean 2 daily to keep sleep equipment fresh. Try SoClean 2 risk-free for 30 nights. Order now and get $50 off. SoClean 2 is so fast and gives you peace of mind that your sleep equipment is fresh each time you use it. Call the number on your screen or go to SoClean2.com to take advantage of this risk-free trial and get $50 off. Call now.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm here to tell you about my new product from MyPillow. towels that actually work. Watch this absorbency test. Here's another towel that we randomly went out and bought. Here's one of my towels with the nice design. I don't know if you can see this, but you could line a swimming pool with this. I mean, this is crazy. Get rid of it. Towels that actually work. What a concept.
I really love the towels. They're really great. They're super absorbent.
Go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen right now. The new MyPillow towels are exclusively made with 100% USA combed cotton with proprietary technology and with maximum absorbency. They dry you faster and are guaranteed to work. And listen to this. Use the promo code on your screen and Mike will include a second full towel set with bath towel, hand towel, and washcloth absolutely free. That's 2 MyPillow towel sets for the price of 1 in your choice of color.
I personally guarantee they're going to be the best towels you'll ever own.
Order now.
WeatherTech floor liners for mom and dad. Oh, their pet feeding system for Scruffy.